After the opener at Oxford, we are now looking for some brilliance in Burton. A very warm welcome, and for the first time probably in May for a long, long time, warm is in every sense of the word. If you aren't, I appreciate we do have a worldwide audience watching us this morning here on YouTube's England Touch Rugby channel. May in the UK doesn't normally mean 21, 22 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning, so it's going to be a hot day, but it's going to be, hopefully, a red hot day, again in more senses of the word. Jarlath Eaton alongside to talk you through all the action today. We're going to start us off with the Cheltenham Tigers and Yorkshire Thorns in the women's pool stages of the Development National Men's and Women's National Touch Series Round 2, and joining us on comms for our first game, Hall of Famer in England Touch Rugby.
Only in my own head.
Chris Wearmouth, how are you?
Only in my own head. I'm very well, thank you very much. I think, yes, it's going to be a hot one, like 7 inches from the midday sun, as the song goes, very much showing my age with some late 90s Santana.
I haven't heard that song in ages.
I know, it's got quality one though, absolute quality. We've got perfect conditions here. We're on relatively brand new pitches here at Burton. The club only moved here last September, and there's plenty of grass on. More importantly, during the week there was a lot of rain in this part of the world, which softened the pitches up, and we couldn't ask for anything more, as you said, about with the weather. So fingers crossed, we have some really good touch coming, and Yorkshire Thorns on the attack first. We didn't see them in Oxford, but they've come to this tournament for their first outing at this level this year, and it would be interesting to see how they've developed from last season.
I mean, it was a fantastic setup. We'll obviously get to the game in just a little bit. Obviously, as Cheltenham look to make their way forward, but it was a fantastic opening weekend of that development series, and we haven't really seen it. And it was great to see it reasonably back to normal after 2 years where we couldn't really do it like the way we wanted to.
Yes, and we got into a really good flow early doors, and we've got 26 teams here today, so we've got 16 men's and 12 women's, which is absolutely fantastic. And I think touch rebounded very quickly after the lockdowns. It's the nature of the sport. As you can see, it's minimal contact, and much as you have teams coming from across the country, and that was the big no-no during the lockdowns, or even as sports were arising, is that the nature of this competition. We're outdoors all day. I've already talked about the minimal contact. So we were just raking through loads of sanitizer on the balls between games as that happens. But the other thing as well, coming out from post-lockdown and post. I'm not going to say post-pandemic, because obviously the COVID situation is still with us, but is the number of teams, the number of clubs that have affiliated with England Touch. That's up 55% on pre-lockdown. Numbers of affiliated players is up 19%, something like that, on before lockdown. So we've rebounded fantastically.
Opportunity here for Cheltenham, really good opportunity. I think there was a touch on there. No, there wasn't. Ball goes over the top and the ball gets dropped, unfortunately, there by Leah Farrell. So for another opportunity, and of course Cheltenham looking to try and make their way into that cup competition again this year. Obviously in the women's game last time out, they lost the plate final as well to Wigan. So it was a real challenging day for Cheltenham. But can you see them maybe potentially developing it and maybe getting into the cup competitions, maybe going on one better and winning that plate final?
I can, yeah. I think Cheltenham are there or thereabouts in this competition, and already what we've seen them do. We've seen them make life very difficult for Thorns coming out from their own half. They were really getting into Thorns' faces, and when Thorns are making their fifth touch on halfway, you've got a massive number of you've got low chance of scoring. Basically, in the ideal world, you want to be making your first touch kind of 10, 15, 20 metres out from your own line, and getting your fifth touch 10, 15 metres out from the opposition line, and which is what Cheltenham have, I was going to say managed to do. That was a little bit of a fizz pass, but they're going to get they've got a penalty.
Yep, looks like for offside, it looks like. There's Jack Harris giving. Great to see him not injured this time as well. I think last time I saw him, he was injured, I think, on his arm.
The day is young. But this is perfect for Cheltenham now. So they've got this fantastic place to set up. They've gone 30 metres, 25 metres out from the Yorkshire Thorns line. They're just moving the play, just trying to spread Thorns left and right.
There's the opportunity. Was that blocking? Referee says no, goes to the outside. That's our first point of the game, is it? No, it's been given coming back. I think there might have been a touch on that the referee has given that.
I think what they're doing, see, this is the thing where Thorns are making the touch, but they're not shouting it. So they're doing themselves a real disservice there, because that ball was passed. It should be a penalty for, and this is going to be a penalty the other way for a forward pass. It should be a penalty for for Thorns there for a touch and pass or for a late pass. But really, unless you're making life difficult, unless you're shouting out that you've made the touch, then that's not going to be given.
Drop ball.
And this is where Thorns are putting themselves under pressure, really. I think that when I was talking earlier on about how Cheltenham were putting Thorns under pressure defensively, is that's then forcing Thorns to then force the play, and then they're going to make then the error rate's going to go up.
Well, this is a chance here for Cheltenham. Will they get the first points of the day? I think there was a touch on there. There was.
I like the way that Cheltenham are pulling Thorns around in the midfield. So this link going back to mid, quick set up, and then a rat play.
Nice pass. I think there was a touch again. There was, but there's a penalty given. Offside again. Five minutes in, and it looks like Cheltenham are dominating, but not necessarily on the scoreboard at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And Alan Amos about to take the roll ball here. Actually, they're restarting with a penalty for not moving forward.
Yeah, but now opportunity comes back across. I think there was a touch on there again that time, and it was Catherine Lokiesel who make the play
on Maddie Miles Kington, who's just taken the other touch there, really close, and that's. Cheltenham need to bring Thorns back out, which is exactly what they're doing here, and creating some space for themselves. And they're passing the ball, but what they want to be doing is to make the touch on the 7, which is exactly what's then happened.
Fifth touch, last opportunity. Can they get the try? No, they can't. It's a great touch, and even though they've been really, really pressurised so far, Chris, in terms of the defensive play, they're holding strong here, Yorkshire, and that will give them the confidence, maybe once they get the opportunity, to get up the other end of the field. And an opportunity goes straight through. There was a touch on, so they'll have to come back.
What's been really good to see in terms of Thorns' defence is that they've kept really compact and worked really hard to get left and right, which then forces Cheltenham to have to go round them and to be more creative. And at this level, that is what you're wanting. If somebody beats you with a 30-metre pass on the outside, then fair enough. That's not going to, more often than not, that's not going to happen at this level. And then by doing that is that they then shut Cheltenham down. This is what I was doing last week, 2 weeks ago as well. We need to have Comcam.
But maybe one day.
I'll just get a little fisheye camera just off our right-hand side,
so you can explain it and then post it across the socials.
Yeah, so it's the thing where if you are going to draw this game draw the basic structured outline of this sport on a whiteboard, is that you would do attacking is straight up, so it's the shortest way to get to the opposition try line. Obviously you need to get subs on and off, which is what Cheltenham were doing, but by and large you want to attack really fast and direct if you're introducing people to this game. Conversely, defensively, it's all lateral. So you've got 6 people who are just moving in unison. They're talking to each other. They're passing off who the touch is going to be. You're not, when you get a rat play, so all of a sudden you've now got link on link. That's then passed off to the mid, and you've seen that defensively. Cheltenham have just done that as well. It's a textbut. Nice
play. Can it get onto the outside? There's a touch on there. That's the 5th touch. Well, they put the ball down.
No, they've got one more to go.
Yeah, about to say. I did think with the referee having his arm up there saying they've got 5. This is an opportunity on the 7. Although it's always difficult to try and get something on. But a nice pass out the back there. Just couldn't quite get it over to Lois Dean on the far side.
I love it when a play illustrates what I've just been talking about.
It's almost as if you know what you're talking about.
Well, I've been stood up in these boxes for far too many years. Is that Cheltenham there were doing exactly the same thing. So they were staying really tight and really compressed, and Thorns then did a long pass and it went to ground. As I said, at development level, you're not likely to see those happen.
Nice run through. Oh, this is a fantastic score. Cheltenham get the first score of the day. It's Hennessy Vine, and it's been given. And she just stepped through the middle there wonderfully well. And it's going to be a try, and deservedly so, you've got to say. Cheltenham Tigers are ahead.
Yeah, Cheltenham are definitely deserve to be one up, but when you have that compact defence, it's going to take something special to break it down, and that was almost like what we saw in Toulon last week from London Irish.
Yes,
wasn't it? You stand up the defence, you ghost, you step a little bit. There's a bit of space to exploit. There's a little bit of a dog leg in defence there from Thorns, and hey presto, there's the try.
Indeed, and it comes with about a minute to go, as you can see on your screen in this first half. Remember, only 10-minute halves at development level, 15 minutes for the elite level that will be with you tomorrow. We should not going to be looking forward completely to tomorrow. There's a lot of action that's going to be coming in this Dev tournament today, but tomorrow we are with you at the elite men's and women's national touch series. It's going to be there from at the same time tomorrow, 10 a.m. UK time, so I hope that you can join us for that. Join us all weekend long. Appreciate the weather might be nice, but what would be nicer than coming and watching a bit of touch rugby at the moment?
There's a lot of sport going on this weekend.
Yeah.
But we're ideal to have as your second screen.
Absolutely right.
Leinster to lose in the Champions Cup later.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Have it as your number one. And then as your number 2 screen on your iPad, just have us on in the background.
Yes, that's what I think we need to do as we go to half-time here at Burton. Cheltenham 1, Yorkshire 0. So it's been an interesting first half. You've been talking, of course, about the difference in the attack and the defence, of how trying to direct Cheltenham have been, but it was a wonderful break through that middle from Hennessy Vine that has given her side the lead at the moment.
It has, and it does have the pointer to, if you're Cheltenham, they're having a good chat on the sideline here. Now, you've only got 3 minutes to turn things around, so this is your kind of quintessential, right, one thing in attack and one thing in defence. Defensively, and I'm going to talk Cheltenham first. Defensively, they've been really good, really solid, very compact, forcing Thorns to go around them, which they can't do. So more of the same. That's your one thing. And the one thing in attack is that you pick up on how you scored, and you scored by being direct and going forward. So if they just play a 3-man drive, so it's rotating 3 players who are carrying the ball and a little bit off, or alternatively what's called a 4-man drive, so an arrows, which is the same, and you're going forward and you're basically doing that shortest route to the opposition try line, and you just go fast. Because what they've done with that try is you've seen that there's been a dogleg created, and then you're going to have space to exploit. Also, it's really tough to defend.
Yeah.
Absolutely, really. You've got to have a proper set of engine on you to defend. From Yorkshire's perspective, again, defensively, they've been really compact. They've been, they've forced Cheltenham to have to go round them on the set plays in and around the 7, which is exactly what you want. And it was a little bit of a defensive breakdown. Attack-wise, for them, they've got to concentrate on getting out of their own half to give themselves touches in Cheltenham's half. They've had one attacking set that's been close to the Cheltenham line all game, and we've seen times where they've had the 5th touch on or around halfway, just in the Cheltenham half. What they need to do is when they're running their sub-plays, they're going lateral for 1, 2, 3 touches, and they're going, and Cheltenham are just coming up and just going, thanks lads, thanks girls, we'll just shut you down, hey press, and then you're forcing. And then we saw earlier on that defensive play was then forcing Thorns to force the play deep in their own half, and then the ball's hitting the deck. So if you're Thorns, be more direct from your own. If you're going to run a sub, for example, if you're on this half of the field, so the half of the field closest to us, maybe look to get players off while the play is coming towards them, so you can be a bit more imaginative with your sub plays. So that's if you're doing the one thing in attack and defence on each side, that's what I would be saying.
Well, we've got, should stress what we got throughout the day here, actually. We do have a lot of games for you. We do have all the way through until around about 1:30 we'll have the pool stages. There are 6 pitches across. I mean, you can see on the shot that we've got there. By the way, we should stress as well, actually, that we cannot do anything about that pole in the middle. I have asked Chris to see if he could turn it down, take it down, but, I mean, come on. Why have we not got that down?
I lost my lumberjack licence, mate.
Well,
that's all I can
true.
say.
That is true, to be fair.
That's all I can say. I mean, I may be a lumberjack and I'm okay, but I lost my licence.
It is a fantastic setup, and
yes,
this is what I was going to say. And Burton are doing it is a brilliant setup, and it's fantastic to be here, especially under the cover, and especially in the shade at the moment, actually, because I'm not necessarily the best with the sun. Unfortunately,
your ginger beard does give that away.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but didn't want to stereotype. But here comes Cheltenham one more time. as we start the second half. Ball's on the floor, so it looks like it's going to be turned over to Yorkshire.
Yeah, that was a penalty given for overstepping the mark.
Right.
So you've got to play the ball where you get touched, and that play was a couple of metres over. So that's just a little bit. So now all of a sudden we're seeing Thorns be more direct. Second touch is on the halfway line, and perfect way to set up. So third touch, now you've got 20 metres and plenty of touches to play with to be able to do something about trying to tear the Cheltenham defence apart.
Fifth touch though, here come Yorkshire one more time. The dummy's got to go through, and it gets touched on there that time by Alice Walker. Unfortunately, Alana Gauntlet just couldn't quite get the ball away, but it is going to be a turnover basically on the goal line anyway. It was going to be on the 7, so that's not a bad set there from Yorkshire, because again, you talk about the territory and the possession there. Obviously having that territory and being in there already more direct, as you said there, Chris. They must have been listening to you at half time.
Well, my voice is loud enough.
It is.
There's two things my wife would have a wry smile. A, my voice is loud enough to be able to hear, but also is that I burn about as quick as you as well. So if you see me later, that factor 50 is going to be very useful, and I think that's being given as a forward pass.
It looked like that, yeah, absolutely. Tell you what, we'll put both of us, if we're outside today, and we do go out into the sunshine, we'll put it both up on our socials at England Touch Rugby. And you can have a look and see just how bad we are burnt, how bad lobsters we are by the end of the day.
You know what, I'm going to be fine, I think. As you know, I've baseball cap on and we'll be all right.
Here come Yorkshire one more time. See, again, they're already a lot more direct. They're already making a lot more metres in this second half than what they were doing in the first half. Yeah.
You don't have to try and do anything too complicated. As I say, the situation is that Cheltenham defensively, they've been very good in terms of the player on player, and just then is that Cheltenham are not panicking. So if they're not panicking, you need to get them to try and get them onto the back foot, and that's exactly what Thorns have been doing. So all of a sudden, we've seen them have more attacking touches in the
down the outside again, and this is going to be a second score. This time it's Keris Godwin that goes down. It looks like it's going to be given as an all clear.
I would say Jack Harris is holding his ear, waiting for a discussion there.
Well, it looks like there's going to be a discussion.
No, they're coming. I think Jack's calling it back as a touch, but I think they're having a discussion. Well, of course they have. It's not even I think they're having a discussion. It's obvious they're having a discussion.
They are. But I think as you see the replay, we're going to come back, and as we come back live, they are coming back, and they are going to bring it back as a touch. So Keris Godwin thought that she'd given her side a 2-0 lead, but it looks like they've been giving it back.
Yes, but they've got it. But it's sort of. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. But that was a really good play there. But it was it was done through direct attacking. It wasn't being done through anything complicated. As we're seeing now with Cheltenham, is that again they're just going direct through the middle. As the first half try scorer, Hennessy Vine. She was. I think what you need to be trying to do is to try and dictate the play in terms of your. To try to dictate the speed of the play the ball. So in that situation, and this is why at half-time when I was talking about that you attack vertically, so to speak, end to end, is because you're not running away from your support. Because what slows the game down is when you take a touch and your support is 5-10 metres away. If you watch the NTLs and State of Origin in Australia, National Touch Leagues and State of Origin, is that the ball is on the floor for half second, if that.
Chance here, can she offload? I think there was a touch on, there was. No, is he? Well, I said it was all clear, it's been given. It's Rachel Ashley who gets the score, but it's the run through the middle there, I think by Alana Gauntlet on this near side to us. That has levelled this game up completely and changed the complexion of this match already.
Yeah, so that was created by Alana Gauntlet going on a scoop from the half on the final touch and then really putting the afterburners on. And once you've got pace and you're then playing up against a bit of a fragmented defence, and even though Cheltenham, the defensive call there is mirrors, because you then go from say a zone marking to a man-on-man or player-on-player marking. And Cheltenham did that reasonably well, but It just didn't get there just in that right time. But that was a direct. And Alana Gauntlet's got a lot of experience, and this is what the development level is all about. It's giving players, with lesser experience, more. And Cheltenham are having to do exactly the same. And this time the touch has come in first.
He has. It was Alice Walker again, thinking that they'd scored, but it's a sick touch, and that's a really good defensive set there in the end from Yorkshire.
It was, and they were asking us to, and I think there were a couple of questions to Eleanor Moss there, 94, as to why she didn't score. It's because the half can't score. That's why Alana Gauntlet had to find the pass. If you pick the ball up, you cannot score there. Really good now from Cheltenham, forcing the fumble from Thorns, and now all of a sudden if they go...
It's a sub on, and this is the problem. They've got a touch on there. The ball goes out the back again. Now they're going to try and go forward. It was, should stress, it was Jessica Wright who made the touch last time out. She makes the touch again, and the ball goes
now that's going to be a penalty for kicking the ball away.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to be given 10 extra metres on there.
Yep.
Can't do that, I'm afraid. Alice Walker is kicking the ball away. And opportunity here for Yorkshire, who won a piece with about 3.5 minutes to go of our first fixture. We always want drama. We always get drama in England touch rugby, in particular in the development, Chris. We saw that last week in that ridiculous final.
Oh, the cup final just went on and on and on, and it was a fantastic way to end the day. And it was really good that it was the last game of the day, because it would have crashed into the timings for what would have followed. And now, all of a sudden, with a couple of minutes to play, as you say, this is perfect for Thorns to go in and snatch the win from this. And I think Cheltenham they've just lost their control that they had. We saw it with the drop ball, the kick away, the frustration. They just need to be really calm, patient, and just work really hard in defence.
Here's the chance for them. One more time. Ball comes up with Bex Holmes there, taking the ball at the half. Just take it back, and they're looking to try and see if they can set up the quick ball. Holmes again, nice little pass off, chance to go wider to the outside, and that time it was dropped, unfortunately, again by Lois Dean on the outside, and opportunity wasted.
It was, because Cheltenham's defensive set had just kind of fallen down there a bit. Is that what you want to be doing is, if you're not making the touch, you need to start to get back in that situation there. You can anticipate that the touch is about to be made and start to retreat, and Cheltenham were just not there, and this is another penalty for overstepping the mark. Wow,
big moment with just under 2 minutes to go. Ball gets brought forward, and as long as they are on there, they're going to say been given back onto the 10.
Yeah.
We'll go back onto the 25 really, as the opportunity comes up now for Yorkshire to try to move this forward. It's a great opportunity here, Chris, and again the ball just goes dead, and now it's Cheltenham's turn to see if they can now go up and retake this lead.
Hammer time for Cheltenham. I think they've just lost a little bit of momentum because of because there was oodles of space to play with.
They wanted a touch, they weren't going to get one, and that time again it was Keris Godwin who's been a nuisance for Yorkshire right through the middle. Godwin will take this ball again. Opportunity with 1:20 to go. Godwin, lovely pass out the back towards Walker. Back to Godwin! Keris Godwin thought she'd scored earlier on this morning. She scores now, and surely she's just won Cheltenham this game.
It looks that way. So what they've done here is that attack has attacked the retreating player. So what you've then done, so this is text. So
you then brought the two. You got to put 2 on 1 really in that situation, and then you got to open up the gap that way.
You have. So what's happened is that they've run a short play. So the balls come very close to the runner off the ground, who's then attacked the player who's having to retreat back the 7 metres. To do that, the fellow mid, so the right mid is from Thorns' side, they've then had to step in to try and make the touch, which has then created that 2 on 1 on the left hand side.
Last touch. Well, it's been given. And Yorkshire have just levelled this game up with the final seconds of the game. It's 2-2. That time I think it might have been Alana Gauntlet once again going through. So drama already early doors this morning. As we have a look at the replay, just through the middle, I think the player there was 94, Eleanor Moss, was offside.
Yep.
And because of that, she can come straight through, get the touch on, and it's 2 apiece. It's what an ending again.
It's exactly the same play. Or it's a very similar play. Is that what's happened? Is that at the other end, Cheltenham had the extra player there, drew the defender in to pop off on that situation there. Thorns have run the short play, and the Cheltenham haven't come in to shut. The defender's been very slow to get behind, and hey presto, that's a try there. So so it was a mirror. So two actually very good touch scores in the last minute and a half of the game, just to keep it at 2-2. And actually, on the balance of play in the second half, I think 2-2 is a fair result.
I think you're right on that one there. Chris, I'm sure no doubt we will hear your dulcet tones again on comms very, very soon. Thank you very, very much indeed for joining us on our first game of the morning. Well, we must have said that we thought that it was going to be the win for Cheltenham Tigers with a minute to go, but a great score from Alana Gauntlet, has thrown down the gauntlet for Yorkshire Thorns. They get a point. They get 2 points for the draw. We're back with the men's action next. Bristol Jets against Crewe and Nantwich. Stay with us.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can, keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and find a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills, get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not every.
Well, a very warm welcome back. This is the England Touch Rugby Development Men's and Women's National Touch Series Round 2. After a fantastic ending to the Cheltenham Tigers versus Yorkshire Thorns, we are on to Bristol Jets against Crewe and Nantwich. Of course, Bristol Jets, they lost down in the third place playoff last time to London Scorpions. As we get ourselves going, and you can hear our try-scoring hero already struggling to just getting a breath back after that. Alana Gauntlet joins us. Alana, good morning.
Good morning.
What an ending! I bet when you touched that down there, I bet when the player came through and it was the advantage was being played, you just went, "Oh, we've got a draw!" What a moment right at the end, especially because you must have thought at the end there when you conceded the try in the last minute, you must have thought, "Bloody hell, we've done all this hard work," but then you go and salvage that as well there on the M1. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely. It was a nice try to end the game.
Yeah, I bet. Now, and as well, this is your first experience. Well, your first experience this year in the Development Touch Series to get a draw as a chance goes through, and I think it's a try. I think that is Patrick Malcolm for Crewe and Nantwich, who have just scored there. So that's a really solid start for them. So Crewe and Nantwich get off to a flying start. But going back to, obviously, this is your first opportunity, this is your first development series of the year. To get that draw to start you off must be feeling fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great feeling to start the day, especially just off on a high and then hopefully carry out through the day.
Well, here, Bristol Jets will be looking to try and themselves on a high themselves as well. Ball goes out. That's a nice touch there. Action. Girasina receives that ball one more time. Shojilich is on his outside, which he gets to. Now back it goes to Girasina. Can he find a score? They're looking for the touch, and I don't think they're going to get it. It's been given, and within 2 minutes we're level at 1-1.
Yeah, that's a great buddy set up there, going on the player that's already offside, straight in.
So you must have thought there, so obviously go back to what changed that first half, from the first half to the second half back in your last game, because first half wise you were having to do a lot of defensive work, but then through that second half it looked like you were being a bit more direct through the attacking wise.
See, us Yorkshire Thorns today were 3 teams made into one.
Right.
So I'm actually a Crewe and Nantwich player myself.
Oh wow, so you do have a sort of bias in this game then, really?
Yes. So I'm a Crewe and Nantwich player myself, and at half time we just spoke and was like, let's get it sorted, let's win, at least draw, and start from there.
Nice touch. Can he get on the outside? Can he get... Oh, dropped on the outside there. It was a great pass again from Patrick Malcolm, but it just was dropped there on the edge that time by Julian Gilding. Subbing off as they try to move this ball up towards the middle. And now we will see whether Bristol can take the lead for the first time in this game. Genuine question as well. Appreciate it's only, what, 10:30 in the morning. How hot is it out there already?
It is sweltering. Yes, it is very hot. Running, and then also the heat directly on you.
Well, Daniel Hunt almost had a walking score there for Bristol. Robert Grease with a great run through, and he drew the player across to the right-hand side, but unfortunately just couldn't quite get there. And it's going to be a second touch on. Sub-box moves it on. Oscar Sykes, he's got a bit of room to run on the outside. And again, they're going to drag this through. 1-1 the score, 4 minutes gone in the opening game of this pool action. The ball gets touched there, and that's a sick touch there. Did you think, is there anything that you could see or appreciate with 4 minutes into the game? What can you see that Crewe and Bristol need? Is there anything that they're doing well? Is there anything that needs to improve at this moment in time?
They're driving and subbing on, well, bar that one.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, their driving and subbing on is just immaculate. They're getting on the pitch as quick as they can. They're getting up the pitch and creating opportunities for them to score.
Alana knows all about scoring. We already know this. If you weren't here with our first game, Alana scoring that try that gave Yorkshire a 2-2 draw with Cheltenham Tigers. Crewe looking to play that. They got the touch on there that time on Joseph Tyne. Ball goes out. Comes off of header there. Sorry, Chris Holt was the player who got the touch on, and it's going to be a dead ball back down at the 7 for Bristol. We'll tell you what, there are 6 pitches going on today. We should stress there's a lot of such rugby. You might be able to see them as well when we hit to the wide shot that pitch 2 is happening as well. We'll try and get you all the results at half time of all those games. Hopefully by half time everything will be there, so we'll keep you up to date. Don't forget that we've got pool matches all the way through between 1 and around about 1:25, 1:30, and then at 2 o'clock we then move into our knockout competitions. The plates and the cup will be focused on here on pitch 1 and on stream 1, but now our focus is on the pool, and that's a really, really good touch of the half. That time there by Tal Nurse, and again Crewe and Nantwich get this ball back.
See, they can create a scoring opportunity up every time.
I don't want you to feel like you're a jinx at this point.
I know,
I really don't.
Time.
But it's now an opportunity here for Bristol. Remember, of course, they were beaten in the 3rd and 4th place playoff last time out in Oxford. Can they go maybe 2 better this time round and make themselves into the final and get themselves that win? Here's Jurashina again. Nice touch on that time.
He's definitely gone for the wrong line there.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to see when you're on this pitch which line the actual scoring line is.
Well, he's gone for the 7, Jurashina. Jurashina moves it across. That's a nice touch, and it's going to be a 5th. Quick touch there at the 7, and the ball goes dead over the head of Akshan Jurashina. And it will be again a turnover. So again, not as costly the turnover at the moment there for Crewe. What do we? I guess it looks like it just needs to be better hands at this time.
Yeah, they were on 5th there, and the best play to do is to get it out to the wing. But like here for Crewe, they need to get halves there quicker. Ball off the floor.
Now let's see where Crewe go. They're only at the halfway stage, and it's already on the 4th touch. And the ball goes dead again. And once again, it's an attacking set here for Bristol.
They're on that halfway, so it's the ideal attacking set for them. 6 touches, should get up there.
We'll talk a little bit more in detail about half-time, about where your next game might be played. I don't know who you got next up. I can't even remember. I know, I can't. I haven't looked. I'll tell you what, we'll have a look at half-time in a minute, which is 2.5 away. Not a heavy touch, and again, he tried. That's quite interesting. That's twice now that they've looked to try and dive over at the 7.
I think they just see blue lines and hope for the best, if I'm being honest.
the conditions aren't there for sliding, unfortunately.
No,
Well,
it's not.
do you know what? I take this over the conditions that we had back in Nottingham, back in the Nationals, not too long ago. Dummy goes over the top. That is a deflected ball, and it's going to be 6 again. Nice touch on there. Well, nice deflected ball to get the touchdown, because straight away you could see that Bristol were going to be in for a second try.
Definitely the best thing to do as a defensive player is just knock that ball down to stop the score.
Sean McCarthy was the player there who stopped that. But here come Bristol one more time. And it's going to be a turnover. Is it overstepping the mark? Well, whatever it is, it's another chance for Crewe to try and get some territory.
See, once Crewe are on the pitch, they know what they're doing, they're driving. It's just getting the players off the pitch as quick as they can to allow them players to come on.
But it seems that the problem is at the moment is that they seem to be driving over to that far side over when they go there. So when they're coming over the near side, they're not getting the subs on quick enough.
They just got knocked the players, so making that long pass is the only option for them, and then it's not working in their favour.
Chance here one more time as the siren does go. So this is the last play. Justina over the top. Justina just couldn't quite get there, and Daniel Hunt again on that far side. So it is half time, and it will be 1 apiece at the break. And your overall thoughts on this first half, Alana? It seems to be that Crewe are just hanging on in there at the moment. They've got to try and improve with the handling in particular.
Definitely, yeah. It's been a good first half, evenly matched in some aspects, but Crewe just need to get their players on.
Indeed. So, scores from around the pitches. Not all of them are in our system just yet, but Cheltenham Tigers 2, Yorkshire Thorns 2. We'll come on to that with Alana in just a second. On pitch 4 in the women's pool B, Wigan Warriors beating Exeter Eagle Owls 6-0. On pitch 5 in the pool C, Bristol Jets 1, Nottingham Hoods 1. So Nottingham getting a good score there for them with the draw, and Thames Valley Vikings beating Chester Cheetahs by 3 tries to 1. Also, it seems that London Vipers 4 Revolution 1 is also in the men's pool A, which is supposed to be on pitch 2 at 11:30, but maybe that might have meant to go in the Revolution versus London Eagles game on pool A and pitch 1, but we will update that as soon as we possibly can. Your next game actually looks like it's going to be on pitch 4, which is going to be Revolution, which of course is a big game because of course they actually were the champions last time out. They won the cup against Oxford in a dramatic final, so it doesn't get much easier for you, does it?
No, brilliant. Not only that, and the heat.
Yeah, but I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but let's go back to that Cheltenham Tigers against Yorkshire Thorns game that we had earlier on. Obviously, you were involved in. How much confidence does that give you now that you got that point right at the end, right on the siren, to take you into that next game?
It gives us a lot of confidence just to know that, considering we've just come together today as a team, that we can work together and get the scores in and hopefully carry on that throughout the next game.
I mean, what have you seen so far? Like, we'll turn our attention back to this one here where we've got Bristol and Crewe, which is half-time, as you can see on your screen at 1 apiece. Where do you see this game lying in the second half? What do you think is going to be the difference between these two sides if there is going to be a clear winner?
I think the only difference will be is just getting players on. As I keep saying, for Crewe, they're driving to the sub-box, players should be running on straight away to drive it up the pitch, whereas Bristol, they're clean, they're sharp with that, and they're getting their players on and driving it up, so that's where the scores are going to come from.
Well, let's see if we're going to get any more scores. Remember, 10-minute halves. 10 minutes fly by up here at the moment when you're in the box, but you can hear the klaxon going, so that means that we are technically underway for this second half. All games are centrally timed as we get ourselves ready to tap off, and here we go with the second half. Crewe, who got the first score, looking to try to make it the first score of the second half as well. Ball up the middle. Nurse is looking like he's trying to orchestrate something as he carries it up again. Nurse, really good movement inside there that time by Joseph Tyne, I think it is. He hasn't got a number on the back of his on our team sheet that we've got, so I'm going to assume it's him because he's the only one that hasn't got one.
That is indeed Joseph Tyne.
Fantastic. Ball goes outlet pass. It's a free pass. It's a drop ball, is it?
Forward pass there.
Forward pass. Unfortunately, there, Freddie Mason thought he'd got the first try of the second half, but that shows you there already. There was a lot more attacking nous there, and a lot more attacking prowess that time by Crewe.
Definitely, they drove up the pitch and they allowed themselves to have them extra touches. So it's where the scores are going to come from.
Bristol now looking to try and take the lead for the first time in this fixture. Is that a heavy touch? It is. So they'll get 6 more. And Akshan Durasina has been all over the pitch so far for Bristol. We'll take it up one more time. Nice little offside. There's an advantage there. And I think there's going to be ball back at the 7. As Shoji Leach must have thought he'd scored, not that time. But again, here's Durasina. Wonderful step. No, what a great touch on that time by Oscar Sykes.
Great touch, great diving touch to save that.
5th touch. And from the 7, it's always difficult to score on the last touch.
It is.
And Bristol proved me right, just as I say that. But it always seems, why is it so difficult actually? Why is it so difficult to always, when you have that 5th touch on the and you have to go from the 7? Is it because they're always driving up on you on defensively?
Yeah, so ideally you'll want 2 touches to create a scoring opportunity for the platform and then the strike play. So if you're on 5th touch, you've slowed it down because you've obviously gone for the scoring opportunity already and you've just got nothing to play off.
Well, the 5th touch on the halfway line. Let's see how far they can drive it up. They can't really drive it up much further. And it's going to be another turnover. And Bristol will take it up one more time. Remember, they came 4th in our opener at Oxford 2 weeks ago. Again, you can see just how the difference in the quickness of how they're subbing on and subbing off.
Yeah, they're very well organised in their box to know who's coming on and who's coming off and to get their players on.
Chance one more time for Bristol. Goes over the top. That's a really important defensive play there over on that far side. It looked like a really good pass that time there from Robert Grist, trying to get it over on that far side. I couldn't really quite see the number on that far side, so I can't really say who it was, but
this is a great scoring opportunity for Bristol now to get this score in.
There it is. There's a touch on, I think. Yes, there was. Tal Nurse once again coming up defensively this time. Crewe are defending so well.
They are.
Breest, chance this time. And again, it's Harry Leach this time who makes the play. Breest again. Quick outlet pass to Paul Bunce there. Now a chance, this time. No, once again it's another good touch. As Daniel Hunt thought he was going to get in, but Freddie Mason gets across. 14.5 gone. 5.5 to go in this game. 5th touch, so realistically, as you say, we've always said it's quite difficult, but Greece are going to try and find that. Lovely pass over that far side. And unfortunately, Tom Hewson-Hayworth just couldn't quite get it down. And another defensive set for Crewe. But they can't keep doing this if they expect to try and win this game or even think about drawing it at the moment.
Definitely not. They need to get balls to hands a lot quicker and make sure they're doing nice, simple passes to each other rather than these long balls.
The long balls at the moment are not working. And once again, Bristol will continue on, looking to see what they can do.
This will be definitely a good opportunity for Bristol. Crewe will be tired on the line. They've just defended for 2 sets. Now this is their 3rd.
Not the best of passes, but it's a really good recovery that time from Geordie Shallow, excuse me. Greased, lovely pass. That's the score, it looks like. Toby Williams does score, and you can't say it hasn't been coming.
Great score, scoop through the middles, had the link on the outside.
And it is Toby Williams who puts that ball down for Bristol. And Crewe have defended really, really well, it must be said, but now they are behind for the first time in the game, and it is 2-1. Although, what we have seen quite regularly is that from tap-offs, they are getting quite far up into that far side, so this is an opportunity for them again.
They are getting up there on the pitch on tap-offs, yes, so hopefully we'll create a scoring move out of this.
Tal Nurse has got 2 touches to play with. There's the 5th. Nurse outside, looking, might go long, it does, looks like it was forwards. It was. Freddie Mason again. Thought he'd had the score.
Very unfortunate to Crewe there, can't do much about it. If you could just see on the outside of this, Bristol players already lined up, ready to come on, and that's how they're going to win the game.
Well, at the moment, they are doing so. 3 minutes to go. And it is Bristol who lead us by 2 tries to 1. Advantage was played through the middle. And the ball goes dead. And an opportunity now for Crewe. But they can take inspiration from your side, Lana. Thinking they could get maybe a score on the last play of the game.
Let's hope they can to level out the playing field.
There wasn't a touch on there, and the ball goes dead again. Just those little plays, those passes are just not going to hand at the moment, and as you've always said, if they're not going to hand, it's very difficult for them to go and win the game.
It is indeed, but if they know they're not going to hand, just keep ball in hands, like take it in yourself and allow other players around you to get up the pitch. Great score.
It does look like it, and it's another try. This time it is Luke Hudson who puts that ball down. Number 3 gives try number 3 for Bristol, and 3 might just be the magic number to go and win this game. It's unfortunate for Crewe because they have defended well, but when you're not getting in those attacking situations, and you sometimes, as you mentioned already, how tired sometimes you do get.
Yeah, it gets very tired defending constantly, and then when you do finally get to attack, you're too tired to attack.
Simple game this,
yeah.
Touch Rugby. I love the simplicity of it. This is why I like coming back. 90 seconds to go on our clock. Although remember, of course, these games are century time, so I'm sure you'll hear the klaxon when that happens. Greased just couldn't quite get the ball away to what he wanted. There is Jurasina, who's been excellent so far for Bristol today. And he gets that ball back, tries to step. There's a touch on there that time from Dylan Fletcher. Jurasina. Nice pick up on the scoop. Advantage being played. Ball goes out the back. Nice play. And Daniel Hunt scores after a lovely run through the middle one more time there from Shoji Leach. And it is 4-1. And realistically, with the way that Bristol have attacked, I think this is you'd probably say at the moment this is a fair scoreline with the way that Bristol have attacked.
Definitely, they definitely deserve the scores that they've attacked amazing. They're getting up there, they're doing their sets, they're completing their sets if not scored. They deserve the win.
And it looks like, with seconds to go, it looks like they will pick up the 4 points for the victory. See if Crewe might be able to get themselves one more try before the end of this one. Taken up there by Oscar Sykes. Final play of the game. As the siren goes. Now looking to try to go. Ball's not going to go there. And it will be the end of this fixture. Alana, thank you very, very much for joining us up here on comms.
Thank you much for having me.
No, it's been great to have your company up here in the box. Bristol, they came fourth last time. They score 4 tries this time. Will that be the way for them to go and get number 1 in the cup? We will find out a bit later on. Next up for us, though, it is Wigan Warriors against London Vipers in Pool B of the women's competition. We're back in a few moments' time.
Here at Pershall we've started a third age touch section which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning something.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative, and Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here is seen to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Sophie, what's your number? Turn around. 59 for Sophie. Kelly's number? 32. Kelly, what's your number? Sorry for you. No, you know it. I'll try my best.
So a draw in our first fixture between Cheltenham and Yorkshire, and then a win for Bristol against Crewe and Nantwich in the men's competition. But we are back to the women's competition next, as the development round of the men's and women's National Touch Series continue here in beautiful Burton, is probably the right way to put it. As the siren goes, we are very nearly ready to get ourselves underway between Wigan Warriors and London Vipers. Wigan, of course, winning the plate final last time out. And it is Wigan that move this ball forward, start us off. Ball comes back to the Warriors as they move forward one more time. Here's Annie Ainscough, chance, and it is Annie Ainscough who opens up our account for the tries in this game. It takes, and it is Wigan who start us off. Lovely little offload there as well from Catherine Brown-Williams to get us going. And it is the plate winners from last time out, Wigan Warriors, who get themselves off to a perfect start. Scores are coming in from around the pitches. Is that a heavy touch? It will be. That time on Jenny and Guyan. There's a bit of a worry on that. There's the opportunity for London Vipers to come forward. As we're joined on comms there by Luke Hudson up here in the box. Luke, a very warm welcome. Not a bad start for you there, with the first win. You took a while, but I think you were saying just there on comms, I think you deserved the way that you scored and you deserved the points that you got.
Yeah, I thought so. Just defensively, we dominated, so we got loads of possession there, half, but attack was definitely first game of the morning. A lot of discussions between people about what was going on, but we got there in the end. So yeah, that was good. That was good.
And a perfect way, I think, for you as well, especially after the drama of third and fourth place playoff last time a couple of weeks back, and it's a really good way to start yourself off to a great start. We'll come back to it as it's another score for Annie Ainscough on this right hand side. It's another score as she breaches the way through the Vipers defence, and she makes it a 2-0 scoreline.
There's a lot of pace. It's a good setup, which gives the space, and then just plenty of pace to finish it off. I'm going to take a guess that Paul Ainscough, the England 50s daughter, I guess.
Might be.
By the name.
Might be. Especially with, I presume as well, her sisters involved as well, in Mia Ainscough as well. So you might be right. I'm about to say, you just taking a trick actually on cost. The reason why I was going to say that is because it must be, I was saying it as well with Alana when she was up here on Constance in the last game, it must be absolutely baking out there already this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty warm already, considering it's whatever it is, 11 o'clock. So yeah, come 1 or 2 o'clock, it's going to be pretty bad. Fortunately, they're 20-minute games, so it's not too bad.
For the elite games tomorrow, 15.5 is going to be an interesting one for them.
Yeah, I don't think the weather's at hot tomorrow.
No, well, we'll see. You never know.
Absolutely.
I've even brought a coat with me just in case. You never know when you can catch a shower in this country for our worldwide audience.
Absolutely. So, enlighten me, because I only got called up. I'm not MVP, I hasten to say. I just got called up as I was walking past. So what 2 sides have we got here?
We've got Wigan Warriors and we've got London Vipers. Wigan, obviously, Wigan in the black, and it's London Vipers who are taking the ball on at the moment. Lovely pass out the back, dropped, unfortunately, though. That time by Kelly Carson would have been a try and would have been a 2-1 scoreline, but it is Wigan who defend well. That's the first real chance that Vipers have had that it almost paid off for them.
That's unfortunate. They really compressed the defence nicely on the left-hand side and come open, but just, yeah, execution.
Here come Wigan again. Annie Ainscough, twice a try scorer in this game, and now she gets the ball again, looking for the hat-trick, and she'll drive up through the middle. Outlet pass, one more, can it get there? No, it can't. Elizabeth Davis is there on the wing, but just didn't quite get there, and a good defensive set from the Vipers.
Yeah, but they're still gonna have to go quite a long way. But they would have had to go 3 yards further if Wigan hadn't started three yards too far back by mistake.
So here come the Vipers one more time as they look to try and get on the board as we hit the midway point of the first half. Oh, nice little touch out the back there.
It was a good inside option, but then they killed the pace by not dumping early enough.
And that's the sick touch, and it'll be the turnover there for Wigan. Just some scores earlier on in the game for you. We'll talk about that actually at half time, as there's been plenty of games. As we say, there's 6 pitches going on. Action here at the moment. But we're obviously focusing here on pitch 1, where it is Wigan who lead us by 2 tries to 0. Again, through the middle there.
I did notice there wasn't a lot of diving. The ground is very hard. People are a bit reluctant to throw themselves at the ground, I think.
It seems a lot better though when there's like sliding and all that sort of stuff. That's probably one of my favourite passes. There's a lovely offload. Oh no! Pass goes over the top there from Said Rihari, and the ball just couldn't be quite corralled by Courtney Horrocks.
That's a fantastic setup, I was going to say, because the threat of the back door coming round, they were so coming to worry about the back door with the first 2 tries that they just scooped in the other direction. Extra player, unfortunately, the ball went down.
So it's going to be the Vipers again to try and get themselves in half the deficit. I was going to say the last time that I was doing touch rugby comms, it was great to see everybody sliding on driving on the floor. I mean, when the game was a bit softer, it must be said. So
it's very enjoyable. There's a few things more satisfying than seeing somebody slide underneath from 6-7 metres out.
Well, I did see an intercept try the last time I was on comms, so right from the other end of the field, one end to the field to the other, it was brilliant. So we're hopefully going to get more drama like that today. Ball gets taken up then again by the Warriors, who at the moment are looking quite comfortable. I think, Luke, is probably the right word to say.
Yeah, I think Vipers, they have had the odd chance. I think they need to actually compress their attack a little bit more, because they just haven't quite got the range of passing. So if the player's open, it doesn't matter if you can't get the pass to them. It's better to bring your wing and link in a bit closer, and maybe the defender will get there, maybe they're not. But if the pass never gets to you, you can't score.
Well, it's been a turnover anyway, and the Vipers defending well again, but they're having to go quite far at the moment. They have to try and win that territory battle. Here they come again. Ball gets dropped. Unfortunate. That time there from Zipherus.
I think the Vipers coach needs them to get to drive a little bit further. Their players are coming off the sub box and they're having to run backwards. So it means they can't get any momentum and they get killed. So they need to take one more touch. The players stay on the pitch a little bit longer, then at least you've got some momentum when you come on, you get further. Effectively, they're trying to drive with 2 or 3 players on the pitch at certain points.
Opportunity, half gets caught. And it will be a turnover again on the 7. Might be given a forward pass as that one. Here come the Vipers one more time with about a minute to go in this first half. 2-0 Wigan lead. Okay, driving forward.
You look there, there's only 3 Vipers. Actually, there's 4, there's some wings out there, but they're no threat.
Now, ball coming up there with Demi Quinn, but the ball gets turned over. And like you say there at the moment, they're just not, like you say, they're not getting the subs on quickly enough at the moment, are they? And they're not getting that, as you say, they're not getting that drive, as you say, like trying to drive on and try and get that ball forward, because they haven't really been in Wigan's half quite a lot this first half.
No, absolutely. So, unfortunately, some of their players are going to have to put their head down, just do a whole set and drive off, and allow the new set of players to get on. Because at the moment, all they're doing is they're giving their defenders the ball back 15, 20 yards off their own line. And in fairness to them, they've done a pretty good job defending, actually.
Here they come. Final seconds of the first half. You think this is big?
Yeah, that's going to be a penalty.
It's going to be a penalty, but because the siren went, will they get one final chance?
A penalty will be played, yeah.
Yeah, so here they come. Here comes Brown Williams with the ball, and it is dropped, unfortunately, that time by Olivia Harborough, and that'll be half-time with Wigan leading by 2 points to nil, 2 tries to nil. While we'll go back to Luke in just a second about his game between Bristol and Crewe. Let's tell you all the other scores that we've got in for you. Earlier on, as we said, Revolution losing 4-1 to London Eagles in the first game on Pool A on pitch 2, which you can see over on the back of our screen at the moment. Oxford also beat London Vipers by 4 tries to nil on pitch 3 earlier on in the women's Pool B fixture, so Vipers looking to try and get back into this one. Those are the games that we haven't already mentioned to you. Let's just go through those men's pool action that we'd seen beforehand at 10:30. Bristol Jets 4, Crewe Nantwich 1. We watched here on the stream. London Vipers 6, Yorkshire Thorns 4 over on pitch 2. So good game over there. Chester Cheetahs, who of course were pretty damn well in round 1. They beat Exeter Eagle Owls by 5 tries to 1. Cambridge beating Thames Valley Vikings 4 tries to 1 on pitch 4. On pitch 5, it was the cup winners from round 1, PFT, beating Revolution by 5 tries to 3, and then Oxford beating Wigan Warriors in Pool C by 8 tries to 1 on pitch 6. So as you say, 6 pitches of stuff to bring you throughout the day as the Greatest Showman theme goes blasting round Burton. Luke, it was a pretty decent show for you in the second half, really. I think it's probably the right way to say about it in that Bristol versus Crewe game earlier on. What do you think made the difference for you in order to try? Do you think that you were just attacking that much eventually that Crewe were tired a little bit and gave way, and that gave you the impetus that you needed to go and maybe get those tries?
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of the two. We had an awful lot of possession and attacking opportunities, and eventually you will start to score. You will start to score from them, and then a little bit. We did simplify a bit. We started. We ran a few more 32 shorts, etc. And actually, if anything, we probably got even a bit more possession. We got a couple of minor penalties and turnovers in their half. So yeah, a little bit of both. But yeah, we had quite a long chat afterwards, and it was almost all about attack and trying to improve on that. I saw that score for Chester Cheetahs. That's quite impressive against Exeter Eagles Owls. Sounds like they're on the same role. They're on the same role this tournament as well.
Indeed, we'll be seeing Chester Cheetahs in just a little bit on this stream. They're next up against Cambridge at 11:30. Thames Valley Vikings against Nottingham Hoods in the women's fixtures in Pool C. That's at 12 o'clock. 12:30 will be Revolution against Yorkshire Thorns in the men's competition in Pool A. And then at 1 o'clock, London Eagles against Cheltenham Tigers in Pool D in the men's to round us off. But we've got Wigan Warriors who are playing London Vipers, and Lucy Parkinson initially dropping that ball. It was a lovely pass out the back.
I'm not 100% sure she would have beaten the defender, but she would have been close. More possession for Wigan, having the ball turned over in Vipers' half.
Indeed, Wigan now coming forward one more time. It's 11 minutes and 10 seconds gone in this game. It's just about starting this second half, and here are the two try scorer and Ainscough there who helped him off, and it's a chance there. I think there was a touch on there on Megan Clayton. You said you thought that might have been a forward pass there, Luke.
Well, it didn't look the best. I haven't got my glasses on though, so I'm quite a long way away.
It's a nice setter that we do have here at Burton, high above the ground as Ainscough. I think they got a touch on her, so a hat-trick might have to wait.
I think if you watch, I think in the driving, Wigan are winning the battle of the touch. They're tending to get underneath the player. That one wasn't. Hello.
Down the sideline.
That's the opposite of the commentator's curse. They've just won those two there.
Demi Quinn takes it up, and an opportunity here maybe for Vipers if they can drive it forward again.
Just really given Wigan a chance to come to there we go, see, winning the battle of the contact.
Fifth touch. Here come the Vipers. Nice little offload there. I think there was a touch on though. And Jenny and Guyan just couldn't quite get through the gap. And Wigan will retain and regain possession, but a drop ball there that time.
Wow, so that's excellent. The first time that they've really managed to drive out of the half and then forced a turnover.
Indeed. So, with the ball now trying to get through, here comes the Vipers, looking to see if we can get ourselves a try. Vipers will be thinking we are right back in this game, but they're going backwards at the moment. They're looking maybe to try and see. They've made up to the 25-metre line on the fifth. Here's Nguyen. Nice pass out the back. Just didn't quite get to Rosine Blackie's hand, and it's going to be a turnover. So really, Wigan not the most costly of turnovers.
No, and it was very noticeable. Perhaps three times, Vipers actually went backwards for the setup, which is okay if you're on the attacking line. You can afford to draw them out, but it didn't really help them, and has given possession much further down the pitch than it would have been otherwise.
There's Joanna Egerton.
Hopefully okay now, because that's last touch, so there's no setup.
Egerton looked like it was forward anyway, just didn't quite go to the hand of Molly Jones on that far side, and once again it will be on the 7th, and Vipers will have a chance to get themselves a try once more.
It's really soul destroying when you're just constantly having the ball turned over on the 7. And the opposition try line looks so far away.
I mean, your next game is against Wigan Warriors, actually, just thinking about this, Luke. So, pitch 5, so you're going to have to make your way around the back, I'm sure, in just a few moments' time. Appreciate that you might have to leave us before the end of the game, before getting that. But appreciate we got this game going hard. But obviously, looking ahead to your day at this moment in time, big chance now for you to try and get that 2 from 2, and maybe even thinking about maybe winning this competition after a chance going out the semi-finals last time.
Yeah, I wasn't here for the last tournament. I was on holiday, I think.
So was I, to be fair.
Not the people need to know that.
So was I, to be fair.
So I haven't seen, I haven't seen Chester and other people play, but I think they were pretty disappointed. They felt they didn't really do themselves justice. But it's a beautiful day. You always, on a day like this, you always have a certain sort of feeling that things could go your way. When it's raining, you tend to feel a bit more negative. See if we can get to semi-finals and call that a day. So it should be good. Should be good. Second Saturday anyway. I played last Saturday. It was in Bath. We were doing promotion for the regional roadshow. Amazing day. It was beautiful. It was absolutely fabulous.
Seems that the Saturdays are going very, very well. The Sundays not necessarily too much in terms of the weather, but like I said, the elite men's and women's national touch series on tomorrow, right back here on our England Touch Rugby YouTube channel, so stay with us throughout the weekend. Plenty of great touch for you. Is that a heavy touch? Not too sure on that one, but again, they're taking it into contact, and you could see it's dropped ball, unfortunately, but you could see that they was trying to take that ball into contact. You were saying they were trying to win.
Absolutely, there was three really, they were nearly at the halfway on three, having started on their own line. That will allow their players to come on and keep moving forwards. I have to say, Wigan, they tip the ball off nicely. If you just don't get two defenders up, they tip it off and they make the ground.
Indeed.
Plus, they got a lot of pace, so the combination of the two is very difficult to deal with.
Chance here. Here's Ainscough. Just couldn't quite.
Yeah, that wasn't really on, I don't think. That was a very narrow space, and they compounded it because that was fifth touch, so now they haven't got enough done to set it up.
Here comes.
But the pace of Ainscough may do the job. I'm guessing that was another Ainscough.
Might be assistant. Might be assistant, to be fair.
To be honest, I just saw the pace, and I thought that was probably
So Vipers now looking to try and get themselves in with 3 minutes to go.
I might love you and leave you at this moment.
I understand that.
Captain, who's a police officer, shouts at me.
No problem.
Thanks for your time.
Luke's been brilliant. Thank you very, very much for your time on comms. Thank you very, very much. Go well against Wigan.
Thanks, mate.
So we are down to just myself for the last couple of minutes of this game, as Vipers will have a chance here, though, to see if they can get their first try of the day. Now looking for Guy. Takes it up. Nice touch. But now an opportunity again. Are they trying to set up at the 7? Quick ball needs to come, you feel. And Guy in again. There's the sweep. Sweeps on the outside. Opportunity here. Oh, just short. I think it was offside. Was it? It was. So an offside call given there by Mel Day. And now ball goes back to Jenny Nguyen, who has looked very, very good for Vipers. She's looked like she's been the one that's going to try and start this attacking prowess. Again. Quick touch on. Now, the half goes out. Chance for Nguyen, and it almost went through, but again, it's going to go back to the 7. They've got a chance still to get that try. Willow Frey on the ball. There she is, 5th touch on. Frey looks for the touch. Think there was a score there. There was. And it is Yu Jung Lee Tornquist that gets Vipers' first try of the day. And it gets them back within 1 with seconds remaining. Might be difficult to see them getting a second with just seconds to go. But it is Yu Jung Lee Tornquist that gets Vipers on the board. There is the klaxon. And there is the full-time whistle. So last play of the game sees Vipers get their first try, but it is Annie Ainscough that finds the way to score 2 tries in the opening 5 minutes of the first half to give Wigan Warriors a 2-1 victory in this women's Pool B fixture. We go into Pool B again, this time in the men's competition, and we get to see Chester Cheetahs take on Cambridge. That's our next matchup on the stream as the pool matches continue in round 2 of the Development Men's and Women's National Touch Series. We're back in a few moments' time.
Wigan won that one, didn't they? Yeah, it was. Yeah. What's that? mate. Just go back out now. All right.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Burton. You can hear our special guest up here in comms. Cat Brown Williams from Wigan Warriors joins us. Is it hot out there?
It's very warm out there today, yes.
Well, very, very warm welcome. Hope you, well, I'll say it in more sense of the word. What are your thoughts on that one? It was a tight game between yourself and the Vipers.
Yeah, very tight. We played them last time. I think there were a few players short in the last round. So they came today with more players and a lot more intensity. We tried to keep them out in the first half as best we could. Midfield D was our work on. They got a score there on myself in the second half.
Well,
but yeah, it happens to the best of us.
It does. Well, it happens to the worst of us in my case, no doubt, I'm sure. But we're ready to go. And obviously, because you won the plate final, was it last time out? Wasn't
yes,
it?
Yes. Was,
yeah. So obviously, that's a really good start for you winning that plate final. But now, I presume for you, it's a case of now trying to look to try and win that cup competition or go further in that cup competition. And wins like that will help you in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we got the win, and that's the main thing. We've got Oxford at 1 o'clock. And that's our go-get game to make sure we get into the cup playoffs this afternoon.
Indeed. Well, Kat's going to be with us for this one because we're really looking forward to this. Chester Cheetahs against Cambridge. Earlier on in the action, both teams coming into this actually with wins. Chester Cheetahs winning 5-1, Cambridge winning 4-1 in their previous games. As that one goes a forward pass, and that will be a turnover there. So, Kat, what do you expect? What are you expecting for this game? Do you think, like, what early doors and all that sort of stuff? I mean, obviously, Chester Cheetahs and Cambridge coming on with a win. This is a big game, of course, obviously for both sides trying to get into that cup competition, like yourself in the women's games.
Yeah, I think it'll be intensity, making sure they're driving up the pitch, getting to the box to make sure they're subbing off and bringing on fresh players, and not losing the ball in the ruck could be a good start.
Definitely, Chester there. Unfortunately, the Cheetahs not doing that there. You can see, Kat, you're blowing hard after that game, I suppose. It must be. No, don't apologise. It just shows you the intensity, and also as well. I mean, we've got a lovely cushy position up here in the box in the shade.
Yeah.
When you're in the sun, when you're in the dark sunshine, we'll come back to that in a second. There's a chance there for Chester. For Jake Morris, just couldn't quite get through.
Oh, lovely try there, yeah.
He has. Jake Morris has scored, and Chester get the opening score of the game. Comes through. And it's a great score as he waves up to us up here in the competition position. Jake Morris walks straight through and gets the opening score, and it's 1-0.
Very nice.
But as you say, but you could tell that there, like how hard it is, especially as we're getting towards that heat of the day.
Yeah.
But I guess so for you, at least you're going to be only in that game position for maybe once, and then from there it'll be fine. Hopefully the heat comes down throughout the day.
Yeah, we said maybe 1 o'clock when the sun is at its highest. We might be blowing, but playoffs might be a bit cooler.
Fingers crossed. But now here come Cambridge, an opportunity to respond. Can they do that there? Ball goes down. It's going to be 6th touch that time as Lewis Tisbury can't quite find it on there. Here come Chester. They're driving through the middle of that ruck really, really well early on.
Yeah, really good drive, good intensity.
I mean, you could see as well, again, going back to the game that you've done, as a touch comes on there. No touch given. Drop ball.
No.
Chance there for Alistair Clark. Just couldn't quite grab it. But a really good run there through the middle that time from Celeste Tolono. But it remains 1-0.
I reckon there'll be a few slippy hands on the wingers, putting sun cream on.
I might need to reapply myself, actually, even in our case. Unfortunately, I don't, as I've said before on the stream, I don't tan. I'll burn like a lobster for tomorrow.
Oh! Interesting move there.
Very. Couldn't quite get round that good Callum Lambourne as he was looking for Ben Lecraft. Oh, there was a bit of an interesting take there. And you say the slippy hands once again from Alistair Clark, but he holds on to it. Now the opportunity comes for Chester, looking to try to double that lead. And are they going to go in? And no, it's going to be a touch on that time. Jake Morris again. He's already scored once. Few players refusing to slide at the moment, do you think, Kat? Especially with how hard the pitches are.
Oh, yes. I think there's a few cuts and bruises in the last round as well, so it's only got worse.
Ball goes out the back. He's intercepted on that far side. Nothing better than an intercept try. We want to see one of them on the screen today. Here come Cambridge one final time. So look at that. Ball goes down. Referees are
letting
okay
it go,
with
yeah.
that. Yeah. Looked like it was over the mark, but we'll go again. That's a lovely pass out the back. Now the opportunity comes.
Nice.
Oh, drop ball there. Opportunity goes knocking for Will Cullen on that far side, but again you can see that Cambridge are looking really, really hard to drive through that middle.
Yeah.
Five gone in this first half, midway through it. Tolono for Chester.
Yeah, Celeste there taking the ball in is a very good player. Played with him for many years now in different age groups for England Touch and then in these tournaments.
One-handed pass out the back, looking. It just was a little bit high. Just was a little bit high there for Chester. Couldn't quite see who that was there on that far side. It's number 19. Unfortunately, we haven't got a 19 on our system down here, unfortunately, on our team sheets that we've got. So apologies on that. Ball gets kicked. Again, the referee's letting things go. No, they're not.
Not
It was
this
over
time.
The mark there. Mel Day saying absolutely not. Here come Chester one more time. Can they continue to impress and look it through Tolono? And that's knocked down again, that time on that far side.
6 again.
It is a 6 again, you are right.
Good, because I can't really see.
Malcolm Oluwasami is the man over on that far side that gets the touch on. Tolono looking for the dive, but a touch on there from Lewis Disbury, defensively doing well. Tolono again, looking to try and drive, looking to try and open it up for Chester, but just not quite there for Adam Jakes. Jakes gets the ball from the back, and now opportunity goes
nice.
wide this time.
Lovely.
Great score there on the far side, this time by Alistair Clark. His hands don't let him down this time. And a lovely pass out the back from Sam Green onto Alistair Clark. 2-0 Chester. The wind starts to pick up. Do you know what? That breeze is nice.
Yeah, it's lovely.
That breeze is nice. Keep the breeze going. What did you see there from that? How do they draw the defenders in there and then are able to get out the back, do you think?
I think it was the intensity, and then when they hit the short, they stepped back to the open side, so there was more room there, and it causes the winger to come in because they get scared that they think the link's going to hit a hole, so you have to make a decision. And if they've got that pass, I think most teams would tell you to let them throw it.
Again, the ball goes dead. It's a chance on that far side for Will Cullen as Ben Lecraft just couldn't quite get the craft work working, unfortunately for him. Chance now through the middle again for Chester. Ball goes a little bit up over the mark, but referees are fine with it. There's a touch on there. That's the 4th. Now what they're going to do. Chester, that's the 5th. Now, can they get it forward again? It is Morris who can't quite get it out the back, and Cambridge will get it over, and a quick ball will go across. And there is Lawasani. You take the ball at the half, ball gets dropped
unlucky.
again. That time by Ben Lecraft. And now it's Chester's turn to see if they can add to their lead with about a minute or so to go in this first half. Bet you're glad you're not playing 15-minute halves at the moment, aren't you?
That's why I'm playing developing, not elite.
I bet in this weather would be it would be very hard. Chance for Tolono. It's a forward pass anyway. Oluwasami will Hang on. Chance
Oh.
goes out to him on that wing, gets touched, but now here comes Cambridge. Cambridge looking to try and drive this ball forward one more time. Here comes Lewis Disbury, who's been excellent in defence, now looking to try to be excellent in attack as well. And as I say that is a true commentator's curse. 6 again, and he drops the ball as well to go with good measure. We'll go through some of the scores at half-time in just a couple of seconds from around the pools that we've got that have just been updated on our spreadsheet here in just a moment. But now, looking, wonderful take. Surely there's a chance here from the half. Goes out the back. Is there a touch on? There is. Oliver Samney that time has got a touch on.
What a touch.
And I think the siren's gone. It has. And it has. So half time, but what a touch that was there from Malcolm Olawasami. Keeps his side in the game really there, Kat, must be said.
Yeah, 100%.
So half time has arrived with the score at 2-0 to the Chester Cheetahs. Let's go through actually some other scores that we've got, obviously from around the pools. Pool 1, we've obviously we'll talk about that again a bit more with Kat in a second. Wigan 2, London Vipers 1 in Pool B. Pool A saw Cheltenham Tigers. We saw them draw with Yorkshire Thorns earlier on today. They were winners 3-2 against the London Eagles in Pool A. Also in Pool B, Oxford beating the Exeter Eagle Owls by 4-0 on pitch 3. So that's going to be a good game. We'll talk about that in a second, actually, Kat. Then we've got Revolution beating Yorkshire Thorns 2-0 in Pool A in the women's competition as well. Those are the 4 games there. On pitch 5, it was men's Pool D action. London Eagles 3, London Galaxy 6. And also in Pool D, Cheltenham Tigers beating the Nottingham Hoods by 7-3. Currently going on, of course, we've got these games between Chester Cheetahs and Cambridge 2-0, as you can see on your screen at half-time. London Vipers against Revolution in Pool A. That's also going on. PFT, the defending winners, of course, from the Cup competition last time. They're taking on Yorkshire Thorns on pitch 3. On pitch 4, Thames Valley Vikings against Exeter Eagle Owls. Pitch 5, we've got Bristol Jets against Wigan Warriors. And also in Pool C on pitch 6 is Oxford against Crewe and Nantwich. So we'll go to your team, as it were, Kat. We'll talk about the Wigan Warriors, of course, winning 2-1 against London Vipers and now setting up that showdown with Oxford at 1 o'clock. Big game coming up.
Yeah, really big game. Oxford have got a lot of experience in their team and some very, very good players. When we came across them last time, they've got Claire Davis and Marnie, who play in the mids for them. They set a lot of things up for them. Very strong, experienced players, so hopefully we'll be looking to see what they do and stop them doing it.
The big thing as well, I guess, though, is that obviously you've got a little bit of a break in between now and then. Obviously, you've got about another hour or so before you have to realistically focus on that. How important is that to have that break time, especially with weather like this as it is today as well? Because it's lovely to watch, don't get me wrong, it's lovely to be involved in it, but I'm sure playing in it isn't necessarily the best option for you.
No, so I think our advice was make sure you get in the shade, get off your feet, make sure you're taking on a lot of water, especially in this weather, and then half an hour before kick-off we'll start to go again and build for the game.
Oh, so you're not on. You are off your feet in a way, I guess.
A little bit, yeah.
But we'll let you go in about 10 minutes' time when we get ready for the next games on our streaming field here as part of England Touch Rugby, the Development Men's and Women's National Touch Series Round 2, and we are currently seeing the Chester Cheetahs against Cambridge. And it is the Cheetahs who lead 2-0, but Cambridge looking to try to change that already at the start of the second half. Here is, on this far side, or the near side to us, Will Cullen. He's on the 5th. Does he get the touch on? He does.
Oh, good touch.
Really good touch there as Ben LeCraft, who's been really busy trying to make things work in the midfield for Cambridge. Can't quite get there, and he's gone straight through, has he? Well, ball gets moved back across. Hat got lost in the process. That time for Sam Grinter. Jake Morris is involved as always in the play. The ball gets dropped. No play on. Looked like there was a whistle being blown, but here's Morris. Morris on the outside. Lovely pass.
Great try.
That is a sensational pass from Jake Morris over the top. And it is the try over on that far side for Chester. 3-0, and it's hard to see at the moment how Cambridge get back into this one at the moment.
Yeah, I think if they get one back now, it'll give them a bit of confidence and they can sort of try and see the game out. But if Chester are in again, I think that'll knock their confidence, and it's a long way to come in such short games.
Sam Eggins with the try for Chester. We've always said 3, as the old saying goes, 3 is the magic number. Will it be for Chester? Lovely attempted step. That time from Travis Kenny. It will be on the 7. Next score you feel has to be Cambridge's.
Yeah, I think for them to stay in the game, it has to be Cambridge's, and D out, come back again.
Ball, nice little pick up off the back now. Can the half get in? It's Oluwasami on the far side. But it is Eggins again who turns it over and gets a sick touch. And that will be the turnover for Chester. Oh, ball goes there, but referees, I think, were happy to let that go initially, but I think now
he thought about it.
Yeah, I'm about to say, they're going to change that now. Say, it will be Cambridge to take this up, and as we've said before, the next score has to be theirs as the clock keeps on ticking. Remember, only 10-minute halves in this game. Oh, is there a chance?
Nice.
Wonderful play. Wonderful play. Hallander caught there with the pass off, and it's Rory McAuliffe who gets the try, and we said the next try had to be Cambridge's, and it is.
Yeah.
That's such a sensational ball. To be able to open up the defence like that as well, drew so many men over him and players over.
Yeah, it was a really good try, and again you saw the winger was left the decision to make. You've always got to make one, and you just hope it's not the wrong one.
Definitely. So, Cambridge do get a score. If we get another one, we could have an interesting final few minutes of this game. But it is Chester.
Looking to sweep.
They are, and they could be in again here. The half can't, obviously, if you are new to touch, the half person who takes the ball up from the ruck like that can't score. But the player who just took the ball into contact can.
Great dive.
And that is Thomas Jakes. Tom Jakes goes over. And it is 4-1 to Chester. And their 3 try has been restored.
Yeah. Not long left to go. I think Chester will be saying we just got to keep them out here, keep them out, and the game's ours.
Indeed so. Here come Cambridge though again. Already scored once, so they score another. You never know. Tried a nice pass out the back there to Ben LeCraft, but couldn't quite get there. And Ben Hopkins was left a little bit short. 5 to go in this game, and that looked forward, but maybe from our position, it wasn't on the field. Here's the chance there for Jakes. Outs the back again, gets a nice step. Think there's a touch on though.
Yeah.
And Chester there just couldn't quite avoid the touch, and so here come Cambridge one more time.
You start to see people getting tired now. They've been in the heat quite a long time.
Definitely, you can see that there's more gaps starting to open up.
Yeah.
Tell you what, we'll turn your attention. Appreciate your game doesn't start till 1 o'clock, but are you feeling confident going up against Oxford? How are you feeling after the first 2 games that you've had today?
We're definitely better this tournament, coming into it, a bit more practice. You get up to the intensity again. We only lost to them by 1 in the last round, so I do think it is going to be a very close game. And it's always who brings more intensity third game of the pool, who's going to grind it to the end, I think. So it will be very close.
Big game as well, you'd imagine as well. In comparison to see if you think we'll make it through to the cup competition this time.
Yes, that's the goal. That's where we need to be. Top of the pool, and I think it guarantees us a top four finish.
I'm sure it will. Well, you'd be up there in the cup competition. I'm not sure about the quarter-finals, but I think we've got a lot of quarter-finals. There's 4 quarter-finals taking place, so you're in there. There's no doubt about that. If you've won both the games that you have done, I imagine you will be in the quarter-finals of the cup. But an opportunity, though, here again on this far side, and that's an intercept.
Oh!
That's a great intercept, to be fair. Juggling balls. It was like watching the circus, but that time there, it's Roy McAuliffe, who is the coolest customer on a blazingly hot day here in Burton. 3 minutes to go. 4-1, Chester lead, but Cambridge, you can see they're really still trying to drive into that contact.
That's Sade. She's amazing. Plays for Wigan. Highlights reel. See our Instagram.
Go on and give a shout out to your Instagram. What is your Instagram? Oliver Sami thought he was going to go in, but I think there was a touch on there from Grinter. There was. What is your Instagram?
Wigan Touch Warriors.
There we go. Why not? Give a massive shout out here on the stream. It's the turnover. As Grinter will turn that ball. He's been very good out there on that wide. It's been a really good battle to watch, both Sam Grinter and Marco Walasami on that far side.
Yeah.
Subbing on very quickly, Chester looking to see if they can add to their tally. They've already scored 4. They're looking for a famous 5. Are they going to get there? Oh, lovely pass. I think there was a touch on there. Was Jake's there. Maybe should have played that ball out to the right hand side.
Yeah. Winger was tracking out. I think he thought the option was getting closed down.
It's a penalty given. Not really sure what. I think it was maybe for the side there. Referee's getting a little bit caught up as to where they were supposed to go. Paul Melday having to run across the entire side of the pitch there.
Oh.
As we have just seconds remaining of this game now. Chance here for Kraft, a chance. It's going to go out. Back it goes. It is. It's a try.
I think the ref has stopped the game over here.
Forward pass has been given. And it's a shame, really, because Bender Kraft has been very, very good so far. And I think he deserved a try for that, actually. He's been really, really good.
Yeah, it was good play as well.
A nice little pretend offload there. You can see Chester now starting to really motor forward. As we have, let's say, about 30 seconds left. Chance here continues on. Ball goes out to the far side, and again Grinter must have thought he was in. But again, Olawasani was there to make the touch. Here they come one final time, and it's going to be a slide. He's given that, I think. He has, as the siren goes. Jake Morris started the scoring. Jake Morris ends the scoring. And it is 5-1 in the end for Chester as they beat Cambridge. Kat, it's been a genuine pleasure to have you up here in the box. Thank you very, very much, and best of luck for your entire weekend as well, and obviously against Oxford as well coming up.
Yes, thank you, appreciate it.
No problem at all. Thank you very, very much indeed. So it is Chester Cheetahs who beat Cambridge by 5 tries to 1. Our next game for us here, as the pool stages continue, is Thames Valley Vikings against the Nottingham Hoods. What will happen in Pool C of the women's competition? Stay with us and we'll be back to find out. So very warm welcome back. Jonathan alongside you as we watch our last women's game of the pool stages on this stream. Revolution against Yorkshire Thorns coming up in Pool A of the men's competition, and London Eagles against Cheltenham Tigers in men's Pool D action coming up as well at 1 o'clock, before we have a slight break for a bit of lunch, and then we get ourselves underway with the plate competitions at 2 o'clock. And it's a very warm welcome back. It's lovely to see you again. I haven't seen you for a little while, Mel Day. How are you? You okay?
I'm really good. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm not bad, not bad. It's great to see you up here. You're reffing today rather than having to play like the last time I saw you down at Oxford. This was about to say, how warm is it out there now? It feels like it's baking out there for you.
It is stonkingly hot. I'm Australian, and yeah, this is kind of spring weather.
Spring weather,
which is actually stonkingly hot.
Spring weather. I wish this was spring weather for us every day of the year. So, but how have you been anyway? How's it been out there the last couple of games? A really good game that you're refereeing up for us on pitch one just then.
Yeah, it was really good. Really good standard today. I think I've done 4 games back to back, so I'm a bit tired. But yeah, the standard of all the games has been really good, and It's so nice to play touch in the sunshine again, because the last time we saw each other it was pretty rotten weather.
It was very wet down at Oxford during the day, but we have got ourselves Thames Valley and Nottingham for you here on this stream. Nottingham in the green, the Vikings in the blue, in Pool C of the women's competition.
It should be a really good game. Thames Valley have some really, really strong players. They've got a few ladies from the England 35 squad, and maybe a 27s player in their ranks. So Sammy Phillips leads this team, and she's just such an incredible coach and provides such structure to development teams. And you can see the girls using it now, throwing it around in the mids, and a 3-2 drag, picking up the 17. Great pass. Oh, I think that's a good score.
I think it might be. Sophia Milligan gets the first score of the day.
What a great opening try. I tell you what, that 17 has a great right to left.
Yeah, Katrina Phillips moves that across. Wonderful pass out here on the replay. And it's just such a nice pass. And you can see there as well, the wingers coming short, worrying obviously about the score through the middle. And then it's just opened up the chance there. And Sophia Milligan has the hands to take it through and get the first score of the game.
Great finish by the winger as well, because when you catch the ball up so high, you've got to get it down to the ground, and sometimes you've got an eye on that defender coming towards you, and but great eyes for the ball and great finish.
Through the middle, can't quite get that there. There's now opportunity for Nottingham to go over the top themselves, looking for the ball, but couldn't quite find it. They were trying really hard there as well to replicate that one. I think it was over on that far side, on this near side to us. But now here come Thames Valley again. And the ball gets dropped. So now another opportunity.
And we've got a great young ref on the field, Ollie Simon, teenage referee. He's been refereeing for a couple of years now. Chris Simon, his dad's the head of the ETA, but Ollie is just such a brilliant referee and has such control, and you can see his presence on the field so strong. I'm hoping to referee with him later on today.
Fingers crossed you will be.
Yeah, it's great to see juniors coming up through the refereeing ranks, and Ollie's still playing as well, and it's fantastic that he comes to a DTS tournament like this and does the reffing as well.
Overstepped the mark there that time as Vicky Webb tried to get through the middle for the Hoods, but unfortunately it goes on the floor again. That opportunity goes for Eloise Hillebrand, and an opportunity here, perfect opportunity now for Nottingham to try and level the game.
Yeah, they've given them 2 chances now, Thames Valley, just some errors in their initial rucking off their line, but you can see, I'm watching Sammy Phillips in their box, and she's cheering them on, she's clapping, she's keeping their energy high, so and here they have a chance to redeem themselves. So hopefully they'll have control and just nice sympathetic passes and rock the ball up here. It's almost gone through the full set of hands there.
So I'm just watching Ollie there as the referee has to give the penalty for overstepping the mark. So I was just watching Ollie there having to scrum round that far side. I just remember you, poor you earlier in that game, that last game. You thought you were going to be the centre ref, having to run the other side of the pitch. You got sold yourself short there, didn't you, by your referee team? Bless them.
I was probably blowing a bit as well.
Out of interest, as a referee yourself, Mel, what's the most difficult position to referee? Do you think it is what I would call, I know probably the correct term, the middle referee, the offside referee, or is it the 2 sideline officials? What do you think? What's the toughest place to referee?
Usually, it's the control referee when you've got a men's open side. Turnover, and they just go direct down the field, and you're hoping that they're going to go to the sub box, and they just go direct and sprint down the field, and you feel very, very under pressure, and you've got to run very hard. So we've got Gareth, he's a level 5 black badge referee as a control ref, and Shani on this side. So a good team. I know people probably don't want to hear about the referees, but they're doing an incredible job today.
No, of course. I mean, at the end of the day, everything without referees and without referees in the game, then the games don't happen, do they? So, it's so important. So, it's a massive shout out to all the referees, and it's great to have a referee on the comms with us here in our last women's game on this stream today. We'll go through some scores as and when we can for the last round of men's competition, and we'll try and explain what the pools mean. But there's a 6 touch there for Nottingham, and it will be Thames Valley that make their way through, and there's a drop ball again.
They just need some composure coming off their line, Thames Valley. I think that's 3 or 4 sets where they've lost it in the first couple of touches, and they just need to have some composure and maybe bring some simplicity to their sets coming off. But the Nottingham rucking has been very, very good as well. They're finding the gaps in the Thames Valley defence and doing really well. And here they go attacking the line there. Great dive there.
He's been given.
Give a score.
They have, and it is level. And that's Joanna Simon, I think, on this knit right through the middle there. I think it might be, yes.
Great heads-up play. You can see it just spot the gap between those two referees, and as soon as you've got defenders standing on the line like that, not coming off their line, yeah, usually it's going to be the ball was down before the touch. But
forgive me, I saw a 4 on there on the back. Excuse me, it was Gaynor Sewell who scored that one for Nottingham, as that one means that we're level. 7 minutes gone in this game, and we are level. As up comes Eloise Hillebrand again.
Yeah, Eloise Hillebrand, the 22. She's a good little player. She's got great speed on her. What a scoop. Oh.
And she gets caught there. We tend to see the halves normally get caught on that last tackle because they're just thinking, well, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter anyway because I'm going to have to turn the ball over.
Yeah, usually you scoop and you've just got to go for speed, and sometimes those players will close in and you can try and get that pass away, but if they close in on you too fast, you're better off just taking the touch rather than the touch pass penalty. But yeah, it looks like both teams are having a few issues with their rucking sets. They really need to concentrate on holding it for the 6 touches. It's kind of backwards and forwards here. I think this is going to be an over the mark.
It is. You can see there, Ollie Simon. He's not taking any prisoners, is he, on that near side, on that far side?
No, very, very good referee. And you could see just that extra step taken by the defence. And yeah, I think they just need to be patient. You know, if you think you're going to have that extra step, just, you know, lose some momentum and keep it for those 6 touches.
Well, Nottingham now looking to try to set themselves up. They're on the 25, looking to drive this ball forward again.
Yeah, good centering of the ball here by Nottingham.
5th touch. And obviously coming from a static point there on that 5th touch is very difficult. There's the 6th, and it's a turnover anyway. And Thames Valley will take us forward again, and there you go.
Sammy Phillips just stepping, driving it down the sideline. She's gotten 15 metres for a team there.
Yeah.
And here we go, Thames Valley centering the ball now.
There's Harbrand. Eloise Harbrand has been very, very good so far. She's been there fantastically at that back end of the dummy, in particular at the half.
We're going to have a 3-2, bit of a short. She's gotten it on the wrap, but
there's the 6th.
Made.
Yeah, there's the 6th. Nice little pass there from Zoe Warren back to Heilbrand, but unfortunately doesn't result in the score. So here come Nottingham Hoods one more time. Maybe the last attack before the break. 40 seconds to go on our clock. Appreciate that the clock doesn't normally dial up because obviously you've got to remember that the ball's that's a 6th touch.
I think it was ball down there.
It might have been. Yeah, it might have been the ball down.
Loss of control.
You are right. Yeah, you are right. I should let you decide the referee signals, shouldn't I? Really? As we.
Did you see the hands go up? It was.
Yeah, I saw the hands go up and I assumed it was a 6, but no. Ball's down that time. There you go. That time the ball was down.
Yep.
And it looks like we're going to be taking this game to the half-time interval. One final play before the half-time interval. There's the try scorer, Gaynor Sewell. Ball goes dead, and we are level at the break. We'll come back to that in just a second, Mel. I'm just going to go through some scores from around the pitches that we've got. Chester Cheetahs at 5-1, as we saw on stream, winning this one on Pool in Pool B. We had, where did we go next? We don't have a score yet from pitch 2 between Vipers and Revolution in Pool A, so if we do get that we will let you know. Men's Pool A pitch 3 though, PFT currently 2 for 2. They beat Yorkshire Thorns by 4 tries to 2. Yorkshire Thorns are going to be next up on the stream. Thames Valley Vikings in Men's Pool B They beat Exeter Eagle Owls by 3 tries to 2 on pitch 4. And move on to Pool C now. Bristol Jets, we saw them earlier on the stream. They beat Wigan Warriors by 7 tries to 1. And over on Pool C, Crewe and Nantwich losing 5-3 to Oxford over on pitch 6. So we'll try and go through some tables for you after the final games that we've got coming up here before the little break that we have, because that way then we can explain who's going to be in the competitions at the plate and the cup for you. And as soon as we get the score from pitch 2 between Vipers and Revolution, or we might just ask the Revolution boys when they come over here in a bit what the score was between them. In fact, actually the score's just been updated as we speak, and it was a tie, 4 apiece between the Vipers and Revolution. So I don't know if anyone's listening to the stream, but thank you very much for doing that. Mel, going back to this game between Thames Valley and Nottingham Hoods, it's been very tight, it's been very tense. It looks like, to me, I'm not too sure whether the two teams are worried about. I think they're obviously trying to win the game, but I think they're worried maybe even about not losing the game is probably the right thing to say.
Yeah, they just both seem to be losing a bit of composure, like coming up off their line. I think both teams are probably going to be quite disappointed with those errors coming off their lines, the loss of control, the poor passes over the marks and things like that. And I think they just need to work on the basics, the absolute basics, and the things that are within their control. And I think if they do that, we'll start seeing these full sets of 6 and the ball going from scoreline to scoreline. So, yeah, shaping up for a good second half.
Indeed. Very much so. We do, like I say, we still have 2 games to come for you on our stream in the pool stages. We have Revolution against Yorkshire Thorns. That is at 12:30. So that's next up for us. And then at 1 o'clock, it will be London Eagles against Cheltenham Tigers. That comes up at 1 o'clock. After that, all the pool stages will be done, and we'll be able to give you all the reaction and all of the scores and all of the placings and all the rest of it to determine where everybody's going to be for the afternoon session of play. But the ball goes down.
Yeah, there was a loss of control. I think there was just a ball in the ruck there. It's it's just getting those basics right, and disappointing start, but they'll just now be focused completely on their defence. And as we say, that pass has gone down. So
Joanna Simon there, unfortunately, just couldn't quite get the ball out to the player.
Sammy Phillips guiding play, some good momentum now, some good driving.
Nice little step there from Sammy Phillips.
Lovely dummy. I've fallen victim to many of Sammy Phillips' dummies before. It's never ever pleasant.
Phillips.
And here they've got an attack on the scoreline.
Sick touch.
Unfortunately, I think that pass was on there for the winger.
I thought that. Katrina Phillips there might have just been able to get the pass out there to... who's out there? Sophia Milligan, who's already got 1 try today. That was the one we've already seen. We've already seen that play that's resulted in the Thames Valley Vikings try.
Yeah, maybe the difference was the left to right pass this time, but it was a really, really good set of 6 by Thames Valley. I think they'll get a lot of confidence out of that. And as we say that, Nottingham driving very, very strongly now. They're up.
Gaynor Sewell, the try scorer, was part of that drive there. Here she is on the ball again. Sewell, nice touch, but it's 6. And she's trying to avoid it, couldn't quite do so. And again, it's just something brewing here, I think. Something's going to happen in the next few minutes where there's going to be a break or something like that, Mel, where we might be able to see the try that blows this game wide open.
Yeah, the last couple of sets you can see just a lot more intensity with their drives. You can see Eloise coming in hard to the half there. You can just see more intensity, more intent in terms of like driving very hard. So definitely both teams have picked up in the second half, and straight through, ball down.
Ball is down, but again, we've talked about Eloise Heilbrand, who has been everywhere, it feels like. There's been about 7 of her on the pitch so far.
Yeah, I wish I had her energy. She just
doesn't stop.
Doesn't seem like she fatigues at all.
There's Gaynor Webb driving up again. She's already got 1 try. She's got the try for Nottingham so far, as Heilbrand, just brilliant. The energy, again, just stepping out of the line. Now is the chance on for Nottingham. That looked like a forward pass.
Yep, and called by forward pass.
Yes.
Thames Valley in pretty good field position here. They'll want to take this second touch, hopefully over the halfway line.
That's exactly what they do as they
Great
drive through. Absolutely. That's outstanding from Zoe Warren there. Ball's left behind, but it's all right. Still got an opportunity here. Here's Katrina Phillips.
They've still got a strike dump to do. This is going to be fifth touch.
It is. Phillips, will the ball go wide? Yes, it will. All clear, all try, and it is. Guess who? Sammy Phillips from Katrina Phillips. It's all the Phillipses, and they get the try.
I tell you what, you called it. We were definitely building up to something, weren't we? And Katrina Phillips, the 17, isn't she a cracking player?
Absolutely.
Such good ball control, such good intent when she picks up from half like that. Really attacked the line, and yeah, easy pass out there and a great hole hitting by Sammy.
It's great as well, like you say, because like Katrina Phillips in particular, I think has been right in the middle of everything that Thames Valley are doing really, really well. She's always been that control. She's always seemed to be making that final pass, trying to open up the play for them.
Okay, and it's an offside penalty, so Nottingham are going to have a chance at 6 again on the line here.
Indeed, 6 again. It's going to be around about, I'd say about what, 15 metres out from the line?
Yeah, they definitely got some depth in that restart. Now they do. Great roll ball in the 7 metres.
No touch. Now there is. So we'll come back for the 7.
It was a great roll ball. You'll see teams really try and get that roll ball on that line, because as soon as they hit that line, then the defenders have to make the scoreline with both feet, and it's a really good marker.
And to try the roll ball again, down the middle. That time it was touched. Looked like the player was trying to get themselves over on that one. Looked like it was going to go for the dive, which would have been great. 5th touch. Now, opportunity. Final roll ball. Maybe the outside it goes. No touch on, and the ball just couldn't quite get over the top there. She was looking back for Joanna Simon. Almost got there, but you can see already the roll ball seems to be working quite regularly for them.
Yeah, you've got to hand it to the Thames Valley defence there. Sammy and Katrina Phillips both in the mids there. You could see how tight they were. They just weren't letting any opportunities through the middle of the field, forcing that long pass. Just exceptional defence and shifting over with each other. Yeah, it looks spectacular from up here.
It does. Oh, a chance.
She's through.
It was, but there was a touch on there, I think. Do you know what? That was really good play there for the Nottingham defender, because she realised she was offside and then let them through. But here comes Hayward. She played through and played the advantage and made sure that she was there to make that. Really good play.
Yep, and not getting the penalty for it as well.
Yes.
Here we've got Thames Valley shifting
5th.
between the mids.
Here you go, trying that roll ball again as Hayward will take it, and that'll be the 6th, and that will be a turnover on the 7. So, unfortunately, because of the way the Nottingham numbers are, we can't really see the number on that player who made the play. As soon as we get it over a bit closer, we'll give her a shout out, because that's really intelligent play.
Incredible play. Yeah, the Nottingham numbers are a bit problematic and a bit difficult to see from the commentary box up here. Great commentary box today, by the way.
It is, isn't it?
The last one.
That's
Fantastic.
what, comparison to Oxford?
Oh, and she's through. Great scoop.
There, Madeline Thomas. There's a penalty there. There's an offside penalty given. So Madeline Thomas there. Maddie Thomas just trying to get there. See if we can spot the number of that player there.
Great listening by Madeline Thomas there. She could clearly hear that there was an offside defender, and normally your best bet is just to run at the defender closest to you, because they're generally going to be the offside.
Just going to have a look, actually. I'll give a shout out. It was Ella Dean who made the play, who realised she was offside, and then she managed to come back and get there. So really good defensive work there from Ella Dean. I've been trying to work out the number there on the back, and finally we can actually see it in the background, which is fantastic news for us.
And they've just gotten another penalty, so 6 again, and unfortunately a loss of control. But you can see that both teams just have so much more confidence. So
ball goes down again though, and now opportunity comes for Nottingham with 2.5 to go.
And as we watch this defence, you should just really look at these 2 mids and see how tight they stay towards each other. You can see one of them nominating, going up, the other sliding in between. There's just no gaps in that middle defence there. Fantastic by Thames Valley.
Well, maybe the pass was on wide there a little bit. But now here's the roll ball. Now the quick pass. Now the opportunity. Can they get there? No. an opportunity goes, but you saw the right, but you saw it again. The winger came a little bit short there, didn't she, Mel? And it almost opened up the opportunity to level it up.
So close, so close. Just that execution on that last pass, which left to right under pressure. I think everyone's thrown some interesting ones. And here we go, the number 10, Thames Valley. I think she's broken the line quite a few times.
Might have been the 40, Kamina Harrod actually was that. I think it might. Yeah, it might have been there. But now this is an opportunity here, Thames Valley, with seconds to go to try and put the game to bed. Here comes Sophia Milligan, who's been excellent out there on this near side. Penalty given for overstepping the mark. Yes. And now Nottingham have an opportunity in an opening. Around 90 seconds to go. Remember, our clock isn't necessarily the same clock as the central timer. Here's Gaynor Webb, Gaynor Searle, who's got the try so far.
She's definitely been one of the best players for Nottingham. Everything she does is just...
Here's Sophie Bosworth.
So direct.
Opportunity. Nice step. No, she's going to say she took the touch. Is that the fourth? It is. So, here come...
great little dummy.
Seymour. The ball doesn't go, unfortunately, on that far side. I've been looking for Sarah Twos out there on that far side, but unfortunately goes dead again. And with just around about 45 seconds to go, unless this ball goes dead, I think Thames Valley might be getting up themselves a huge win in this competition.
Yeah, it's been a real grind. I think both teams will come off and think it felt like a real grind this game. But this second half, there's just been such improvement by both teams. It has been end-to-end touch. Once again, it's excellent driving from Thames Valley off their line. Fifth touch.
See how quick this is as well. Katrina Phillips, who's been all there, all over the place, looking for the pass. Is that a try? It is. It is. It's been given. And Katrina Phillips, we've said that before, she's been all over the place, and Sinead Hughes is the grateful recipient of that pass from Katrina Phillips and has just won at Thames Valley this game.
I mean, incredible. Katrina Phillips, I think she's been MVP of this game. I think she's just had a hand in everything, and just whether it's been attack, her defence has been so strong as well. I think she's had an outstanding game, and Gaynor Searle for Nottingham, I thought she's been incredible as well. Her driving has been intense, and we saw her score that excellent diving try.
Absolutely indeed, but it is going to be Thames Valley that take the victory here by 3 tries to 1 here on pitch 1. And it is a great score, and I think Katrina Phillips will be hopefully having herself a job well done. Mel, we will see you, I think, next on pitch 1 at 1 o'clock. So you have half an hour off.
Oh, I'll see you then.
No problem at all. Mel, it's always a pleasure. Thank
Lovely
you very much indeed. Well, this is it. That is the end of our women's fixtures out here on pitch 1. But we do have 2 more men's games to bring you. Revolution against Yorkshire Thorns comes next, and then London Eagles against Cheltenham Tigers. But it is Revolution against Yorkshire Thorns. That'll be our next fixture. Stay with us here on England Touch Rugby YouTube channel. Don't say that too badly. Don't say that too badly.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with. And once been playing for a year or so, that's where we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can, keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
So a very warm welcome back then to, again, still a sweltering Burton, it must be said actually. It is very, very warm indeed up here in the box, and that breeze that we've got coming through is absolutely divine at this moment in time. We do have, though, 2 games for you left on our stream this morning. Well, this morning's action, appreciate now the afternoon is starting to come here in Burton, but London Eagles against Cheltenham Tigers next up, but our focus is on Revolution against Yorkshire Thorns. I'm delighted to say that Katie Phillips from Thames Valley Vikings has joined us up here in the box. You were everywhere during that last game. That was brilliant. Congratulations on the victory.
Yeah, it was a good win.
What was the difference there? Because it seemed like every time that the pass was there waiting to be on, you were there pretty much ready to make that pass. In the mids, you were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's nice having some of the young girls who are so quick just to know that they'll get through that gap and you can just give them the ball.
I'm about to say, was it Eloise Harbrand,
yes,
who was just absolutely, again, you and her were just all over the park there pretty much defensively. And I mean, that's such a big victory for you as well, like in the context of trying to get through into that cup competition.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely want to be trying to get into that top 8, which is good.
Well, hopefully, we'll have a look and see all the rest of the scores will hopefully come in very, very soon. And we might be able to have a look at a few games to see where you might be done. But this is an opportunity here early doors for Yorkshire Thorns. Ball goes down there that time from Will Coombs. And it's going to be Revolution to take us forward again. So, what will happen on Revs' first drive of the day? Martin Byrne there talking. Martin Byrne, excuse me, taking the ball up through the middle, half. Oh, and it just gets deflected. It will be a 6 again there. What happened? What happened there in terms of the drive through the middle there? It just looked like it just seemed to open up for it.
Yeah, just hit the right hole, managed to get straight through.
Been asking everybody up here actually in the box, how warm is it out there?
Really, really warm.
Yeah.
It's very hot.
Is that going to be a try? It
Yeah,
is.
nice line.
And what a celebration as well. So it's going to be the first score of the day for Revolution. They get themselves on the board. As we look at the replay here, it just looked like he just seemed to dive through the middle, and that'll be a few hard. But those knees will not be happy about that though.
Yeah, the ground is not forgiving today.
Try there scored by Matthew Davis for Revolution. So Revs on the board early doors, but can the Yorkshire Thorns live up to their name? Be a thorn in the Revolution side. Here come team from Yorkshire one more time. Half goes up. That's a lovely ball. It just didn't quite fall.
A little bit much
for Chris Bell on that far side. But you can tell straight away that Yorkshire are really trying to open up both the defenders and also to Revolution. And also, it feels like the wingers are going to have to make you be a bit more, a bit more cautious about that one. You'd say.
Yeah, don't want to be too tight if they're going to be throwing those long balls.
Indeed so. Not the best of sub-ons, it must be said there from Revs, but they've still got the ball reasonably there with them. Now,
really good defensive set there.
Still coming through, the ball tries to get over the top and again, because you can see the line was being hit, but the ball just wasn't finding it there. You yourself, you don't have a game now for a little while. How important is that just to actually have that time where you can just relax, enjoy the sunshine maybe a little bit?
I think it's about finding shade today.
Yeah,
don't want to be out
bet.
in that sun. Oh, lovely.
That's a great score. Ball goes over the top. Try's been scored and we're level. Carl Sheffield over there on the far side for Yorkshire Thorns. It's a really good pass out there. As we look on the replay, really tight there to the touchline, but it is Carl Sheffield who levels us up. I'm with you, by the way, in terms of finding shade today.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm burning and I'm not even looking at the sun. The sun's not even on our view.
Factor 50 on at every break.
You know. Just showing that my own factor 50 there that we've got. If there's a factor 9, do you know what, actually I found a factor 100 out in America recently. They're still burnt. As a try goes over again.
Same hole.
Same hole, same player, same result. Matthew Davis goes through there. And they're going to have to be wary of that dive now, it looks like, Katie.
He's obviously not worried about his knees.
Wouldn't mind a little bit of range just to make the ground a little bit softer. But it is going to be 2-1. And, well, scores all over the place. We've had 3 scores in the opening 4 minutes. Here come the Thorns again, looking to try and level this game up for a second time. Coming out the line. Oh, that's a lovely score. Oh, he's
wrong line.
Wrong line. He thought he'd scored, but unfortunately, that time for Alex Hare, it was the 7-metre line rather than the actual line. Opportunity now, though. Here's the half. Chance to get it over to Chris. There's the score, is it?
Has he gone
out of bounds? I think he has.
Oh, unlucky.
Chris Bell on that far side again. Just couldn't quite get the feet down. That was the NFL. It would have been probably a challenge, no doubt. The wide receiver trying to be like Santonio Holmes in that Super Bowl all those years ago. For you NFL fans out there. But unfortunately, just couldn't quite keep the feet down. And as it is, it's 2-1 now then to Revolution.
Really good defence again, keeping them well in this half.
It is, but a chance here now out the back. And there's the 6th. George Gerrish almost getting through, as was the half there, Simon Mallard. Here come Yorkshire as they bid to...
Oh, he's lost his hat.
I'm sure that you've got your cap up here as well in the box, making sure you're not letting that go, are you, anytime soon?
No, definitely need it, otherwise I can't see a thing.
Ball goes dead, unfortunately, again for Yorkshire, and that will be a turnover one final time. So with around about 4 minutes to go in this half, what's your overall thoughts on this first half at the moment, Katie? What have we seen that's the difference at this time and Revolution and Yorkshire Thorns? Where can they improve? What are they doing well as well?
It's very fast. I think Revolution are very good at getting through those gaps in the middle. Defensively, there is a gap there. That's probably something that Thorns want to think about at half time. Thorns have had lots of lovely opportunities out wide, just the pass hasn't quite come off.
You think then maybe from a Revolution standpoint that they've got to try and maybe think the wingers a little bit too short, maybe they might have to be a little bit more cautious and maybe a bit more worried about that ball over the top?
Potentially, but they're not coming off, so at the moment it's okay. If they start going to hand, maybe they might want to think about that.
Well, it's another turnover, it's another chance for Yorkshire. Let's see if that ball over the top maybe comes off at this time. Quick pass, no touch. Now, look at that drive through the middle again.
Great yards.
Really good stuff. Ball goes out the back. And that time that was touched on there. Ben Chadwick. Neil Hannigan is the half. Now, quick ball again. Hannigan over the top this time. Oh, no!
Oh, no! Lovely ball.
The ball was brilliant. Will Coombs just couldn't quite take it. And instead of being level, Revolution again managed to just about survive. That ball over the top, we're keeping on talking about it, but one of them has to go to hand, surely.
You'd hope so.
Here come Revolution again. Opportunity, knocks for them. Half, gets caught. No, he doesn't. It looked like he got caught there. The ball's over the top. That looked like a touch on from me on Adam Sale, but the referees haven't given it. And over on that far side, it is a try. It looked like for me that he got caught, but the referee said that he wasn't.
Yeah, I thought he'd been touched. Good ball to finish though.
A very good pass over the top. And who is it that's got that try over there? It's number 1, which is Ian Rowbury. And it's a 3-1 lead for Revolution. And we always talk about trying to take your chances there, Katie.
Absolutely.
And the big problem with that is that if you don't do that, but now there's an opportunity. Oh, well. Ooh. What we don't know if we've seen that there on our coverage, but someone's just gone flying over the back there. Will Coombs this time does get the score, and it is 3-2. And we'll see on the replay whether we have seen the person flying over the barriers. Let's have a look. No, we don't, but he does fly over the barriers. But that's a sensational try and effort to try and make the play. But we are back to 3-2. Who was that tried to make a very acrobatic move across? Simon Mallard, almost making a very, very good one. But is that a heavy touch? It was. So with about 45 seconds to go, chance up here. So we are just waiting to see if we can get some more scores. There's a touch on there, and it's going to be a penalty.
Touch and pass.
A touch and pass, indeed. So some scores have been put in at half time, which we'll give you. Hopefully will ease things across and ease our knowledge of knowing who is going to be playing where in the next afternoon session of this development men's national touch series round 2. There is the 5th. They're going to play one final play. Ball goes to the outside, doesn't really get there, and it is a drop. And well, it's been a certainly entertaining first half.
Yeah,
It's been very, very good. At half time, it is 3-2 to Revolution. Some scores then coming in. Obviously, we know that Thames Valley Vikings beat Nottingham Hoods by 3-1 in Pool C on pitch 1, because we saw that happen with you live. Over on pitch 2, it was London Eagles against Yorkshire Thorns in Pool A, the women's competition there. We haven't got that score just yet. In Pool C, in the other game in Pool C that was being played, it was Chester Cheetahs 4, Bristol Jets 2. So that was the pitch scoreline there. In Pool A, on pitch 4, it was Revolution 2, Cheltenham Tigers 0. On pitch 5, London Eagles against Nottingham Hoods. We haven't got that score in there either, unfortunately. But in Pool D, London Galaxy beating Cheltenham Tigers by 5 tries to 2 over on pitch 6. So you're up to date. If we get any more scores, of course, at half time, we will let you know. But it is 3-2 at the moment between Revolution and Yorkshire Thorns. So talk about the actual day itself, because it's been brilliant so far. And especially, we haven't really had this opportunity to be playing in the spring and the summer like we want to. We all know why, but it must be brilliant to be able to get back out there, and it must just feel like back to normality for you if everybody playing.
Yeah, I mean, last year obviously it was fantastic to be back playing, but this year it does just feel far more normal. We're able to, I mean, we're shaking hands and things at the end of the game. Things like that are back, and it just feels like a much more complete day.
I mean, at the moment, especially when you've got 6 pitches there across the day. I mean, where you're seeing on our stream, we've obviously got pitch 1, and at the back of that is pitch 2. Over to the right-hand side, we've got pitches 3 and 4, and behind the clubhouse where we are is pitches 5 and 6. For me, it feels like when you've got 6 pitches or 7 pitches or 8 pitches like we sometimes do have, it feels great because you can just go and bounce around the games and watch all the ones that you want to watch, really. And also as well, for people involved, especially when we come back down to the finals when we're going to be playing on here, it's great that we've got this brilliant new stand that we've got here at Burton as well, so people can just watch it out in the sunshine, probably having some sort of alcoholic beverage later on today.
Yes, essentially. So, yeah, it's nice as well the way it's structured is you can probably go and see your men's team, or they can come watch you, so you've got that home support.
So Revolution there, you can see, very happy at the moment because they're leading by 3 tries to 2. Yorkshire Thorns, you talk about actually, the Yorkshire Thorns women's side I think are over on that far side cheering on the men's team, as you were talking about just then. Scores are just being put in, which is always good. Let's just hope that we get the scores from pitch 2, but we'll try and get you that in a second or two as we get ourselves underway again in this second half between Revolution and Yorkshire Thorns. It was an entertaining first half. What's going to happen second half? And a two-try scorer, trying to become a 3-try scorer in Matthew Davis for Revs, but just couldn't quite get there. Here is Davis again. Looking for the pass. Oh, that's sensational.
Yeah, fantastic timing on that pass.
That is excellent. Matthew Davis has scored 2 and has assisted 1 brilliantly, and rightfully so is smiling away as Chris Wood restores the 2-try lead. What happened there?
Just defender stayed still and he went through the hole. It was lovely.
It was a brilliant try. And, yep. 4-2, the lead. But this has been a really entertaining game so far. Trying to go on the outside. There's a touch from behind on Alex Hare, who's already been involved a lot in this game so far for Yorkshire. Quick. They wanted to set this up there. Hare looking for Hunt on the far side, looking for the inside ball. And again, the ball gets dropped.
One too many.
Cameron Cullen there with the offload, just couldn't quite get there to Hare. And by the width of a Hare, it felt like it almost didn't got the try, but not that time. Third touch then for Revs. There's the 4th. And again, look at how they're driving through the middle, driving into contact.
So much meters made on their drive in that one.
Turnover on the 6th. Adam Sale looking to try and get through the middle. So 4-2 scoreline between Revolution and Yorkshire Thorns, as you can see on your screen. As we keep saying, the clock sometimes isn't necessarily linked up with a central timer. Was that a heavy touch? No. Now, here they come. Offload. Oh, that's brilliant.
Really good score, that.
Fine run there through the middle. And it is Will Coombs again on that far side. That cuts the gap back down to 1. Excellent run there through, I think, from Tommy Dixon through the middle. And we're back to one again. It feels like a very tight, tense game, but at the same time, it feels brilliant to see there's so many scoring opportunities being created.
Yes, loads and loads of really, really good attack that's coming off a lot of the time.
The attacking prowess of both sides has been shown in this game. Davis again, and again, and again. Same hole, same result. Davis to Wood makes it 5-3. You can see here on the replay, through the gap, and just brilliant. Matthew Davis is absolutely everywhere. It feels like there's about 7. We said actually last game on Colts, it felt there were 7 of you on the pitch. Felt like there was. I know there's only 6 on here for each side, but it feels like there's 7 of him on the pitch as well.
Yeah, he's been instrumental in most of the scores.
Cap gets lost, but gets it back. There's Hare trying to step back. Hare this time will take the ball back. Now onto Maligan. Nice little step. Back it goes, and that's deflected down. It's 6 more. George Gerrish getting the touch. Here's Hennigan. And it's dropped. Oh, Ben Chadwick. Unlucky for him, but lucky for Revolution. Because every time they seem to get closer and closer, Yorkshire Thorns, Revolution seem to get that score that feels like they're just getting a little bit further outside. And you think the next score, particularly with about 5 minutes to go, is crucial.
Definitely. If they can get it back level, that would definitely help them push on.
Davis again. Now back outlet pass. All clear. Darren Rowe on this near side. And we said the next score was crucial. It goes to Revolution.
Absolutely. Loads of time on the ball there to be able to find the right person to pass to.
So it's 6-3 now to Revolution, and you've got to say it feels like a tough order now for Yorkshire to come back from. But we have seen drama on this stream, and we've seen drama throughout every time we touch rugby.
Absolutely. It can change so quickly.
Yorkshire looking to try and make that change quickly. Dixon now looks, and that's going to be touchdown. That's fine. And the ball lost ball down, lost the control. And again, it just feels, from standing here, must be honest with Katie, I think it feels to me that Yorkshire have had opportunities they just haven't taken, particularly in that first half with the wide balls, as you say.
Yeah, definitely. They're finding the right platform and finding the right hold. It's just the last execution's not quite there.
The execution's been very good so far. Oh, that's all clear again. And another try. An incredible dummy.
Awesome score, that.
And Revolution are now really pouring it on. As George Gerrish, who has been brilliant in the defensive zone, has now scored in the attacking one. And while we were away on the replay, I'm glad that we were, to be honest, because he was doing the Ronaldo. The Sioux celebration comes out, and why not when you've just scored a magnificent 7th? Couldn't quite do it like Ronaldo, though, I don't think.
It wasn't quite as good.
No. Here come Yorkshire again, though, and the ball gets dropped again. Time Peter Strachan just couldn't quite hold on to it, and I'll be honest, that is really a metaphor for this game for him at the moment.
Absolutely.
3 minutes to go or so. 4-point lead, 4-try lead for Revolution. But you can see how much as well Revolution are really doing well when they're driving into the contact.
Yeah.
Davis, offload again, looking for the touch. And it is. But it's going to be an offside penalty.
The first half, Yorkshire were able to pin them back a little bit more, but this half they are just driving straight through.
So, it will be Yorkshire have got to try and defend again, but that number 41, Matthew Davis, has been everywhere. Picks it up again on the half, gets touch there that time again by Strachan. Davis and Wood, who have combined for 2 tries in this second half. Back to Davis. Oh, that's again. Was there a touch? There was, but it's another penalty. And obviously when you get this close, you have to be careful with the 3 penalties straight away, because that way then, next if they do concede another penalty, one of them's off to the bin.
Absolutely, you need to be really careful.
You're going to take it a little bit further back, but I think they want to try and set this up on the 7, like that. There you go, Wood, who's been very good at finishing off scores. Now, chance through the gap. They wanted a touch, they got it. Through the middle, 5th touch. Now, chance. They do get the touch on there though. And Ben Edwards thought he might have had an 8th, but no, not this time. So with about a minute to go, Yorkshire looking to try to at least put the gap back to 3. As again, they're trying to drive into contact the way that Revolution are doing, Kate, but they just cannot seem to do that.
Yeah, they're not winning the ruck quite as well as Revolution. Good meters on that drive though.
5th, and that's a touchdown, so it will be 6 again. So they might be able to have the first. They might not be able to have the win, but they might be able to have the last laugh in this sort of try. Another last word. Dixon trying to dive. There was a touch on there that time on Chadwick. You could probably see Revolution with the way they're playing like this. They could be going quite far again in this competition.
Yeah, they're playing really well.
It is a try though for Yorkshire, as they do get the score, and it's going to go through there. I think that might have been Ben Chadwick that time that did get the touch on, but that is going to be full time, and it's going to be 7-4 to Revolution. Okay, thank you very, very much for your for joining us up here in the box.
Thank you for having me.
No, it's been absolute, genuine, and absolute pleasure. Thank you very, very much indeed for joining us, and best of luck for the rest of the day as well.
Thank you.
So, that is our penultimate game of our morning session done between Revolution and Yorkshire Thorns. We have one more game to bring you in men's Pool D, and it's going to be the London Eagles and the Cheltenham Tigers. We're back in a few moments' time.
Herschel, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning something.
When you get there, put the ball on the floor and either step round it or just roll it gently with your fingers. Don't heel it back. What feel the moment of heeling it back? You don't need to. Okay? The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby.
So one final game then before we have a little bit of a lunch break, really, which is London Eagles against Cheltenham Tigers. We saw the Cheltenham Tigers women's side on the stream earlier on. It's now time for their men's side to join us on the stream here. Just as I say that, the women's Pool A game between London Eagles and Yorkshire Thorns might be being updated on our screen here with the scores, so we might be able to give you some more scores a little bit now, but unfortunately nothing changed just yet, so hopefully it will do in a few moments time. But it is London Eagles against Cheltenham Tigers to round off our pool stages here as the siren goes. And we are underway. Tigers in red. It is the London Eagles in the green. And it is Cheltenham who will start us off here first of all. Ball goes dead, but they're going to say that was a touch. It was, so that's fine. Marcus Evans again picking the ball up on the fourth. Now back to him. Evans looks to go. I think there was a touch on there that time. There was. John Irwin on the 6th. And so it means it's going to be a turnover. Here come the Eagles. Chance for them straight away through the middle of the half, looking to try to open up something, and he does. It's going to be Gareth Weaver who opens it up for Richard Brumpton. The opening try. And it is 1-0 to the Eagles. So first try in the books, and it goes to London Eagles. We mentioned, of course, their women's side as well, as that ball was forward. Touched on, and that's going to be a turnover there for an incorrect play the ball. So, looking for a forward pass. So, as we talked about earlier, London Eagles against Yorkshire Thorns in the women's Pool A fixture. We mentioned that one. It was a 3-1 victory for the London Eagles women's side. So, that one there was victory. Of course, the Eagles played Nottingham Hoods on pitch 5 earlier on today as well. We'll try and get that result for you in just a second. That ball gets knocked down that time by Ryan Atwood. So it will be 6 more for London. Ball goes back to him, and it's dropped that time by Liam Wantonar. Touched on, so that's fine. So here comes Cheltenham with this ball again. Looking, that's the 5th touch, but again the half looks to step through the gap, doesn't get touched that time. I don't think he got touched, but the ball goes down. It was Theo Edwards who made the run through the middle. And a try scored there. Really good run there from Theo Edwards to give Cheltenham the victory. To give Cheltenham the score there. I think it was Matthew James who might have been who got the touchdown in the end, and it was James who got there. So it will be 1 apiece between Cheltenham and the London Eagles. Did that ball go forward? It did. It was a loss of control. So it will be a turnover, and Cheltenham will get this ball back after what's been a really, really good opening few minutes of this one between London and Cheltenham. 4 gone, 1-1. As Chris Wearmouth comes up from filming to join us in the box, and it is a turnover straight away there for Cheltenham, Chris.
It is.
Are you okay? Sweating a little bit? It's hot.
Hey, listen, if anybody was with us at 10 o'clock this morning, we were talking about both of our penchants for getting sunburned, so I've come into the shade for a little bit.
Well, you got the factor 50 there when we have our little break at half time. So,
yeah.
Chance, is that going to go? I think it was dropped down. I think it was dropped. It was that time there. I think it was Ben Lavelle on the far side who didn't quite get there. But it's going to be 1 apiece, and the Eagles, we're fortunate we haven't got the scoreline from when they played the Nottingham Hoods last time out, but the Eagles have looked really good. So have the Tigers, to be fair, in these first opening 5 minutes or so of the half.
Yeah, two very competitive teams. The Cheltenham, have come in leaps and bounds over the last few years. They won the Development National Touch Series at mixed level last year, and they've got a number of England Masters players, or a couple of England Masters players within their ranks today. Meanwhile, the Eagles, one of London's biggest clubs, if not London's biggest club, and they could comfortably put out 4 teams. I mean, certainly when it comes to the mixed competitions, they put out 4 or 5 teams over the course of a weekend, with all of which with different players, and it's the same thing at the elite level as well.
About to say, we'll be seeing the London Eagles definitely tomorrow, won't we?
We will, and but they have a very consistent structure. All of their teams play in the same way. People can drop in, drop out. You can chop and change, but everything stays the same.
Indeed. And there's that going to be a touch? I think it was that time. There was a touch on.
No, it's been given.
Oh, has it? He has.
Yes.
Maybe it might have been offside then. Maybe the player who was trying to touch it on was Michael Kelly, who was trying to touch it on. But it is going to be a try, and it will be a 2-1 scoreline. Not quite sure who got the touchdown on that one, unfortunately for Cheltenham, but it is 2-1 in now to the Tigers.
Yeah, that's one of those scores where you're never, from this distance, it's one where you then come down to a bit of a marginal call, because it could have been that the Eagles attacker just didn't make it back to the try line just by a couple of inches. Their feet are just in front, and that's one that the referees see obviously more than us. And that's a fantastic bit of defence there by Cheltenham to shut that down.
It was indeed. Derek Kyle there with the touch on to keep it at 2-1. But what can the Eagles do? Can they make it level before the break? Didn't lose control of that, and there was a touch on there. Well, it didn't matter anyway because the pass was forward, and it will be a turnover ball, and Cheltenham once again defending well.
Yeah, and this time the Eagles are defending. You see they're putting 2 runners up in terms of the defence.
Yeah.
And now they're putting 2 runs up again, which has really shut down Cheltenham. So that's then gone. So that's now a penalty conceded by Cheltenham for overstepping the mark, for playing the ball off the mark.
Yeah.
And that was all created by Eagles putting 2 players up in defence, both in the middle, and then here on this near side, which then forces Cheltenham into having to play something slightly differently. Now this time we're seeing Cheltenham send plenty of shooters up. Really good press defence to try and force the Eagles into doing something special to break them down.
Final round of the pool stages. We will come back a little bit later on, maybe around about 5 or so minutes before our plate and cup competition start, just to let you know where everybody is. But this is an opportunity here. It looked like the opener, and then a great touch. Looked like James Ephraim was there. It was almost there and in for the score, but not that time. That was going to be a loss of control as well.
A 6-touch turnover. But no, that was one where it's quite a common sight at this level, is to see the pass not be given. But on that situation, as a lateral runner, is you actually had a 3-on-2 with the lateral run, but then you need to give that pass. This is not like other codes of rugby where you can go on the lateral, get onto somebody's outside shoulder and make lots of meters. You've got to let the ball do the work. So once you've then created that overlap, give the pass. And if they'd have given that pass, then you had a large gap to try and run through, and also the 2 defenders trying to defend 3 attackers.
Well, hasn't resulted in a try yet for the Eagles, and it's going to be 2-1 here at the interval, it looks like, unless Cheltenham might be able to score with a 6 again here.
Yeah, that was really good. Liam Wattenaar there, that was really good honesty from him, being open with the referee that he'd played at the ball. So if the ball rebounds off you, then it's a turnover. If you play at the ball, then it's a fresh set of 6 for the attacking team.
Good sportsmanship, we love to see it. It's what makes such a special game. Now, almost a scoop there that time. Looked like it might have been from Daniel Sharp. But he's going to try and scoop that up then. And here he is again. Sharp looking for the long pass outlet. Dropped anyway by Robert Clark. Will there be a penalty? Doesn't matter anyway because it's half time. And I don't think that Sharp was particularly Clark, was particularly happy with that call, but it is what it is, and we go into half time. Just a quick reminder, unfortunately we haven't got the only score that we haven't got currently right now was the last game between London Eagles and Nottingham Hoods on pitch 5. So we haven't got that score yet, unfortunately, but let's just go through some of the scores that we've got for you at half time. here. Revolution 7, Yorkshire Thorns 4. We saw that here on the stream. It was 2 apiece between PFT and the London Vipers. So PFT, of course, they were winners of the Cup in round 1 against Chester Cheetahs, who themselves beat Thames Valley Vikings by 5 tries to 3 on pitch 3. On pitch 4, we haven't got the result yet between Exeter and Cambridge still, but Bristol Jets beat Oxford in Pool C on pitch 5 by 5 tries to 3, and it finished 1 apiece between Crewe and Nantwich and the Wigan Warriors. So very nearly done in terms of being able to try to work out where all these schools are. Looks like some of the pool I mean, you're going to have a look at the pool tables for us now, Chris. So surely, I know the pool games are not yet complete, but there are some teams that we definitely know that are making their way into the Men's Cup competition.
Yeah, so looking at Men's Pool A, so that one has been completed because we've got an odd number of pools here today in Burton. So PFT have gone through as the pool winners and with a draw and 2 wins. Vipers have gone through in second place. They had 2 draws and a win. Current standing in Pool B, which we were referring to, just waiting for that Exeter Cambridge score to come in. Chester have definitely gone through as the pool winners in terms of with 3 wins, and then it will depend on whether Cambridge have beaten Exeter, because if Cambridge have beaten Exeter, then they will go through as runners-up. Otherwise, it'll be Thames Valley Vikings who will go through with that. And then in Men's Pool C, that pool's been completed. The quarter-finalists are going to be Bristol Jets and Oxford. And then Men's Pool D is this pool that we're in at the minute. And at the moment, Galaxy are on top, followed by Eagles and then Cheltenham. So there's everything still to play for.
Yeah, indeed. We're just going to try and see the women's pools in a minute, but yeah, I think some of the women's pools have definitely been completed as well.
Yeah, so Pool A, Eagles have gone through in number 1, Revolution number 2. Women's Pool B is still underway, but it's this game between Oxford and Wigan which is going to decide in terms of who finishes top, but the 2 of them have definitely gone through.
Yeah, and then if we go down to Pool C, as you can see there as well, if you scroll down just a little bit further, you can see there we've got Thames Valley, Chester Cheetahs, Bristol Jets and Nottingham Hoods currently, but I don't think that pool's been completed yet.
No, not yet. So it's plenty to keep us occupied anyway, and keep the old calculators going and the abacuses going.
I have to say, we'll need an abacus at this rate. It's going to get very tight and tense in round 2 of this men's and women's development national touch series.
We don't need an abacus, we need a degree in molecular physics.
Please. I wish I had that instead of journalism. We though have got ourselves underway in this second half between London Eagles and Cheltenham Tigers, and as we were talking there, it's quite interesting this, because Galaxy are through, and this is basically a straight shootout to make your way into the cup competition.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting game here.
It is. Cheltenham have started the second half really well, as we see. They've just created that. So what they did is they tried to create a bit of open space on this left-hand side with the that was the run coming from Ian Spencer, the Silver Fox Ian Spencer, going on the right-hand side to try and create space, but Eagles didn't bite and just stayed on their man-to-man marking.
So all the Eagles now soar into cup competition contention. Here they come. Opportunity now off the offload. There it is. It looks like a try. It is a try. And the London Eagles women's side are very, very happy indeed, because it looks like that is Matthew Field, it is, who has scored on that near side. And it is level again at 2 apiece, and that now puts the Eagles back into contention.
Yeah, just a little bit of neat sidesteppery in midfield, then created the overlap here on this near side, and some slick handling. So that's, you've been doing this a couple of years. So talking about Rugby 101 is quite a common thing up here in this box, and that is Rugby 101.
It is.
Run straight, run a decent line, draw the players, create an overlap, put the ball through, let the ball do the work.
Absolutely right.
And you're over.
So 2 apiece as it stands, but is there an opportunity there of the score? Don't think there was a touch. Well, Mel's looking. No, he's been cleared, and that's the same player again, Liam Wantanar. totally honest about that. Ask him whether he got the touch. He said no, and Mel gives the try, and it's 3-2 now to Cheltenham.
Yeah, and Liam, to be fair, we talked about good sportsmanship earlier on, but that's unfortunately we don't have a good sportsmanship award. But I think in the space of the last 10 minutes, we've seen some fantastic sportsmanship from Liam Watson. But to be fair, that dive did deserve the try.
Theo Edwards goes over, and as things stand, puts Cheltenham back into the cup competition. A draw for the Eagles would be enough to see them into the cup quarter-finals.
It's a shame there for Eagles. They ran a really nice rat play to create the overlap there on their left with Michael Kelly.
Here they come again, though. Here come the Tigers. That time, taking that ball up there was Alistair Mant. Now, one more time. Matthew James is just trying to make himself a nuisance, it feels like. Now, drop ball. Drop ball that time by Daniel Sharp. And the Eagles might not know this. I don't think they do. But a draw is enough to get them into the cup competition as a runner-up.
Well, they're certainly attacking like they know that they need that other try.
Well, they know they need a win. There's the great touch on that time. That's the fifth, and inside the 7. We've said this so often this morning, Chris, that it is so difficult to try and create something on the 7. And there's the touch, and once again, it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, there's a bit of conversation in there in the midfield because Thomas Hopkins Flanagan, there was a player available to run the line going into the direction on the switch play, but he just didn't give that pass. And you can see the frustration there because that would have been a try.
It would have been, but it isn't. And with 5.5 to go or so, Cheltenham are in the box seat. They are going through, and at the moment they're going through potentially even as pool winners, but I'm not quite sure yet. I'm not too sure if they will. But here's the opportunity. Lovely pass. Oh, and there it is again on the drop. It's Matthew Naylor. It wasn't the greatest of passes that you'll ever see, but 5 minutes to go, and still an opportunity now.
Marcus Evans did superbly to go through the middle there. Proper, just stood the defender up just with a little bit of an ankle break, and then doing a bit of, it was almost Patrick Mahomes-esque.
We've already talked about the NFL on here today. Mentioned a bit of Santonio Holmes for you Pittsburgh Steelers fans a few years back in the day, trying to get people getting the ball inside tight to the touchline like he did in that Super Bowl. But there's that silver fox that you mentioned, Ian Spencer, wanting to receive the ball, gets it now from Ryan Atwood, who again is trying to take this up forward. You've got to feel at this point that if there's a try for Cheltenham, that could put them in the quarterfinals. Fourth tackle. No, it's the last. It's the last on the 7. No touch calls. Now there is, I think.
That's a forward pass, I think.
Forward pass, indeed. So, ball gets onto the 7. And the Eagles will drive up again. Was that a heavy touch? It was.
What's really good to see is how the 3 officials how they're controlling this game. So they're not dictating the pace, but when there's a decision that needs to be made, they're very cool, calm and collected about it. They're 3 very experienced referees.
Yes.
With Mel Day on the far side, Kathy van der Rit who's in the middle, and Jack Harris on this near side.
Well, the big thing about it, we talked about referees earlier with Mel on the stream, is that they're doing a fantastic job, and it's great to see so many. I mean, we've talked about it, Ollie Simon as well, the young referee that's doing a great job, but we'll talk about that in a second. Touchdown. It almost as if Matthew Layla was thinking he was playing volleyball.
Yeah, but this is the one thing where players, if they're from other codes, the first time they're coming to touch, that play there is perfectly legitimate, and it's only a fresh set of 6. It's not, you're not going to get sin bin for it.
Yeah.
It's
not like Luke Cowan-Dickey were in the Calcutta Cup.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good example to use on this.
Charge strike. It's Michael Kelly who levels this game up at 3 apiece. And maybe, just maybe, sends the Eagles into the quarterfinals of the Cup.
That's a lovely finish. That under a lot of pressure. And at this stage you just need to be, it shows the dedication of the players at this stage. They'll all be tired. It's a hot day. They've played quite a few games of touch. And you can smell the sunscreen from here.
Yeah, I'll be reapplying at lunchtime in a second. But Cheltenham Tigers might be applying for the cup quarter-final. What a touch that is!
Yeah, it's a shame that we can hear the sub box from here saying to pass the ball, but I think it was quite a challenging one. That it needed to be a switch play coming on the inside, and nobody was there to pass to do the switch to.
Fourth touch there. So here's the opportunity for Theo Edwards again. Edwards looking to try to open it up, and it's going to be deflected, and it's going to be caught. What a play that is. Fortunately, we don't know who 207 is. It's not on the on our sheet.
It's either Grant Armstrong or Charlie Versey. It's one or the other.
Whoever's done that may have just saved London Eagles' skin and moved them into a quarter-final place. A try here would all but confirm it. There's no way that Cheltenham are going to score two, but there's the deflection again. That time from Alistair Mant keeps Cheltenham Tigers' hopes alive.
Yeah, Alistair Mant there, he had one hand up, and it's as I said, as we saw before, it's a fresh set of six, but on that one he'd be really frustrated with himself there because the ball was there to be intercepted and then he'd have been away.
We do love an intercept try. We've seen one before on this stream, not today though yet! And a try from James Afrim. That has probably just sent London Eagles into the cup quarter-finals.
So the last game when I was up here having a chat, so earlier on today, is that we had teams on the short, running a short line when they're running a short play. This time they've run a short play, but on the wrap. So they've come round and then they've attacked that space, and it's wrong-footed the defender, who's then seen them coming, is shaping to go shaping to go on the outside, and then the players just cut back on the inside, and it's a lovely finish there by the Eagles. Really well worked.
Very well worked. Indeed. And it's just one of those things now for them where you think, is that the try? Is that the moment that sends them through? Tigers don't have as bit of a try difference as well. They have scored more tries, but they have a one worse try difference, so they'd have to score two. And with less than 30 seconds to go, you don't see it happening, I'm afraid.
So a penalty there for offside. So Tigers do have a chance to score, but they've got to score now.
Well, the siren goes.
Well, there's going to be no Michael Thomas moment for the men in red this time.
No, there isn't, unfortunately not, but ball gets battered down. The siren's gone anyway. And they've got to play one more play, have they? Well, it's intercepted. Referees continue to let the play go. Here's Marcus Evans. Evans looking, ball's dead.
Jack! Who's has gone?
And the final whistle does go. So there we go.
Sorry if you heard me in the background.
No, I don't think. I'm not sure we did, but it doesn't matter anyway. That it does mean that London Eagles will go through to the Men's Cup quarter-finals at the expense of the Cheltenham Tigers. The London Eagles women's side, I think, have heard us over on this near side in our commentary position. They're very happy about that. But it was a great game. But in the end, it's James Aframe who manages to make his way through and get the try.
And as the Eagles women's team start a
try to start a
Mexican wave.
We might join them now that lunchtime's here.
It is. No, I think Eagles deserved that. They were much more clinical in the second half, and those two tries towards the end. They were just really nicely worked scores, and so deserve the win. And deserve their place in the Cup quarter-finals.
Chris, thank you very much indeed for joining us as always. We'll no doubt see you again before the stream goes, before we're done here on day one. We are going to be back in around about 25-30 minutes time once we know everything that's been set up around the Clayton Cup quarter-finals. But we do know that one team that will be there, and it's the London Eagles. They beat Cheltenham Tigers 4-3. We're back in around about half an hour's time, 2 o'clock UK time, for the start of the Plate quarter-finals in the men's. We'll see you then.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Pershore, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and impart a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills, get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Pershore, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me in school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think you build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Pershore, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
To start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided that to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Great play, well done.
So a very warm welcome back then to still a very sweltering Burton as we begin our knockout competitions here at Burton Rugby Club as part of the men's and women's national touch series developments. So we'll give you the scores and we'll give you the placings in Pool A this morning. PFT winning through with 1 loss. London Vipers on 8 points, Revolution on 7 points, and Yorkshire Thorns on 3 points. So PFT and London Vipers qualify for the Cup. Revolution and Yorkshire Thorns coming up in the plate. You can see Revolution on your screen. They'll be part of our first quarter-final. Chester Cheetahs winning in Pool B. They'll be joined by Cambridge in the last 8. Thames Valley Vikings just missing out in the men's competition. And also joining them, Exeter Eagle Owls. Bristol Jets, we've seen them as well on the stream this morning. They beat Crewe and Nantwich at the time. They've got 3 wins themselves. Oxford joined them in the last 8. Crewe and Nantwich with Wigan Warriors going into the plate. And London Galaxy and London Eagles, we saw that great game between Eagles and Tigers. It was the Eagles that soar above them, and they finish second in the Cup competition, so they'll be into the Cup quarter-finals. Cheltenham Tigers and Nottingham Hoods are into the plate. So Revolution against Nottingham Hoods is our game in just a second. I'll give you the women's pool tables now. What we've seen so far, London Eagles and Revolution are into the last 8 of the Women's Cup competition. Also into the last 8 are Wigan and Oxford in Pool B, and Thames Valley Vikings and Chester Cheetahs are through as well. Those are all the second places, first and seconds. The best 2 third places are also through. and that is Cheltenham Tigers and Exeter Eagles Owls. So those cup quarter-finals will be starting in just a second. The placings in the Women's Bowl competition will be Yorkshire Thorns, London Vipers, Nottingham Hoods and Bristol Jets. So those are all the games. Tell you what's going on across the pitches now as we get ourselves underway here in this men's plate quarter-final between Revolution and Nottingham Hoods. Currently going on right now are the other plate quarter-finals, which are Crewe and Nantwich against Exeter Eagle Owls, Thames Valley Vikings against Wigan Warriors, and Cheltenham Tigers against Yorkshire Thorns. That's just started up. While over on pitch 5, it's PFT against London Eagles in the quarter-finals of the Cup. And also the second Cup men's quarter-final will be Bristol Jets against Cambridge. We'll keep you up to date with that as best we can. Thames Valley Vikings against Exeter Eagle Owls is our next game on here. So it'll be Thames Valley Vikings against Exeter Eagle Owls at 2:35. But we are concentrating on the men's plate quarter-final between Revolution and Nottingham Hoods. Delighted to say that the London Vipers' Demi Quinn joins us on comms. Demi, very warm welcome. Almost, you thought you might have been in that quarter-final, but unfortunately, it just didn't quite work out the cup. But I've still got an opportunity. to go and do well in the bowl.
Yeah, for sure. We've got a really new team here for the development competition, so it's going really well, and we're having a lovely day in the sun.
Yes, and to tell you what, who else is having a lovely day in the sun? And that is the Revs, I think. Revolution did score. They did. It was Ian Rowbury who got the first try of the game. Nice pass off there from number 3. I think it was Isaac Oxford, it might have been, who might have had the pass on there from Revs. And it was Ian Rowbury who goes over for the game's first try. So 2 minutes gone. Revolution leading 1-0 in this men's plate quarter-final. So obviously, we talked to you as well, Dave, we'll come back to this game in just a second, but obviously that bowl competition is still important because obviously it gives you a chance to get those ranking points, gives you a chance as well to be able to go and win a competition that, and also give you a bit of confidence boost as well. As there's the opportunity and dropped. Sandy Morgan just couldn't quite hold on to it, would have been 1-1. But yeah, like I say, going back to it, yeah, I mean, like I say, that women's bowl competition is still quite important because obviously it gives you the opportunity, as you say, with that new young team, to be able to give you that confidence to go and win tournaments and then potentially make yourself back into that cup competition in 2 weeks' time in Oxford.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. We've been having a wicked time the last 2 series. It's the first time we've actually brought a men's and women's team to the NTS series, so nice debut. And then in a couple of months' time, we've got a team in DTS and NTS mix. So we are getting there, building some strength in our team, building some depth, and hopefully in a couple of years we'll be in the cup final.
Very, very good. We can't wait to see that, definitely. But like I say, what have you noticed in the early part of this game at the moment? Because Revolution seem to be really driving well on the tackle and the touch.
Yeah, so Revolution are driving well. They've probably got a little bit more momentum than Nottingham at this point. I think Nottingham got caught in the middle a couple of times there, just easing themselves into the game, it looks. And that was a nice dive for the line, but looks like they're onside.
It was a touch on, so there's that. Chance here then for Revs to make themselves back into the game and maybe get a second score. I think there was a touch on, someone's appealing. It is. Oh no, plays through, I think, because of the advantage.
Very nice.
And George Gerrish, we saw him score a couple of tries against Yorkshire Thorns earlier on today on the stream. He's now got himself a second one and it's 2-0.
Got to say as well, these guys are doing well at this point in the day. The sun is hot. It's very hot. There's a lot of sunburn going on.
I'm about to say, we've asked everybody up on here on the street. Now, especially at this time of the day, it's like 2 o'clock now, UK time. Appreciate we do have people watching us worldwide. So it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. How, especially in that heat of the day, I mean, we've just had a bit of a lunch break, a bit of a rest break over the last half hour. How crucial has that been for everybody?
I think for all the Brits that are playing today, I appreciate we're got some global teams going on as well, but for all the Brits, we obviously haven't seen sun for about 14 months at this point. So
14 years it feels like. I'll tell you.
Nice score there.
But it looks like there's an advantage, I think, for offside before it got called, unfortunately. So it's going to be driving straight up, and he'll get caught. Back to the 7. They go again. Here come Nottingham. It's like chance there. Offload. Ball goes out wide. This time, can he finish? No. But it's a touch on there that time from Chris Wood. Again, Sandy Morgan's been out there looking. There's Sam Carroll. Ball goes out. I think it was dropped. It was, but offside anyway. So how crucial this now is another set of 6 here defensively, opportunity, and of course if they can see another penalty here, they might be going off to the bin.
So the defence is going to be really tired at this point. If they keep defending these 6, like I said, the weather's not helpful. It was a shame about the penalty advantage before, because Nottingham had just moved the middles in the right way. The middles opened up a gap between them, so if that was an advantage, they'd have been in a lot of trouble. But again, the attacking team now is going to be super tired, so they need to talk about what they're doing and set something up.
Here comes Carroll, looking for the outlet pass. 3rd time lucky, yes.
Is that forward?
It is. It's
Forward.
been given forwards. Now, Sandy Morgan must be thinking, what have I got to do to get a try at this point? But, I mean, it looked a little bit forward from our position up here in the box.
I think the dead giveaway on that one, if you're receiving the ball over the line, it's probably forward.
It's a very, very good point. So here come Nottingham Hoods one more time. Trying to see if they can go there, as even the dog down below us isn't particularly happy with the scoreline so far, I don't think, for the Hoods. 5th touch. Opportunity again, and it just doesn't quite go. Again, Sandy Morgan's getting a lot of chances on on this near side to us here, Demi, and it just doesn't seem to be wanting to go at this point.
Doesn't seem to be wanting to go, but for the Revolution, it means that their defence is doing right. They're forcing that wide pass most times, so their defence is shutting, and they're doing well to defend.
They certainly are. 2-0. Remember, if you are just joining us, 10-minute halves, not like the 15 that they play at in the Elite, which we will see tomorrow on the England Search Rugby stream. So I hope that you can join us throughout the day for that. But an opportunity again. This time it's Simon Mallard who just can't quite get there, and it's knocked down there by the Hoods. And you've got to feel at this point, even with half-time around the corner, that if they get that 3rd try, it could be game over at this point. At the moment, Nottingham just cannot seem to get anything right offensively.
Nice.
It's been given. Oh yes, that's the try. It's Theo Oxford, and it's a 3rd try for Revolution. And unfortunately for the Hoods, we were talking about there, it seems difficult, but the next score has to be theirs.
The next score has to be theirs, 100%, but I would not write them off with these long balls. I think they need to go off and have a bit of a chat about positioning in terms of where they are in the wing, but they've had a good three attempts now, and just unfortunately none of them have come off.
Got 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go of this first half. 3-0 currently, Revolution lead, but Nottingham have had their chances. It's not been one-way traffic. If you are just joining us, the ball goes dead. They said he didn't play at it, and it's going to be a turnover, and it's going to be 6 again. And now here's Matthew Davis, who we saw quite a lot of on the stream. Is there going to be a penalty? There is for offside and overstepping the mark. So
I think that's a penalty for in the ruck.
yes. I thought initially the way you're looking at it, it's signed like that. It was as if overstepping the mark, but you are correct.
You've got to think you're well more clued up on the signs than I am.
And you play.
I know. And ref.
And ref.
Play a ref.
But
I've just ruined all my credibility, haven't I?
No, not at all.
When I ref later.
No, are you refereeing later this afternoon, are you?
I would assume so. I've got quite a few player ref spots. Oh, nearly on that step.
So, seconds to go then in this first half before the siren goes. Chance here for Revs, goes out the back, nice pass.
Very nice.
And he was given a touch. No, I think it was
forward.
No, it's all clear. All clear as the siren goes.
Nice.
That is 4-0. Lovely pass out the back there, that time from Ben Edwards. And it's going to be 4-0 as it goes over to that far side. Didn't quite see, unfortunately, who got the touchdown, but it is 4-0 at the break. And I think this is a metaphor for taking your chances, because if Nottingham had done, we'd be right back in this game.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more. It's a real shame. I can't actually figure out if it's which way the sun's facing or what, but they were struggling to catch in that near side corner. So come out, more of the same. Both teams are driving well and creating the opportunities. It just Nottingham seemed to be Revolution.
Yeah, Revs just seem to
be getting them off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll be back in a couple of seconds' time at half-time. Normally we would obviously be chatting around and talking about through scores, but we'll be back in just a couple of seconds at the second half in a few moments' time.
I'm just talking about us a lot. And we'll listen to the socials, you know. Why don't you get us a good day? Yeah, it's Tuesday 11:28. Yeah. Oh, good, I love it. Oh, you should have Zoom.
Well, we're back here at Burton Rugby Football Club. Still here. Revolution against Nottingham Hoods is our first game in the men's plate quarter-finals. We will keep you up to date as best as we can throughout the day, so we know who is playing where. What we will say is that the plate final of the men's and the cup final of the men's will be taking place at 4:20 and 5:05, and then at 5:30 our showcase game of the day will be the women's cup final. And after the drama of last week or 2 weeks ago in Oxford, when Revolution beat Oxford 4-3 and it went down to 3-on-3 golden point, could we see that again? Meanwhile though, the Revolution men are looking to make their way into the plate semi-finals, and at the moment they're doing very, very well at doing so. 4-0 ahead as Matthew Davis again. Oh, that's sensational. Over to Adam Wood, and then over to Ian Robury for a second score of the game. Or yeah, it is Ian Robury on the near side. Oh no.
Forward?
Well, they're coming for a discussion, the officials. From where we can see, in all fairness, that doesn't look like a forward pass from our vantage point that we just saw in a replay. But let's just see what the officials give. This is what you'll be doing a bit later, no doubt, having a bit of a conflab.
Luckily, not on the showcase pitch.
It's been given as a forward pass.
Yeah, I did again. I did think potential because it was received very close to the line, but hard one to call.
Maybe if he didn't make the final pass, it would have been fine. Maybe he didn't need to be unselfish.
Yeah, it was an excellent overlap.
But you can see there Nottingham really trying to drive up in this start of the second half, and here comes Nick Carroll. Outlet pass again. Carroll looking on this Side there, looking, trying to be nice, but it's a penalty anyway. Penalty advantage for offside.
And this is where they need to have a think about it, think about what they're going to run.
Six tackle set here from the 7 is always an opportunity. You've always said that. Oh, looking for the nice pass out there. Just couldn't quite find that. Daniel Embry. Carroll back to Embry. Now back to Carroll. Carroll looks to try and maybe try and do a roll. Here you go. Embry out to Carroll. Maybe the wrong decision. Maybe he could have dived for that one there, but it's offside again, and that's a second straight penalty.
Nice. Yeah, they were incredibly crowded on that far side in that situation. Anyway, it's tough to create gaps big enough to get through. Again,
just couldn't quite get there once again. Vincent McLaughlin that time, who takes the ball on.
I think at this point they are trying to play to the penalties, right? So they're expecting that they're going to be offside, and they're playing through, which seems to be going quite well at the minute.
That's the 4th. Here comes Embry, now out to Carroll. Again, that's the 5th touch. A static position, you've got to be thinking at that point. Now, Embry out the back, and unfortunately, once again, this time it's Sandy Morgan, who's been very involved in the game, just hasn't been able to find the touchdown that he's been looking for.
What they've done there, though, is kill the ball in the near side, so it just makes that driving off, subbing off play just slightly more difficult. Getting punished with just sending the one defender up at the minute. Revolution seem to be able to check around that defender that they're sending up. Oh.
Here's the pass, outlet. This time it's fine.
Yeah.
This time it was behind. Ian Rowbury does score this time. No, it's another forward pass. It's another forward pass. That's at least 2 or 3 that we've been called off due to it being forward. And Revs probably could have been 6 or 7 ahead. But another forward pass. Here's the opportunity for Ellis Pearce to make success. It's going to be a heavy touch. Here is Pearce again. Nice little touchdown there. Now, can they get something else? It's going to be an advantage being played initially. Second touch is coming along. Pearce. Now with the outlet ball. Morgan this time. No, it won't be, but it's going to be down. It's a try. And Nottingham Hoods do get the first score of the second half. It's 4-1 in this plate quarter final. Lovely move there that time.
Yeah, on the line there, you just see that the Revs players were just a bit static, didn't put themselves up off the line, didn't really shot on the link there, which meant that they didn't even have to bring it to the wing.
Sam Carroll with the touchdown. Nottingham, though, will need a few more scores like that if they're to get back into this plate quarter final. Don't forget that next up for us is Thames Valley Vikings against Exeter Eagle Owls as the ball goes dead. It'll be dropped ball and a turnover. Opportunity here for Nottingham, and hey, if they get the score off of this one, you never know.
It's the kind of mistake that they need Revs to be making is those drop balls. So,
tell you what, that Ellis Pearce is really elusive, isn't he? If he comes up there now, the young kid. That's the 5th. That's the last. Now looking. Oh. Is there going to be a drop? Is there going to be a chance here for the half?
He's out. Is he out?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. It's a sick touch anyway.
That is a shame because the gap really did open for him there. Unfortunately, there was just...
Yeah, Danny Embry, as the ball goes down. I think referee's just going to let that play. There's the touch on. Now, here's the 3rd. On the halfway, they're making some movement. They're making some progress here, Revs. There's the 4th. Now back to Matt Davis and... Chris Wood, who have been really good throughout most of the day, but it's going to be a penalty and it's going to be for offside.
I think worth noting in terms of those forward passes that we saw earlier as well, the refs did say today that that was going to be the one thing that they were looking at very closely today. So there'll be no respite for forward passes.
So if anyone is watching the stream that's here, don't pass the ball forward. It's a very important part of rugby. Good to get the insight though for the refs, as that is a lovely pass around, and that's a try. No problems this time. And that is something that we have seen a lot of on this stream today. Matthew Davis, outside pass to Adam Sale, try for Revolution. 5-1. So what, looking ahead actually, David, we'll look ahead to your game that's coming up next at 3:10 when you're playing the Yorkshire Thorns. Start the bowl. It's obviously the start of the bowl competition for you, and how important is it, especially in that round robin phase, to be able to get that first win on the board for you?
I think important for us at the minute, we are going into every game and sort of iron up something that we want to come away from the game and feel proud of. So our defence has been wicked today, working on basic things like winning the ruck. So as long as we're doing that, the vibe's good, the sun's good. But obviously, yeah, win would be the icing on the cake, right?
Absolutely. And then obviously, when's you refereeing next then, aren't you?
I don't know. I should probably check that.
Well, Women's Cup quarter-final action is on the way next, as we say. So, not the case. But with 6 pitches, with everything going on today, there's been a lot of touch rugby, and there's still a lot more to come. We're with you until at least 6 o'clock UK time. So another 3 hours and 40 minutes of great touch rugby to come. Ball comes back out now. Chance for Revs to maybe put the icing on the cake. There's Rowbury one more time. Ball goes inside, but it's going to be a sick touch. And Nottingham will continue to try and see if they can get maybe one more score before the end of this one. There's Ellis Pearce, who's been really good in the middle of the park, it must be said, actually. He's been really elusive. He's been everything that Notts have done well so far in this game, in this cup quarter final. Ellis Pearce has been at the heart of it. 5th touch, now looking, can he get round the back? Nothing there, and it's going to be 6 again.
Ellis Pearce has been a standout for this match for me. Got to remember those young legs. they help a lot in this game.
Well, this is where it comes back to. Get them going young, as we've always said. And now here he is, one final time, as we tick down to the final seconds and the final siren of this men's cup quarter final. Ball goes back inside. Think there was a touch on there that time. Think Ben Edwards. No, there wasn't. It's been given as the siren goes. And it is the siren. And Revolution do win in the end by 5 tries to 2 against Nottingham. I think he might have been offside on that final play. But it is Revolution that will move on into the men's plate semi-finals. Demi, it's been excellent having your company. Thank you very, very much for joining us up here in the box.
No problem at all. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm glad. And good luck for the rest of the day. Are we going to go and watch the London Vipers next, the men's quarter-final maybe?
Yes, 100%.
Over on pitch 4, just across the way from us here up in our commentary position. But our next game is the Women's Cup quarter-final. It's Thames Valley Vikings against Exeter Eagle Owls, and that will begin in around about 10 minutes' time. Do stay with us. So a very warm welcome back then to Burton as we continue on. This time it is the Women's Cup quarter-finals is what we're looking at here on pitch 1. Before we do get going, just want to give you the score lines that we know of. Obviously, Revolution. Let's start with the cup competition for the men. There are 2 more quarter-finals that are currently being played. Chester Cheetahs against Oxford and London Galaxy against London Vipers. They're just about to get going on pitches 5 and 6. But PFT beat London Eagles by 3 tries to 1 in the Men's Cup quarter-final. In the Men's Cup quarter-final 2, it was Bristol Jets 6, Cambridge 2. So that means we will be seeing on our stream at where is it? At 3:45, we will be seeing PFT against Bristol Jets. That is the next men's game that we'll be seeing at 3:45. In the men's plate competition, Exeter Eagle Owls beat Crewe and Nantwich by 4 tries to 3. Thames Valley Vikings beating Wigan Warriors 8 tries to 4. Cheltenham Tigers losing out 5-4 to the Yorkshire Thorns in the men's competition, and of course we've just seen Revolution beat Nottingham Hoods by 4 tries to 2. So in the men's semi-finals, we are going to be seeing Thames Valley Vikings against Yorkshire Thorns, and Exeter Eagle Owls taking on Revolution. And speaking of Revolution, George Gerrish joins us up here in the box. George, a very warm welcome to you. I'm sure you're actually quite relieved for the shade at this time. We've said that to everybody pretty much on the stream today.
Yeah, it's really hot out here today. It's a relief to be in here, not running about for a little bit, and watch some good touch. Hopefully, we've got Exeter Eagle Owls going against Thames Valley here, so hopefully it'll be a good game.
Let's see how we get on. I mean, we've seen Thames Valley already today. They beat Nottingham Hoods 3-1 earlier on today. So it's now time to see what happens in this cup quarter-final. Who will make the semis? Here we go. Exeter are going to take this up first up with Victoria Hewison. This is a really good...
It's a nice drive going into the 7, though. Going to want to bring it back here and set some platforms to get a strike going.
You're blowing at the moment, mate.
Yeah.
You are blowing.
It is really hot out here. Oh, nice dive there. I think the touch has been made, though. And
Yes,
that's 6 touch.
6 touch there, unfortunately. Looking for Lucy Taylor, looking for the first score of the game. Unfortunately, not to be the case. As we say, Yorkshire Thorns against London Vipers next up for us on the stream at 3:10. So that is where we got. Whereas Nottingham Hoods, whereas the game between the men's plate semi-final now between Revolution and London Vipers will get moved to pitch 6. So it's just round the back for you.
From 40, getting through, getting some ground there.
There's Katie Phillips, who we had on the stream earlier on today, and I think overstepping the mark.
Yeah.
And it will be a penalty to Exeter. Remember, these 10. Tell you what, George, this is the thing about these 10-minute halves is that yes, they're quite short in comparison to the 15 in the Elite Series, but it's always really interesting because it feels every try feels so important when you're playing in these shorter games.
Yeah, it really does feel like a short time. You start playing, and then all of a sudden it's half time, and you've only got settled into the game. I believe that was a 4 pass there, so it's going to be a turnover for Thames Valley. But yeah, you really start to feel it after the 10 minutes because you're putting everything into that 10-minute period.
Here's Katie Phillips, who we had on stream earlier. Unfortunately, that's a drop ball. That one's a loss of control.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a turnover, and Exeter will have another chance to go one more time. Will they be trying to sub them off? I think they might be.
Yeah, they do appear to be coming to sub here, getting this drive up the line going, and hopefully they can get a strike going. We're seeing a lot of play in the middle of the field at the minute, not really getting the strike at the line, so hopefully they can set a platform, get going, and get a dive on the line. We did have one dive on the line from Exeter, so hopefully we can get a try from that.
That'll be the 6th touch, turnover ball. Megan Burton giving that ball back, and once again Thames Valley Vikings, who won all 3 of their games, by the way, earlier on today. Will they make it 4 in a row and make it into the semi-finals of the cup competition? Oh, that would have been a really nice ball. Just need to get a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate there. They were getting a good drive going there, moving up the field, but both teams do seem to be struggling. Maybe it's getting really hot out there and the ball's getting quite slippery.
The sunscreen's being applied to everybody, I think, today, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think it might be rubbing off on the ball because they are struggling to get to the line here. But hopefully we'll get a good drive here and Exeter can get an attack on the line.
Here they come, looking to try and move this ball forward. There's Millie Jones with the ball in hand. There's an offside, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 6 to go on the 7.
Quick tap.
And she gets touched. So it will be another penalty for offside. Now, obviously, when you're around this area, as we've always said, 3 penalties gets a sin bin, so they're going to have to be pretty careful now on this set of 6.
Yeah, they do need to be careful because you drop a player in touch, you've only got 6 players on the field, it does become very difficult.
So,
taking the time here, come back.
Just wanted to set up, just wanted to see how they can...
Setting the short here.
They are. Chance here, Siddle Allen. Ball goes out the back. Nice touch on there. So that's the 4th. Ball goes back to the 7. So this is the opportunity here with a short ball. Now looking to see if they can get a roll on around this sort of area. Quick touch again. Siddle Allen looking, and it's going to be a 6 touch.
Yeah, they didn't get the set on the 7 there, so makes it quite difficult to strike because the defenders have less distance to go back. A bit of a shame there. But Thames Valley now driving up the line, getting some good yards here. This is a good drive from them.
Halfway through this game, as near as damn it. Vikings 0, Exeter 0. Tight and tense quarter-final in the cup competition. But now, here's Hillebrand. Eloise Hillebrand has been very good. Phillips just couldn't quite get there. We saw, obviously you weren't here, I don't think at the time, George, but we saw earlier on Eloise Hillebrand and Katie Phillips, who were instrumental in that victory against the Hoods, and it looks like right there in the mid they're really trying to be the influence again.
Yeah, 22's definitely got some pace on that scoop. She was a bit unlucky there not to get through. Obviously trying to set the platform now.
Here's a chance, through it goes, opportunity. I tell you what, had Julia Cole continued on there, I think she would have been through.
She could have been potentially, but they're setting it up again. They've got 22 who's going to be the half. They're looking to initiate the touch and get 17 on the short ball.
Yeah, there's Phillips, back it goes. And
the wingers she's overran it, unfortunately, but that was a really nice move from Thames Valley. If they keep they keep up with that, I think they could be. Their drive has been really good, actually getting up the field. So I think that if they keep that up, they could go on to win this game.
0-0. 3 minutes and 50 seconds according to our clock. Remember, all games are centrally timed, so when you hear that hooter, everyone's got to stop. And we'll get to half time. Will we have a score before then? Emma Cole. That's the 4th.
5th touch, scoop going to come here.
Through it goes again, looking. Don't think there was a touch. Well, yes, there was. The halfback did get caught. And Megan Burton once again just couldn't quite get the offload in time, and it will be a turnover for Thames Valley. But you can see already during this game that you can see that Thames Valley are really starting to try and drive on their when they get a touch. Whereas I'm not sure whether Essex at the moment are getting the same sort of drive with that. But it's a turnover now, though.
That's an overstep there. It's a bit unfortunate. 22 trying to beat the player when maybe taking the touch was the better option, but. Yeah, we're going to have Exeter attacking the line now with 6 touches. They did come close before with that dive, so hopefully they can get a good set here and maybe get a try.
Exeter continue to move it on. Was there a touch? No, there wasn't. No touch given. Now, what can we happen here for Exeter?
Got 5 coming in on the short line.
It is. Nice There's an opportunity. Was there a touch on? I think there was.
Touch made. That's 5th touch now.
It is. And it was almost a score for Victoria Hewson. It's always so difficult. You rarely see tries on the 6th touch, and that's the reason why things like that. Emma Cole trying to go through the middle, couldn't quite get there. And with 2 minutes to go before half-time, Thames Valley will get the ball back.
Yeah, they did kill it on this side of the box, though, making it more difficult for Thames Valley to sub here. But as we said, their drive has been quite good, so hopefully they can get some good momentum and maybe get a scoop going down the field.
That's the 3rd touch, and they're already on this, and they are on this near side of the field. 4th touch now, and they're really, and tell you what, they're coming up defensively.
Yeah.
Phillips, there's the pass out there to Herod. Herod goes out to Mulligan, and that's the 6th touch.
But that's good ground there from turning over on the 7. That was it was a good drive, and hopefully they can force an error from Exeter here and maybe get an attack at the line. With it being 0-0, it's becoming quite an attritional game. So hopefully it's going to be who makes the least mistakes. So getting good drive up the field there can force Exeter to feel more pressured in their drive here.
Nice play from Emma Cole there to get them towards their sub box as they try and sub off again. Firth now hands it off. That's the 4th touch, and Firth will pick it up again at half. Here they come. That's a slow burner. It's a penalty, though. Offside given against Julia Cole. And that's a big chance here for Exeter with just seconds remaining in this first half.
Yeah, Exeter really need to get a strike here with not much time remaining. Yeah, only 30 seconds left. So with 30 seconds, you should probably be trying to use your full set of 6 here. But still, they need to get something quickly because they're going to lose possession in 30 seconds.
Maybe even shorter than that. Remember, our clock isn't necessarily aligned with the central clock. They want the quick ball. That's forward. We could see that from a mile back, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and it has been given. So Thames Valley quickly here need to drive up the line and sub if they want to.
Hillebrand just couldn't quite get away from everybody as there goes that siren. And it will be 0-0 at the break. As you say, George, it's been attritional, it's been tight, it's been tense. Where do we see the first points potentially coming from in this game?
I think really Thames Valley have had a good drive going forward. They've just made a few mistakes down there. I think they've looked like potentially the more dangerous team. However, both sides make. I think really if they get this short line going and they can get the dive in, I think that's where the try is going to come from.
So we'll go through then some games that we've got coming up for you on the stream while we have half time. So next 2 games that we definitely know are coming up, it's going to be Yorkshire Thorns against London Vipers, and then that is in the Women's Bowl round robin matchup. And then our focus will be on the Men's Cup semi-final between PFT and Bristol Jets. We've seen Bristol Jets already on the stream today. We'll see them again as they try to be the first side to beat PFT in a knockout match in this Development National Touch Series this year. After that, we'll have the Men's Plate Final. So, George, we might be seeing you back again on stream if you were to win your semi-final. And then we'll have that's 4:20, the Men's Cup Final. Then will be at 5 to 5 UK time. And then at 5:30, we will have the Women's Cup Final. We may be seeing one of these 2 sides again on stream later on in the day. Other games that are currently going on over on pitch 2, Oxford are taking on Chester Cheetahs, Wigan Warriors are taking on Cheltenham Tigers, and that's on pitch 3. And on pitch 4, London Eagles currently taking on Revolution. Revolution and Oxford were the 2 teams in the Women's Cup Final last time around. And also currently going on pitches 5 and 6, which are behind us in the clubhouse, Chester Cheetahs against Oxford. Chester Cheetahs, remember, were runners-up last time in the cup competition in the men's. They're taking on Oxford on pitch 5, and on pitch 6, it's Galaxy against London Vipers in the other quarter final. The winner of that will be playing at 3:45 between the 2 winners of those semi-finals. They'll be playing on pitch 2 later on today. We'll talk about you. We tell you what, as we appreciate half-time, it's just about to come to an end, so we'll come back for the second half in just a minute. But George, what did you think that made the difference there in that game between yourself and Nottingham Hoods? It felt like that you took your opportunities and Nottingham just couldn't quite do that.
Yeah, we felt that we were just a bit more clinical when we got down the field, and they had some quick players who were quite effective at striking, but they just couldn't execute that long ball, and it really cost them in that game, which was a shame for them because they had some good play. But getting back into this game, we've got Thames Valley tapping off here. Looking to drive up the field, 24 going in there.
There were Judy Cole looking to try and drive down this field one more time.
Looking to set something now. A short.
Well, they get this opportunity. Phillips going back on the outside.
Nice pass. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Just couldn't quite get there on the outside. Big opportunity gone again. So, here come Exeter. 0-0. Every moment that this...
just makes some good extra yards there. Going down the wing.
Opportunity, I think she got touches there.
That's some good ground, getting off their subs now that Exeter can get their subs on.
Ellie Coulter was there that time. But it is still 0-0. And every moment like this, you do wonder whether just one try will do this game.
Yeah.
Here they come though again. Cole hangs on to it.
It's 5th touch now. They're going to have to try and do something with this.
Go full Rugby and just kick it, see what happens.
I don't know how the referee would feel about the chip and chase in behind.
Well, the ball goes dead anyway. And it will be a set of 6 one more time.
So Thames Valley transitioning off here now. As I said, their drive has been quite good. They're passing around the shooter and getting good ground, making good momentum to go down the field. Which has been probably their best feature going forward in this game. It has got them some good opportunities in the first half, and I think it will be something that could potentially put them in a position to win this game.
Here comes Thames Valley. There's the touch on, not the best thing, but there's the 5th. Now back to Harbrand, who's been extremely good so far. Harbrand just couldn't quite get up to that one there. Ball goes forward. Ball gets dropped. No matter which one you want to take, it's going to be a turnover, and it will be Exeter ball again. 0-0.
Let's see if Thames Valley can get this press going here. They have been quite good at getting up in the touch in defence. But I think it was a very nice run there from the Exeter player. But they're much better at pressing Exeter back into their half and making sure that they can't make ground, which is allowing them to get this forefront brawl.
Well, here they come again through the middle. Oh, there was a touch on there.
I think that's half court's been called. And taken back.
No, referee's got that. Referee accepts the mistake, moves on. So it will be the 3rd. Good touch on there. Now back on to Siddle Allen. Chance looking for. That was the touch, and it's going to be a forward pass again, I think.
Yes. Touch and pass.
Touch and pass.
Yeah. Thames Valley going to be driving again with 32 coming out the field, giving it to 22 again, squaring up, losing a bit of momentum, but they're still going forward quite well here, getting the subs on. Need to get half there though.
They do, and they find it there, but there's an opportunity here. Here's Sammy Phillips.
They've got one more here, they can set a scoop.
They're going to try to, I think.
Yeah, 36.
Here's Phillips. Phillips looking to try to see someone over the top. Does it reach Mulligan? No, it doesn't. And so Sophia Milligan almost was there. They'd worked that perfectly, George. The ball was there to be made, but it just didn't quite get there.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. It was a really nice scoop there. Just the ball didn't go to hand, and that's unfortunate. But Thames Valley, they are looking really good in this drive, and they are getting these attacks on the line now. They are doing they're working hard in defence to make sure that Exeter are making less yards, turning them over normally on about the 10, which is really good from Thames Valley.
It is indeed. Here's the opportunity for Exeter, and there's a lovely touch there from Emma Cole. Unfortunate, but it's a 6th touch anyway, and it will be a turnover.
Sammy Phillips going down the wing here. She's really working hard in this drive to make the extra yards for Thames Valley, which is really keeping them down there and meaning that Exeter haven't got good ball to attack. So Thames Valley here looking dangerous.
So Thames Valley 0, Exeter 0. Around about 5 minutes to go. Will we see the first score of this game? Back to Heilbrand. Doesn't really get the best of passes to it. And it's going to be drop ball. And every moment that ticks by, every minute that goes by without a score, Exeter's, of course, are starting to really develop well. And appreciating this development series, they're really starting to come good against Thames Valley, who are, a traditional powerhouse in this game. Their chances are they just might start to believe that this could be their day.
Yeah, it's 0-0, and as we said, it's just what it's going to take. Maybe one player, one moment to get that try and win this game, and if not, we could have a very exciting drop-off.
Do love a drop-off. Now, chance here, there's the touch on. Really good defensive play that time by Victoria Hewison. Amanda Simons must have thought she was through there, but she just wasn't. Now back out to Warren. Now, there's the short pass. This should be the try, and it is. It's going to be.
Yeah.
It is. Eloise Heilbrand and Carmina Harrod linking up together. There's the pass out, and it just didn't quite get there enough, but Carmina Harrod does score, and with 3.5 minutes to go, it's going to be the Vikings who take the lead in this one.
Yeah, just a really nice 32 short there, running it well, getting the pass out, and getting the dive in nicely, which is it's a simple move, but when you pull it off well, you do score from it. So it's nice to see from Thames Valley. But Exeter now attacking. They've got some good field position, so we'll see what they can do here. And hopefully, as we said, it only takes that one moment for Exeter to score, and then we're back to 1-1, and we're back at a drawn game.
Bethel Allen. There's the last touch. This is going to have to go, you feel, and it's going to get caught. Millie Jones just couldn't quite get underneath that there. Maybe could have gone for the slide, but I don't think the conditions are warm for sliding, I'm afraid, at this moment in time.
No.
Crown's very hard.
I did try one earlier, and it was a regrettable decision.
Yeah? Oh my. I tell you what, you can't see this on the stream, everybody, but I've just seen George's elbows, and unfortunately they're a little bit battle scarred. But 2.5 minutes to go. It's a turnover again. It's another penalty. Yep. Exeter now have the opportunity. There's the touch on. That time looking for it again was Millie Jones. She's really, in the last couple of minutes, just starting to try and find that gap, try and find that angle.
Yeah. Exeter now getting the drive on up the field, making some yards, so hopefully they can get to the 7 to get some kind of strike play. That's nice there, going out to 28.
Suttle Allen again, she's been at the heart of everything that Exeter have done really well so far. There's the touch, that's the 5th. They're now going to have to try and come back, and it's a static position, which is always difficult.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And the ball gets dropped, and I'm afraid it's looking like Exeter will be exiting at the quarter-final stages. But it's a great achievement for them again, especially against one of the true powerhouses of this development season.
Yeah, I think that they can take this performance away and be quite proud of it. They have looked very good at points, especially with some good breaks. They've got some good young, quick players, and I think they'll develop well. Oh, that's unfortunate for Thames Valley there.
Yeah, I think there was a touch on anyway. So this is really the last opportunity you feel for Exeter, as the ball gets dropped anyway. So it's going to be at the 7-metre line. And here's the opportunity now. Last chance saloon, you think, for Exeter to try and send us into extra time. We had extra time in that final between PFT and Oxford last weekend.
Yeah. Thames Valley working really hard to make these touches, though. It's really good to see from them. They're pressing hard, working hard at the end of this game. But Exeter here trying to set something so they can get a scoop, I believe.
Last touch. Oh, ball gets lost control.
Yeah.
And with that penalty, with about 30 seconds to go, the Vikings can just ease it off slightly, I think, and they can be there.
Yeah, Thames Valley attacking now, but it does feel like that the game might be falling away a bit from Exeter. But as we said, the time is a bit different, so it could be that there is enough time for Exeter to get an attack here.
So with a few seconds to go, Heilbrand takes it into touch, and I think that is it. It is. And so it will be the Thames Valley Vikings who will be a part of the women's semi-final lineup. But what a performance from Exeter to hold it to just the 1-0. And they can be really proud as they go on for that development touch series again in Oxford in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot to take away from that game. They did play really well, and hopefully they can develop well, and maybe at the next tournament we'll get the rematch, and we'll see it go the other way.
George, it's been a pleasure having you up here in the box. Thank you very, very much indeed for your time, and best of luck in your semi-final that's just coming up next.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Take it easy. Thank you very much indeed to George for joining us for that one. So we are down then to the women's bowl round robin matches are on the way next for you. It is Yorkshire Thorns against London Vipers. That's what's coming up next. here on our stream, and it will be the Thames Valley Vikings in the women's semi-finals, which will be played a little bit later on at around about 20 past 4. So we will see what goes on there, but we'll be back with the action in just a little bit. Around about 10 past 3, do stay with us.
What about
More wrestling hats. That's good content.
So the action continues and rolls on here on pitch 1. We've got ourselves the Yorkshire Thorns against the London Vipers in the women's round robin action in the bowl. Some scores to tell you about from around the pitches. Don't forget that there's a lot of playoffs as well. That's going to be playing as well, because all about those cup points, all about trying to make yourselves up there so you can try and win those Development Touch Series titles. Cup quarterfinals, as we saw on Cup quarterfinal here on pitch 1, Thames Valley Vikings beating the Exeter Eagle Owls by 1-0, try to nil, so Thames Valley back in the semi-finals. Women's Cup quarterfinal 2 saw Oxford take on Chester Cheetahs. Oxford were runners-up last time out in the quarter-final, in the final of the Cup last time out, and that was 3-2 in that one to Oxford. So it will be on at 4:20. Thames Valley Vikings will take on Oxford in the semi-final. In the other quarter-finals, Wigan Warriors beaten Cheltenham Tigers by 2-1. We're not quite sure yet on the score between the London Eagles and Revolution. That one hasn't come through to our system, but Wigan Warriors will be in one of the semi-finals. In the other Men's Cup quarter-finals, Chester Cheetahs beat Oxford by 6 points to 2. Quick reminder, of course, that Chester Cheetahs were runners up last time against PFT, and London Galaxy on pitch 6 beating the London Vipers by 5-1. So the 2 cup semi-finals in the men's competition will be PFT against Bristol Jets at 3:45, whilst over on pitch 2 it will be Chester Cheetahs against London Galaxy. So will we see PFT against Chester Cheetahs once again in the men's competition? Time will tell. 3:45, 35 minutes or so away, but our focus is on the women's bowl round robin. Yorkshire Thorns against London Vipers. We've had both of these represented earlier. We've seen the Yorkshire Thorns on stream earlier on today. Of course, we had Alana Gauntlet with a song comms, Demi Quinn as well for the London Vipers joined us. There's a bit of a crowd here now actually in the main stand at Burton. Let's just say it's a very tight, a very interesting day here in Burton. I think everybody's trying to use the shade. So we hit the opening couple of minutes mark. It's the 5th touch for the Vipers. Both of these teams, of course, have already been on stream with us today. It's great to have them back. It will be a turnover for Yorkshire as they try to come through the middle. Remember, these is just as important. The classification standings in the overall Touch Series, Development Series. The final rounds of that will be a couple of weeks' time in Oxford, 29th of May. Hope you can join us, of course, on the stream here. That's the 5th touch there, as that's the 6th. And Esme Ashley just couldn't quite jump through the gap. And it will be the Vipers who take over control. Here they come one more time. On the 2nd touch now. Oh, that's a nice step, a really, really nice step. Ball goes out the back. Was there a touch on there? Was. Touch pass called. Really good run that through from Yasmin Kormako. But unfortunately it was a touch pass. And it will be a score. It will be a turnover. That looked like a heavy touch there from Asho, and I think the referee understood that. So yeah, it will be 6 again for the Yorkshire Thorns. There's Gauntlet taking it up. Gauntlet gets it back from Bex Holmes. Gauntlet Holmes. He's trying to take this ball on, and Gauntlet just could not quite get there, unfortunately. So it's going to be a turnover on the 7. It will be. Ball for the Vipers. There's Demi Quinn, who we had up on comms with us earlier on today. Opportunity once again now for the Vipers. Can they get the first score of this game? Around the pitches we will take you in a moment as best we can. It's a turnover again. Loss of control. Just over halfway through this first half here as we continue on. Ball wasn't expecting it, and the ball, don't think they were expecting the ball there, was Lois Dean, and so it's going to be a turnover. It will be a Vipers ball. Can they do something with it now? Jenny Ngaya, who was excellent in the game that we watched earlier on today. Straight through the middle. That time was Willow Frey. Here she is again. Taking it back and trying to set it up. That's the 5th. Now Frey over the top. Ball goes dead. So it is Yorkshire's ball again. And what they do is they try to move forward one final time. There's not a sort of step behind round there as they try to sub off, and you're going to be calling that as blocking the runner. So it's a chance here for the Vipers to score. Chance here with a good attacking set. Thorns. That's the one who received it. Taking the touch there is Rosine Balaki. Here they come, trying to engineer a little bit of a step inside. There's the Thornquist, and that's a really good touch on there. Quinn doesn't get touched, back it goes, and is that a try? It is! Demi Quinn takes the ball back inside, and it is Yasmin Konomacho who gets the touchdown. Looked like there might have been a touch, referee says no, and it is the Vipers who take the lead. So with 2.5 minutes left of this first half, it's the Vipers who strike first. Ball comes on again. What can the Thorns do here? Back it goes through the middle. There's no problem with that. Tom Bexhone's making some really good movement. Gauntlet with a pass. A really nice touch there. Lizzie Keane must have thought, excuse me, there that she was going to be in, but she wasn't. 5th touch on there. On Gauntlet. And it will be turnover ball. It will be the Vipers who have it again. Rolling on the subs extremely well, there's no doubt about that. Ball gets touched on inside. Here's Quinn again. Gets the step, and she'll have to come back. That's the 5th. And from a static start, it's always so difficult to score. You always want to be a little bit closer than this if you can help it. It's going to be a forward pass, turned over, and it will be the end of that. So player is down over on that far side, not entirely sure. Who that is over there on that far side? Just trying to see the numbers. I'll let you know, but they're up and about, which is always good. There's Ashley. Get it back, there's the touch. Yeah, trying to roll subs on here. Yorkshire, there's not really that much support. They're not making it forward that much, and they're trying to get the touch on. They do, and that's the 6th. There goes the siren. So with the last play, what can they do? Codamacho goes back inside to Quinn, and that will do us for the first half. It is the Vipers who lead by a try to 0 against the Yorkshire Thorns at half-time. Well, we thought that was, but the referees are still playing. Not really too sure about that one, but it doesn't really make a blimey difference. It's still going to be 1-0 at the break. And it is going to be the Vipers who will take the lead. So a quick reminder of some other games that are going on around the grounds, as it were, around the pitches at the moment. In the background, as our live shot, you'll be able to see pitch 2 over there. Is the men's plate semi-final between Thames Valley Vikings and Yorkshire Thorns. The winner of that one will be joining us at 4:20 to take on the winner of the game that's currently going off on pitch 6, which is the Revolution against Exeter Eagle Owls. The winners of those 2 games will meet on pitch 1 in the plate final at 4:20. On pitches 3 and 4, it's the men's plate playoff semi-finals between Nottingham Hoods and Crewe in Nantwich, and Wigan Warriors against Cheltenham Tigers. The losers of those games will play for 15th and 16th place. The winners of them will play for 13th and 14th place. Those are the games that will be decided there. As we said before, games that we've got coming up for you at 3:45. It's PFT against Bristol Jets. Our first look at PFT this weekend. See if they can make it 2 from 2 in the Men's Development National Touch Series. Chester Cheetahs against London Galaxy is over on pitch 2 as well. Those 2 cup semi-finals will take place. The winners will meet in the cup final here on stream on pitch 1 at 16:55 UK time, and also the Women's Cup final will be at 5:30 this evening in the UK time. Women's semi-finals will take place on pitches 3 and 4, while we've got coverage of the men's plate final, so we'll keep you up to date with that. But remember, those games will be Thames Valley Vikings against Oxford and Wigan Warriors against Revolution. Oxford and Revolution played out a thrilling game in the final 2 weeks ago down at Oxford, but home advantage did not come as Revolution beat Oxford 4-3 as the siren does go, and we will be getting ourselves back underway. So back underway. It's going to be a penalty given for overstepping the mark. So Vipers will get the ball back. 10 minutes or so to go, of course, in this round-robin fixture. Top two will get some points, of course, as all the points will be in the bowl pool will get themselves 8 points. The second in the bowl pool will get 6. Third in the bowl pool will get 4, and the last place team, the fourth bowl pool team, will get 2 points in the overall standing. So all these games, of course, matter. All these games are important. It's a nice touch through there. There's Demi Quinn. Back it comes to Caramacho. Nice little outlet pass there that time. Hannah Zafaras is taking it forward. Here's Caramacho, the try scorer. Last pass over the top. Oh, there was a heavy touch on that, I'm sure. I think both sides knew that was coming. So it will be a penalty and 6 more for the Vipers. Quinn, Caramacho. Zafaras is there at dummy. Now back to Quinn. Lovely pass out the back. There's the try. It's been given as a forward pass, though. Unfortunately for the Vipers, as we look on the replay here, it looks like it was given a forward pass. That looked level from our vantage point. Appreciate we can't necessarily get all the way in. There's no video referee, but it looked level on the replay that we just saw. So, but the Vipers still ahead, looking to try to keep themselves ahead. On the second touch. Blackie there at half will move it across. There's the chance, but really good work defensively there from the Thorns. As Nguyen will stay in there. She's looked very, very confident. She looked very good. Ball goes back to Frey and overstepped the mark. Overstepping of the mark, which means that the Yorkshire Thorns will take it up and they'll have the ball back. About 6.5 to go. Ashley will take this ball up again. Now moving forward. As it's Bex Holmes rather than Esme Ashley, who is driving really well here for the Thorns. Now back up to Gauntlet. Gauntlet will get the touch on. Thought they were getting an offside, not going to get one. You need to keep moving forward, remember, because if they don't, then they're not going to be able to do so. Holmes. Oh, what a step! Chance on the inside, but couldn't quite get there. The half, remember, cannot score if you're new to touch rugby, but what an opportunity that was there. No one on the outside shoulder, and unfortunately, it looks like that one of the players has got to come off for the Thorns. Quite sure, I don't know if someone's just really blowing there. I think that might actually be Bex Holmes that's just had to come off there. I think she's just blowing a little bit. So there's a drop ball there from Nguyen, and an opportunity might come quickly here for the Thorns. If they can move it wide, they might have to get out a little bit closer. Got an opportunity here to drive this on. Lucan's trying to take the touch and then the roll. Now back out it goes again. It's Erin Payton. Payton. Payton is going to be a penalty given for offside. And so 6 again for the Thorns. Gauntlet looking to go down, plays it through, and the try's been given. I think there might have been an advantage played there through. But Gornit's certainly got touch. I don't think yet. I think that the advantage was being played there. And the referee says the advantage was played through. Try has been scored. And we are level with 4 minutes to go at 1 apiece. Will we find a winner, or will this first game of the bowl round robin be a draw? It's Blackie onto Frey. Frey gets this ball back again. Now back to Blackie. Can she drive forward here, Roisin Blackie? There's a chance for Frey. She got caught up there. Oh, a chance here to go round the outside there was at Lee Tornquist, but can't quite get there. And the ball gets turned over anyway, and it will be Yorkshire ball. Nice step. Driving forward again. Taking that ball on. Through the middle. Chances there, that might be a heavy touch. No. It's just going to be ball number 2. Or touch number 2. Now wanting the quick ball. Can they find something here? Michelle Crawford driving on there for the Vikings. Oh, sorry, not for the Vikings, excuse me, for the Hawthorns. Ball goes out the back. Can't find it there, can Lois Dean. Drop ball there, unfortunately for the Vipers, so the Thorns will take control. And with 2 minutes to go, we are still level. Esme Ashley trying to find a way through. She's going to get the touch on first off. Sure, that ball was over the mark a little bit. Referee plays it on. Annabelle Smith there taking it forward. Yorkshire trying to sub off here at the moment. Now what can Yorkshire do? That's the 4th. That looked forward, to be fair to Erin Payton. Referee gives the penalty for offside. So with 90 seconds to go, the Thorns looking to go ahead for what would be the first time in the game, more than likely win this match. Payton. Looking to drive it on again. Now wanting the quick tap, but not going to happen. Comes back to the 7. Payton. Still looking. Payton will pick it up from the half, looking for the position there. Gets the touch on. The half gets caught, and it will be turnover ball. Last chance maybe for the Vipers to steal this game. 45 seconds to go. Here's Frey. And Guyan. Trying to move this forward again. It's going to be a turnover. And with just seconds to go, in fact, there is the siren. So one final play here for the Thorns to try to steal the win, but it doesn't quite come off. And in all fairness, this is probably a fair result. 1 apiece between the Yorkshire Thorns and the London Vipers. And that will be the draws, and that will be the end of this fixture. 1-1, it ends on pitch 1. So we move on, and it is Cup semi-final time in the men's. That'll be next up here on this stream. We still have lots and lots to decide. We need to find out who will be in the finals. One of the teams that will be there will either be PFT or Bristol Jets. Who will be there? We hope you're going to be here to to find out with us in about 10 minutes' time.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side, don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
So results then from around the pitches. We haven't got all of them in just yet, but we can tell you that Revolution beat Exeter Eagle Owls by 5 tries to 2. So George Garrett will be back on stream, not as a commentator. He will be playing in the men's plate final. He will be playing, and his team, Revolution, will be playing the Thames Valley Vikings in the plate final, because Thames Valley Vikings beat Yorkshire Thorns 3-0 in the semi-final. In the other playoff semi-finals, Nottingham Hoods beat Crewe and Nantwich 2-1. Cheltenham Tigers beating Wigan Warriors 5-1. So it will be Nottingham versus Cheltenham in the 13th and 14th place playoff. Wigan versus Crewe in the 15th and 16th playoffs. Obviously 1-1 between Yorkshire Thorns and London Vipers, and it was also 1-1 between Nottingham Hoods and Bristol Jets, so nothing really changes in that. But it is time for tap-off in our semi-finals of the Men's Cup. On pitch 2, which is over the back of our pitch, you will be able to see the outside of Chester Cheetahs against London Galaxy. But for the first time on this stream today, it will be the champions of the first round, PFT, as they take on a Bristol Jets side who are looking to make the final themselves and beat the defending champions. PFT have not been beaten in the knockout stages of this men's national touch series yet. Obviously winning last time out. Will they do so again? Bristol coming forward to start us off though. And this will be a quick start if they can find it. Lovely outlet pass. This is the one over on the far side. Don't think there was a touch on there. There was, I think. Is he giving the clear? It's going to be a penalty for offside. So not the touchdown. Or for a heavy touch, maybe. Whatever it is. That man on the far side over there is not the scorer yet. I think there was a touch on there that time from Stefan Redfern. As the referee, Jack Harris, almost gets taken out there. Dan Hunt, he's the player on that far side, but there is someone down here for the lads from Bristol. Bristol Jets. Obviously the game's our century time, so we can't really stop the clock, unfortunately for both sides on that one. But yes, player is down. Not too sure who that is there that is down, but it looks like he's bleeding a little bit from the replay that we can see for the shot that we've got on our camera. While this is going on, we'll let you know about other games that are going on across the pitches. As you say, pitch 2, we do have Chester Cheetahs against London Galaxy. The winner of that will play the winner of this in the final of the Cup at 5-5, so around about an hour's time. Exeter Eagles will take on Chester Cheetahs in the plate semi-final on pitch 3 in the women's game, while Cheltenham Tigers will take on London Eagles in the other semi-final there in the women's game as well. As the injured player for Bristol comes off, it's going to be Robert Grist just trying to get that one there. In fact, the player for Bristol is Alex Henley Good. The ball gets turned over for Bristol. And the Jets haven't started off well, having a lot of the ball, but remember of course that this is the first time that PFT have got their chance to attack now. Here they come again. Redfern will pick it up from half. And it will be a turnover. Chance again now. Girasina, who was excellent in the game that we saw earlier on this morning. Here it comes though for PFT. Trying to get out of the way of that one once more. Here is Redfern. Here's Bowyer. Outlet pass, this is the 5th. Think he's going to get there. He's turned on the Jets and an excellent score. But it's been turned over, I think. No, it's not a score. It's another one where the officials have not given it. Don't know whether it was there was a foot in touch, I'm not too sure, but unfortunately, Jordan Cross, we're feeling quite cross now about that decision from the officials, but it has been given. And it is still 0-0 in this semi-final with 5 minutes gone. Really good drive this at the moment from Bristol. They want the pass to come now. It's a bit too late maybe. Doesn't matter anyway because the ball goes down. Daniel Hunt just couldn't quite get there. Reasonably all right touch there that time from Paul Bunce. Here they come again. And Bunce knocks that one down, and that'll be 6 more. PFT looking for the first score of this game. Oh, Mike Rice not knowing the ball was coming to him. And Bristol once again will get the chance to drive on. Here comes Bunce, who made a great play, and that one's going to be overstepping the mark. Loss of control. .6:15 to go. Or 6:15 gone, I should say, in this first half. Tight and tense, 0-0. Lovely hands, that's a lovely step. But unfortunately for Mike Rice, it's not the result of the try. Got the touch as well. Last to go, Rice goes through and fine. And Mike Rice gives PFT the lead. Nice little half dummy through. And it is the score that they were looking for, PFT. 1-0. It is now. Can Bristol respond? They're looking for the response instantly. There was a touch on there though that time. Jordan Cross stops what would have been the score for Toby Williams. Williams again though hands it off. This is a chance here. The ball can go out wide. Does it need to, or does it? Another touch on the 5th. This time by Peter Bowyer. It's always, as we say, so difficult to score from a static start on the 5th, but maybe they might have an opportunity to do so. Bristol have thrown it forward. It's a forward pass. So with 8.5 minutes nearly gone, right, 90 seconds left of the first half. That looked pretty close to being forward as well, but not the case. Here come PFT again. Here's the opportunity. Good step there again, but Toby Williams gets in the way of things. Now we'll look to go. There's a touch on there. Here's Grist. Looking to move this ball forward a little bit again. Grist with a nice step, goes through the middle. There's the chance. Oh, it's dropped. Lovely step there from Rob Grist. Just could not quite catch up to it there. It might have been Paul Bunce potentially that might have got it. Yeah, if the ball had gone to him, it would have been an excellent score, but unfortunately those are the chances that you have to take at this level. And the ball goes over. The ball looked like it had maybe gone off the mark, but the referees are happy with it. Here they come again, PFT. This time it's Tom Overbury. Overbury receives that ball again as the siren goes, last chance, and there is the half-time whistle. And it is PFT who take the lead, and they're leading by 1-0 here on pitch 1. Just a reminder that coming up next it will be Revolution against Thames Valley Vikings in the men's plate final here on pitch 1. That's next up. And then the winner of this game will play the winner of the game that you can see over the back on pitch 2 in the men's cup final at 5 to 5, at 5:30 UK time. We'll have the women's cup final, the women's cup semi-finals coming up next. Thames Valley Vikings against Oxford on pitch 3, and Wigan Warriors against Revolution on pitch 4. We will keep you up to date with all of them as we go. So half time then here, and we're back for the second half in a couple of moments' time. So we got the standby from the main tournament control, and we are back for the second half as PFT will tap us off with a 1 point lead, 1 point to nil, as they bid to make a second straight Development National Touch Series final and keep this 100% record in the knockout stages alive. Good play there from Girasina to stop Hugh Spencer from going through. Pass out the back, looking again, nice step, this time wide open. It's Stefan Redfern, who made an excellent defensive play in the first half, has just made an excellent offensive attacking play in the second half. And what a start for PFT. They've doubled the lead. And is that the try potentially that takes them through to a second straight Men's Development National Touch Series final? We will find out, of course, over the next 9 minutes. Bristol realistically need the next score, because if they don't get it, it's hard to see them getting back into this game. It's going to be a forward pass given on this far side.
What are we doing?
Max Shempston thought he must have got the try, but not to be. Nice pass off. They wanted a touch, not going to get one. Now they do. But you can see that PFT are really driving forward well. Here comes Benjamin Burton. Nice little touch pass a little bit there on there. Not the sort of advantage again here. Nice pass out the back. Pass over the top. Oh dear. Paul Ashton was trying to get there, it just didn't have enough weight. Maybe the wind might have caught it down a little bit, but it is 2-0 still, and Bristol just about stay alive. Remember, Bristol were in the third place playoff last time round. Was the touch, it'll be the 6th. Remember, Bristol lost to the Scorpions last time out. They're looking to go one better than the third place playoff. They could still get back in this, but it is getting desperate, you feel. Another try for PFT. And it could be all over. There's the pass on the outside. Chance here, and he's gone down the far side. And was that a drop ball? Oh my goodness, it was. Andre Garner did drop the ball. That would have been the match, surely. As it stands, though, Bristol still just about clinging on. Penalty given for a heavy touch. So it will be 6 more for Bristol. Here's Girasina. Where's the outlet pass going to go? Here he is again. That's the 4th. Now, Grist. Looking to move it, that's the last. Here comes Grist again, trying to drive it on. Maybe trying to look to set up a short. They wanted a touch, they're not going to get one. No, they are. It's a touch pass. Mistakes now creeping in worryingly for Bristol at this point. 5 minutes to go in this Development Men's National Touch Series Cup semi-final. He's over the mark, calls Jack Harris. Jack Harris is trying to get, just making sure that balls get put into the right areas. Such an experienced referee. Jordi Salort is there. Picks it up and does Grist. Grist looking on the outside, he's going to score. Robert Grist puts it down and gives Bristol a lifeline. Around 4 minutes to go. And they're back within 1. It is 2-1 to PFT. The next try is vital. Who will it be that gets it? Again, that looked a little bit forward, but referees allow that to go on. That was over the mark. But it was a penalty for a heavy touch, I believe. No, it's going to be a penalty the other way. And now Bristol look to try and sub off quickly. That's already the third touch, and they're not even at halfway yet. Now they are. Again, that looked pretty close to being a heavy touch on Bunce, and it's been dropped. Small errors at this level are going to cost you, especially in a cup semi-final. Taking it on there again is Bowyer. No penalty given there. Running it on there off the subs bench is Burton. That's the 5th. Nice step again. Passes it out, and he will get touched. That time will Mike Rice. Wanting the territory before anything else. Bristol, maybe 2, maybe 3 chances left to try and get the try that would bring them level. That's already the third touch, as they've got to try and get over the halfway line. They do. On the 4th, back to Grist, who's the try scorer for Bristol. 2-1 still. That looked forward. It's a 5th touch anyway. Ball goes over the top. Back inside it goes. Oh, and there was no one there. Bristol almost produced something very special. But it's going to be Burton to take it on. And with just a couple of minutes to go, PFT can sense that they are about 1 3/4 steps away from another Men's Development National Touch Series Cup final. Will it be against the Cheetahs again? Bowyer with the pass over the top. That was so close again to Redfern. Redfern almost confirming the spot there for PFT in the final. Not just yet though. Ball goes out the back. There's the touch. Second touch now. No one there for Bristol, but now they are. That's the third. Here's Girasina. Pass back inside to Girasina. That's the 4th. And again, they're just not making enough meters at this moment in time. There's the last. It's a penalty given though. A minute left. Last chance for Bristol. Girasina. What can they do here? Was that over the mark? Referee says no. Girasina goes out the back. And the ball goes dead. Just could not quite get it out there to Shoji Leach. And I think they know, PFT, that this is close, but no, maybe not. Maybe not. 20 seconds to go on our clock. Here's Girasina. Leach will take it on. They've got to be quick here. Girasina on to Leach. They've got to be quick. The siren will go at any second. Leach, Girasina. You've got to try and drive this ball. But they're going backwards. They're going the wrong way. There's the siren. Last play of the game. Girasina. It's the wrong line. It's the wrong line. They thought it was the try line. It was the 7-metre line in the end. And that's how close they were to finally ending PFT's record of knockout victories in this Development Men's National Touch Series. Bristol, for the second straight event, will go into the third place playoff. But for PFT, it is a second appearance in a Men's Cup final in 2022. The full-time score, PFT 2, Bristol Jets 1. PFT are back in a few moments' time at 16:55 UK time for the Men's Cup final. But what heartbreak for Bristol Jets. Again, so close to finally ending the record. We're back with the Men's Plate final between Revolution and Thames Valley Vikings in a few moments' time.
Here at Pershall we've started a third age touch section, which so folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, just the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards, nice coffee and a chat. Yeah, makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me at school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. The model here, you seem to be really useful and good, get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and we've got a really big junior touch section, so I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
So after the drama of the Men's Cup semi-finals, we do have a final to bring you at 4:55. PFT we saw here on the stream beating the Bristol Jets 2-1. They will take on the London Galaxy after they beat last time out's runners-up Chester Cheetahs 6 points to 4, which is going to be a great final. North versus South, Manchester-based PFT against the London Galaxy. So we're looking forward to that. 4:55. The Women's Cup semi-finals taking place in the next 2 minutes or so. They'll be tapping off, and we'll be bringing you the results when we can ahead of the game at 5:30. In the plate semi-finals, Chester Cheetahs beating Exeter Owls by 2 tries to 1, and the same scoreline for the London Eagles as they beat the Cheltenham Tigers by 2 tries to 1. So the women's plate final, which will be at 4:55 on pitch 3, will be the Chester Cheetahs and the London Eagles. In the men's cup playoff semi-finals, these will be the 3rd and 4th place playoff. These will be the 5th and 6th place playoff and the 7th and 8th playoffs. London Eagles beating Cambridge by 4 tries to 1, and the London Vipers beating Oxford by 4 tries to 3. So that means that the Eagles will play the Vipers for the 5th and 6th place, and it will be Oxford against Cambridge. It will be a university rivalry in the 7th and 8th playoff matches later on today. They will be taking place around the at 5:30 tonight. But our focus is on the men's plate final, the Revolution against Thames Valley Vikings matchup. We've seen Revolution a couple of times on the stream already today. Our first look at the Thames Valley Vikings men. And I'm delighted to say that you don't have to listen to just me like you have had to do for the last 2 games. So Jonathan is joined by head coach of the PFT Development, James Simons. James, a very warm welcome to you. I'm sure that was an easy win, wasn't it? Yeah, you weren't any problems at all with that game against Bristol.
No problems at all. Yeah, no, it was a really hard-fought game, especially in the sun. I think our fitness was really starting to show towards the end because I think a few people's legs were burning, but it was a really close game. Like, Bristol really brought it to us. They scored some really nice tries as well. So yeah, my heart was like palpitating on the sideline. I was getting anxious, pacing up and down.
But what a story. We'll come on to this game in a second. Appreciate the game has just started, but what a moment for you as well. You know, as you say, you said to me off the air, you know, you're a very small club in terms of experience. Haven't been around for a long time, and yet here you are now, already winning 1 round of the development series for 2022, and now looking to try and run it again for a second time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a pinch yourself moment, right? Like, we've got a few key integral people in the club that are really passionate about touch and really like good coaches. So it's almost like a proud dad moment, really, which is really nice. So yeah, it's just great. Just keep growing, which is really nice.
Well, I appreciate, especially with the final to play, appreciate you coming up here and chatting about touch rugby with us and watching this plate final. Oh, there's the outside ball, and that's a try.
That was a fizz of a pass. Yeah,
absolutely. Brilliant try there. I think it's Carlos Medina that might have made the initial pass out over on that near side, over on that far side. And then the try scorer there, right on the edge for the Vikings.
Lovely
great stuff.
Dive, yeah, lovely dive as well. Like those aren't easy to finish, so no, great start to the final.
Absolutely. Vikings leading now by a try to 0 in this plate final. A quick reminder that the winners of this will get themselves 16 points. It is all the points that matter. Ooh. I think there was a touch on there. There was.
Yeah, we played Revs in our pool games, and I'm just noticing this guy in the red cap who's got some nice feet on him. He was trying to sneak in below there, but it was a really good touch on the line.
Yeah, Matthew Davis has been, in the games that we've seen, really influential. That's a nice pass, as has that man right there.
Lovely screenplay. So what you had there was just a 32 platform, almost like rugby league style. You had the link, like running this blocker line, which drew the defence in really nicely, and then the wrapper just out the back in acres of space, utilising that for a lovely try.
Richard Bulmer got the try for the Thames Valley Vikings, but we have said this a lot this time on the stream today. It's been Matthew Davis to Chris Wood, and he has been the people, and they've been the people that have really been involved with this, and they've been absolutely outstanding for Revolution, and they level up this plate final at 1 apiece.
Sweet play here.
Vikings
nice
looking to try and get the pass out. I think that was a touch on. It was. It will be a 6 again. The ball was played at, and it will be Vikings looking to try and make this work.
I think they're just trying to orchestrate a sweet play here. He's a little quickie as well.
Brett Milligan looking.
Oh, how's he gone through there?
It's all fine. However he's got through there, Brett Milligan, he's like a magician. Now you see him, now you don't. And what you do see are the Vikings 2-1 up.
There we go, back-to-back tries. I think we might have a try-fest here, you know. It looks like it. Attacks on top.
That's what we like to see. He just ducks through there. The gap was there for him, and an excellent try. So here come Revolution again. We haven't really seen too many try-fests on the stream today. There's been a couple of really good games, though. But there's a chance there as Matthew Davis again going through. His energy isn't stopping, even in the sun as it starts to really, as the heat of the day starts to go out today. That breeze that's coming in through the box that you can hear is lovely.
It really is, honestly. Being outside, it's done. Yeah, so he's replayed the same play he just did there, which is like a counties, and he's just come in field and just ducks right under the midfield defence.
Well, it's 2 apiece, and that's a lovely dive there for the line. You say we always love to see sliding finishes, but and diving finishes, but the ground, unfortunately, I don't think still is anything. We haven't had any rain today, but I still maintain bringing my coats were the right decision. Just, you never know in this country. Again, we do have a worldwide audience, but in England you're never far away from a shower. Tomorrow, weather not looking particularly great for the elite men's and women's national touch series, but fingers crossed it won't rain. That's what we don't want. It's cloudy, I'm fine with that.
Here they are setting a sweep. It's just picked up against the grain. And
that was no, it's a score.
That was lovely. So that's really nice play there. They've conditioned with a sweep for the first few attacks, and they've got really good luck off that. And now they pick up and go against the grain with a really nice follow play, and he's just slotted the ball down really nice. That was some grade A touch. That
fantastic work, and it's going to be a 3rd try for the Vikings, and it is 3-2. And that is always what we like to see in this game. But now, chance here on the outside, didn't quite go, but I think there was a 6 again anyway. I think there was a touch.
I think that's unlucky there. I don't think he played at that, so I don't know if it's unfortunate if they've given 6 there.
Well, number 30, he's not on our team sheet. We've got the first try, he's got the 3rd try. I believe it's Sean Harrison, because we can't see number 58 out on the pitch at the moment, but we will try and correct that. Here come the revolution again, though. Davis,
he's got that down.
He's got that down completely. Mel Day gives the try. Anything you can do, I can do better at the minute. 3 apiece. Great game.
Great game. Told you, try first.
Can you? I know you've got a final, but do you mind staying up here just for the rest of the day? If we're going to get a try first with you on comms.
I'd love to, because standing on the sideline watching your team is almost the worst place to be. But no, it's gorgeous, and like you said, up here there's a really nice breeze, and on a hot day it's actually quite a nice rest up here.
Well, here they come. Nice little step there again. Time. In fact, actually, I think we're just still trying to work out who that number 30 is, because fortunately he's not on our team sheet, which is a shame.
He sold a nice dummy there.
Yes, absolutely. It's not 58, we can see Sean Harrison, who's just in his sub box down there by the left hand side. That's going to be a back down.
I think offside. They're really ringing the door on this sweep play. I mean, they're getting really good. They're getting some good scores at him. And here it is again, but they've just fed it. It's nice that. Good defence, though. Really good defence. Again, just offside.
It is. We've got to be careful around that area, of course, because if not, they will be going on, and there's a try again.
Yeah, I think that looks down. That
it is.
Sideline's given it.
That's his 4th try. 4th try for Vikings, a hat trick for that number 30.
He needs to get his name up here.
Honestly,
he should be getting some credit.
Honestly, we want to give him some credit. We might shout him down at half time and get him, but he is going to be the try scorer, and it will be 4-3. But now here come Revolution again.
Some really good yards there off the tap off.
There's Wood and Davis. The 2 of them have been brilliant together.
It's a nice short play. It's the screen play again.
Davis, there's Wood. He's done the same thing again. Outlet pass.
I think
there was a touch. No
ball away.
They wanted a touch. They're not going to get it. It's going to be a try, and it is 4 apiece in what is turning out to be an absolute epic plate final. Just about 30 seconds left to go with this first half. I'm just trying to work out who that was on the far side. Can't really see the number. Well, it's number 2 over on that far side for Revs. might be 23 actually. It's Chris Wood over there again.
Just slowing it down.
I think they are wanting the last play before the break. Now they're wanting the pass. Ball goes out. They're wanting a penalty. Are they going to get one? But the hoot has gone anyway.
It's going to get the penalty.
They are going to get the penalty. One final play.
Hoping for a bullet pass here. Oh, he's
going to go try and snipe it. Oh, that's excellent. That is an absolutely brilliant try from Richard Bulmer. And it's going to be half time. And it's going to be 5-4. And well, I mean, where to start with that fight? I mean, like we say, we're going to try and work out who that number 30 is, and I apologise that we can't really say his name because he hasn't been he isn't on our team sheet that we've got up here in a box, but he has been influential for the Thames Valley Vikings so far.
Absolutely. I just think actually both teams have done a really good job of conditioning. You see them running a few of the same plays over and over again. Lots of different variety to it, and they're getting lots of reward from it as well, which is, it's, like you said, it's making for a really good final here.
It certainly is. 5-4 then, and we will come back to this game in just a couple of moments' time. Well, we've got you up here, James. What are you expecting out of your final that you've got coming up in the next 25 minutes or so before you have to go and play the London Galaxy and try and defend that undefeated record in knockout matches once again?
Yeah, what am I expecting out of it? I think it's going to be a hard-fought final. End of the day, sun's been blaring. I think people's fitness is going to really show. So I think it'll be a battle of who's the fitter team. If the defence can stay on top, from our perspective, I think we can push them. But I think it's going to be a really, really close game. And I back the boys. We'll bring it home again.
You've always got to back your team, though, haven't you? Like, if you didn't back your team, I'd be a bit worried, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. We've got a night out booked in Manchester tonight, so early celebrations, maybe.
maybe a few coach cans maybe on the way back.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm playing tomorrow.
Well, maybe not for you, but
I expect the boys will, regardless, to be honest, to get to the final. Twice, we're really, really pleased about that, and it's going to be a hard-fought game, I think, but good fun.
So, almost ready then for the resumption of the tap-off in this plate final. Thank you very much to the Oxford player that's just come over to us in the box here. And I said number 30, and there's a reason why we couldn't work out who he was, because he's not on the team sheet, but Tom Simpson is there, and he's been influential so far. They wanted to get a try, I think they're clear actually. Wow. They thought they had a touch on there, not the case, and what a start to the second half, and for the first time, well, we're back tied again. It's 5-5 in what's been a truly ridiculous men's plate final.
Yeah, it was just lovely hands there. They really they drew and passed, just really simple, basic rugby, but came out to great effect there with the winger getting in the corner.
Definitely. So 5-5 in what has been a blink and you'll miss it tri-fest. You should do this job regularly, James. You called it.
Yeah, no, I did. I was quite shocked, really. I actually...
thought Tom Simpson had maybe made his way out there, but not the case that time. And unfortunately, Vinny Longa just wasn't up to it there.
No. Yeah, I seem to get roped into commentary. I've done it for the past few times every single day. So if I can commentate tomorrow, I'll complete it.
You'll be more than welcome back up in a box, mate. You know that. Absolutely. So there is Wood.
Scooping.
Nice scoop again, and that time Davis just couldn't quite get the ball over to his man. on that side there. I think that might have been Ian Rowbury on there, but his number is starting to fall off, which is not good. And then that time, it's a drop ball there from Longier, and it does mean it's going to be 6 to go, and a very good position here for Revolution. Davis, who's been influential for them so far, as has that man there as well, Adam Sale. He's looking at maybe trying to take this ball on a little bit. Sale back to Davis and dives.
I think he's going to give that. He's moving back.
About to say, Newton thought he might have had a touch on, but it's not the case. And for the first time in this game, Revolution lead.
That's just such a nice low dive there. They're really impossible to defend those. They're so difficult. So I wish I could do that.
So do I. Well, unfortunately, this body doesn't turn to that. But here we go. 6-5. Revolution leading for the first time in this game. There's George Gerrett, who we had up here on the stream earlier on, making the defensive play. Can Thames Valley get back into this now in this plate final, which has been outstanding to watch? Been a really fun game of rugby, a touch rugby this. Tom Simpson stepping, there's the pass. They're wanting a 6 again. Referee doesn't give it. Referee says that time it's a turnover for a loss of control.
Be the difference. That could be the difference.
Definitely a huge moment. Wood off to Sale. Now back to Wood again on that far side. Now coming back over to the middle. Davis, his partner there. That's available. Good pass. Oh, he's dropped it. Wood over on that far side again.
Oof.
Unfortunately, there's a nice touch on there, but unfortunately, not the case. That looked close to being forward, but nice touch on there from Vinny Longier. That's the third. Wonder if this game's actually going to start settling down now.
Yeah, I think this will be the fitness telling. But that could give Thames Valley the seat back in, really, if they keep going.
Newton trying to get the touch. Doesn't matter anyway because the ball gets dropped by Longier. And with 5 minutes to go, Vikings trail by 1. First time they've been behind all game. They've always taken the lead, and Revolution have always come back. What's going to happen now in these next 5 minutes? Well, what's going to happen is that, first of all, there's going to be a penalty for overstepping the mark.
Big moment here.
Revolution lost to London Vipers in the plate final 2 weeks ago. They're looking to win it this time and get themselves 16 points rather than 14 in the overall series. Newton gets that ball back. Now what can he do? Can he take the pass on? It doesn't matter because Sean Harrison unfortunately drops that ball. And another turnover. Another one that let go by Thames Valley.
So it's a good drive off here. Still give a good platform for people coming on.
Here they come.
Scoop through here.
There's a chance. Here he goes. Through the middle. Comes back. Lovely, lovely, lovely score. Simon Mallard goes straight through. And George Gerrish, who we had on the stream earlier, he said he wanted to play a part in the day. He may have just done that. 7-5, and that could be the try that gives Revolution the plate final.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just as a product of really hard driving. They got their sub off and sub on perfect, and it made the scoop so easy. I think that might be a bit of tiredness coming in here, so Thames Valley really need to score here, I think, just to keep it alive.
Next point is crucial. Who's it going to be? Are we going to get another point? 3.5 to go. Here comes Newton. Trying to take this ball on again, gets the touch, and there's Newton. Harrison is there trying to get that ball back. It would have been a nice pass, and probably would have looked to try and dive, even from that far out. There you go. You can actually hear as Davis falls down just how hard that ground actually is today.
You've got to feel that Revs just look like they have a little bit of extra gear to them as he looks to burn. Go around the outside.
He does. There's Adam Sale.
Had to be a scoop there. They've got to do something magic.
Last touch. Sale. Outlet pass. Didn't have the pace on the outside. Would have been very, very tight had it done so anyway. But you have to feel, though, this is going to be a long score. If Vikings are going to get here, this is going to be a long score. Here's Richard Bulmer. Now Tom Harrison, who was so good in that first half. Bulmer onto Longia. That's the third touch right close in.
I think from watching this, I think Revs have got a few more in their sub-box than Thames Valley. They've only got 2 in their box. I think that's probably what's given them the edge, as well as good touch. But on a hot day like this, I think you could have done with a few more bodies. But yeah, half court there. I think they'll drive hard back up.
Well, with 1:45 to go, it looks like Revolution will turn a loss in last week's or 2 weeks ago's plate final into a win this time round. 90 seconds remaining. Here they come, and a player is down. Don't think it's going to be the end of the game just yet, with a minute 15 left in this one between Revolution and Vikings. So Revolution look like they will take the plate, unless something rather miraculous happens. But looking forward ahead to our next game, which is the men's cup final between PFT and London Galaxy. Nervous? Excited?
Both.
Yeah.
I'm watching the boys warm up over there, so they're looking sharp. Throwing out the back passes as well. So yeah, let's see if we can stick those in a final. It'll be good on live stream, eh?
Absolutely.
A hard one to follow, mind you. Jesus.
This has been great. 7-5. And we appreciate you coming up and talking with us as always, James, particularly when you've got a final to prep for as the ball goes wild and away. Seconds remaining then in this plate final. It was been brilliant at one stage. Thames Valley really fought hard, but maybe the extra experience for Revolution, the extra bodies they've had, and the hurt that they had from losing the plate final to London Scorpions by a single point last time, may have just got them over the line in this plate final. And it's going to be a drop ball anyway. And there it is. Revolution. It has been. The Revolution used to say, they'd say the Revolution would be televised. Might not be a full Revolution, but their win in the plate certainly has been. They win this one 7-5. They pick up the first trophy of the day in the men's plate final. And it's going to be for them 16 points in this men's Development National Touch Series. James, as I said before, thank you very, very much indeed for joining us, particularly when you've got a final to prep. The best of luck.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much indeed. So, as we say, the men's plate goes to Revolution. They win 7-5 against Thames Valley Vikings. Who will take home the men's cup, though? That is coming up next. It's our penultimate game of the day on the live stream. PFT against London Galaxy, and it comes your way in around 10 minutes' time. So after a excellent day of touch rugby in the Development Men's National Touch Series, we are down to 2 in the Men's Cup competition. For London Galaxy, the beating of Chester Cheetahs in the semi-final, the London Vipers in the quarter-final, and of course for them as well, finishing top of their pool with 3 wins. They are undefeated coming into today's action. Same as well, can't be said for PFT, but they are undefeated where it matters in the knockout stages, and in fact they're undefeated in the knockout stages across the 2 National Touch Series events for the development teams. Now is an opportunity for them to go back to back and to win 2 straight Men's National Touch Series development titles. But what will happen as they take on the London Galaxy? Jonathan Eaton alongside you, as I have been all day, and joining us on co-coms for this one is the victorious coach from the men's plate final, Martin Bunn. Martin, congratulations to Revolution. A win for you in the plate competition after coming second last time out. Must feel fantastic for you.
Yeah, it was winning the game you lost last time's progress, so very happy with that. Also, I was a player coach as well, so I was playing. But yeah, terrific. We've got beers afterwards, and they taste better now we've won, so it's fantastic.
Well, it's great to have you with us on comms as we get ourselves underway. PFT, we had James Simons, their coach, up with us not too long ago for the men's plate final, and they could be starting here brilliantly. They are. An excellent score for Andre Garner, and with it of the opening tap off, it's PFT who start brilliantly.
Yeah, nice sweeper play to the left here, create the overlap and a simple ball to the wing to dot down. Very nice start for PFT.
PFT from Manchester taking on London Galaxy, who of course are undefeated today. They've won every game. PFT have drawn a couple of games. They've drawn earlier on today in the men's pool action.
Yeah, against the Vipers they drew against, I believe. Because that was the pool Revolutionary as well. So yeah, they drew against the London Vipers.
But, as we always say, they are undefeated throughout this knockout stage of the Men's Development National Touch Series for 2022. They're looking to keep it that way, but the Galaxy are looking to try to change that, and they're going to score. All clear on this right-hand side, and it is the score for Eric Williams, who goes over for the Galaxy and makes it one apiece, and within 2 minutes we're level at 1-1.
Yeah, wonderful left to right pass from Louis Trey's there to the winger, and nice easy dotted down. Very good to see a former Revolution player as well playing for PFT. We've got Hugh out there who's played a couple of games for us, so it's good to see the sort of touch as a small family, and there's lots of people, lots of friends playing together, so yeah, lovely to see. We can claim that one if they win, I think. Birmingham Uni actually is where he was at, and we still get a few players from there as well. One of our lads, Ben Greer, is med student at Birmingham Uni. Played very well today, so
made a couple of really good scores over on that far side in the game. I think it was against the Yorkshire Thorns in particular. I think it might have been.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've been on the stream quite regularly today so far, actually.
Yes,
the Revolution.
Well, fortunately, we keep winning on the stream, so we'll take that. But
there's another one of your players just walking by, actually, down below us, Matthew Davis, who's been absolutely outstanding throughout the day from our point of view.
Yeah, he's a superb player. Excellent. Well, captaining as well today, and really taking that sort of responsibility of that, which is me as a coach. It's nice when players take on that responsibility to be self-motivated and to sort of drive the game, and he does a wonderful job at that. Good to see the team coming and sitting down and watching the final as well. So yeah, very proud.
Loss of control, I think it was. So Galaxy at the moment one apiece with PFT. Here comes Josh Bendel, who was instrumental in that semi-final. Luke Lawrence comes across.
Setting up.
Needs a Bowyap. Bowyap. Down with a nice step, looking for it. Looks like it's the last touch. And it is.
Half court as well, I think.
Yes.
So looking at this game, PFT seem to have a good number of subs and Galaxy don't, so I can imagine PFT are going to, quite similar to our game, want to play a more driving up and down game, and Galaxy will want to play a bit slower, get into line attack and control the tempo a bit more to save their legs, but we'll see.
Trey is there with the inside ball, no touch on just yet. There's Eric Williams who got the first score for Galaxy. Treyas is still alive, and the Galaxy are just not able to get through there, but it's not too far away for Josh Henderson. Louis Treyas, where we saw back at the Elite Men's National Touch Series last year, playing fantastically well for Galaxy. Good pass, and is there a touch on? There is. It's going to be
touch and pass, but it looks forward.
Yeah, you're right. I think it might have been. Oh, and a bit of back chat there from Louis Treyas.
Referee's not having it.
Absolutely. Referee there saying exactly what he thinks.
Fergal was the referee there. Saw him at Wildcats regional training last weekend, so good to see him out. refereeing today. He does a lot of that.
Yeah, big shout out to Vicky Offland and Mel Day as well, the other referees that are available to referee in this game, and there's been loads of referees across the day that we've seen on here, and a massive shout out to them for giving up their time to do this. But a chance, that would have been brilliant, I think. We've been Hugh Spencer there looking to try to move that ball back towards Mike Rice, but unfortunately not to be. We have just got confirmation on our stream that our final game of the day will be the Women's Cup final, and it will be Oxford against Wigan Warriors, which will be a great game to end the day.
Nutshell, a bit of a shame that our Revolution ladies lost in the semi-final to Wigan, and is not a repeat of the last one, but yeah, good on Wigan. One of our committee members of Revolution is playing for Wigan today, Kat Williams. So again, as I say, it's a small village touch sometimes.
It is. His Treyes looking, I think there was a touch on there anyway. There was.
So just before the line, the ball as well, but what's the ref going to say?
It's going to be a penalty anyway for offside. I think the one for me is obviously Revolution and Oxford. What an incredible game that was 2 weeks ago. It would have back in the women's final.
Yes, a terrific game. I think there's a picture of me on the live stream doing rather a large jump in the air when Cara beats Alicia with that footwork and gets on the outside to score. And yeah, a wonderful moment for our women's team. A very wonderful moment there. Good to see so many young players playing, and I think we're very proud of that as a club.
I bet.
We had, again, if you watched our previous game, we had Ben, who was playing on the fantastic ball again.
Great ball over the top, and it's going to be the try for Galaxy. And it will be the try over there. It's going to be Ben Robertson who gets the touchdown, and Galaxy are the ones that go ahead 2-1.
Left to right from Louis Treyes again.
I'm sure we'll be seeing him tomorrow on the Elite as well.
Yes, very, very good player.
Hopefully he won't be using all of his energy up in this one, but his Bowyer, not the best of passes, but he gets away with it. Bowyer again.
Trying to run a doggies on the link there, but Galaxy read it quite well.
Indeed, Luke Lawrence is there.
Come back in the long pass to Pete.
Bowyer, Lawrence, that's a try.
That's very nice.
That's a sensational ball from Peter Bowyer inside to Luke Lawrence. And as quick as Galaxy thought they'd taken the lead, it's a straightaway response for PFT 2-2.
Yeah, he dummied me there, Pete. I thought he was going to go for the big left to right himself, to the wing, and nice little subtle ball into that, and well chopped to the hole by the player. I didn't see who it was, but it was a lovely score.
2 apiece, 2 minutes to go in the first half. Treyes again driving on. And it looks like already that Galaxy are really trying to take this ball into contact and get the drive on, but obviously not with not much of the sub off. Try's been given. Treyes just dances through the middle, and it's going to be 3-2. Just dances through the middle. They thought they were going to get a touch on, but there's nothing there, and Louis Treyes is doing an absolutely brilliant job for the Galaxy. 3-2 ahead.
Yeah, wonderful feet. That allows him to be able to throw that long ball as well. The wonderful feet.
I think that might be a heavy touch.
Oh, he might have. He's holding something.
Hopefully it's nothing too serious there. I think he's okay. Yeah, we'll see what happens on that one.
Yeah, end of the day often can mean players are tired and sore and a little bit more clumsy. Maybe why they scored that one. Maybe at the start of the day the toucher would have had to make it. You'll find at the end of the day people falling more, mistimed things.
You can see there that Treyes is just trying to get himself back to match fitness, and that's been knocked down. So it will be 6 again.
Just what you need when you saw as a repeat set.
Yep.
But I think by the looks of it, Galaxy have got, are they 1 sub?
Yeah.
So, I mean, repeat set, they're all repeat sets.
Chance, ball goes back out, there's the touch, there's a wonderful step. That is a wonderful step there from Ben Burton. as the siren goes on what's been an outstanding first half. 3 apiece between PFT and Galaxy. Where's your money going at this moment in time, Martin Bunn?
Well, I mean, I would expect Galaxy to win just looking at the players on show, but PFT play really, really good touch. They run really good holes, and they're a group of mates who work really hard together. So I'd probably say Galaxy might have it in the end, but PFT are the reigning champions. So, well, yeah, I mean that was a a non-committal answer there, but I'd expect Galaxy in the second half to have it. But I mean, what are we at 3-2? I've slightly lost track of the scoring there. Is it 3-3? But very close.
3 apiece. It was at the break in this first half. Quick, what I'll do while we have a second is just to give you a few updates from games that have happened around the pitches. So Exeter Eagle Owls losing 6-2 to Yorkshire Thorns in the men's 11th and 12th place playoff. Yorkshire Thorns beating Bristol Jets by 4-3. No scores yet from the Nottingham Hoods against London Vipers from the Women's Bowl round robin. But the Women's Cup semi-finals, Oxford beating Thames Valley by 4-2. They're looking to try and make it one step better from last time. They lost in a dramatic final, of course, 4-3 to Revolution. But it will be Oxford taking on Wigan Warriors this time as they beat Revolution by 3-2. So it means that it will be Oxford and Wigan Warriors in our last game of the day here on this stream on pitch 1. That's coming up in a few moments' time. The women's 3rd and 4th place playoff will be going on pitch 2, which will be Thames Valley Vikings against the Revolution. And then men's 5th, 6th place playoff coming up next will be London Eagles against London Vipers. 7th and 8th playoff will be Cambridge against Oxford. And the final 2 games of the Women's Bowl round robin. It will be Nottingham Hoods against Yorkshire Thorns. And Bristol Jets against the London Vipers. Currently going on across the pitches. Men's 3rd, 4th place playoff coming on over the back on pitch 2 between Bristol and Chester. Women's plate final currently going on pitch 3 between Chester Cheetahs and London Eagles. We had Exeter Eagle Owls against Cheltenham Tigers in the women's 7th and 8th playoff. And over on pitches 5 and 6 for the men's 13th and 14th and 15th and 16th playoff between Nottingham Hoods and Cheltenham Tigers, and Crewe and Nantwich against Wigan Warriors respectively. But we are focused here in this game between Galaxy and PFT. Cannot be split right now. 3 apiece.
Maybe we'll get a drop off, eh?
Well, we saw what happened with 3-on-3 extra time in the women's final.
Oh dear!
And almost a perfect start to the second half for Galaxy. Brooke Wright just couldn't quite corral the ball, and again,
chat back.
More chat back.
I was going to say he did a Chris Wood there and dropped that one. That's our winger who on the far side who dropped one in the final.
I did see that.
Oh, bless him. I handed the beer to him. I didn't chuck it. He's done wonder for us today. Chris scored a lot and also refereed as well. That's a big part of the day. So I joke about Chris, but it's wonderful to have in our team.
There was a touch on there, that time from Ben Robertson. As Andre Garner has already scored a try. Did a second one.
Let's see what they try and set up here. They're going to look for they get 33 quickie and they scooped it.
Oh, that's a sensational touch. There was
touch made again. Chopping good holes there for PFT. They find space really, really well.
Tom Overbury thought he got the score, but no. Both teams having chances, and now on the outside. This has got to go. Has he got the pace? It looks like he does. It's Marcus Keyside McDonald.
Fantastic.
But what a touch. What a touch from Peter Bowyer. It all looked for all the world that Keyside McDonald was going to go and score, and there's a touch on there again. This time from Mike Rice. What a touch though from Peter Bowyer.
It's the kind of thing that can turn games, that.
Absolutely. Touch 3. Treyers now looking for the outlet pass. Can he get there? It was close again for Brooke Wright.
A chance to run at Galaxy now again. They haven't got any subs. A chance for PFT to put a lot of pressure on, drive down the field hard. Our game earlier, we ended up in the first half was just line attack, line defence, because one team couldn't stop the other. In the second half, we had more players and got into a driving game, and that is something that suits us with a bigger squad. So could be a turning point in that game.
Takes the touch this time. Bowyer looking for the outside pass, and a sensational pass. Peter Bowyer does brilliantly on the defensive work and then sets up the assist for once again Luke Lawrence, and PFT retake the lead.
Terrific work off the ball, like chopping those holes and making it really difficult for defenders to defend, and yeah, really excellent to watch. We've shown some of the videos to some of our players, but it's a superb example of finding that space. See what Galaxy have got now.
Indeed, behind again, but Treyers now looking. Oh, I think there was a touch on. There was.
Yeah, got a hand in.
Yeah, that is Jordan Cross, who has been very, very good defensively for PFT. Galaxy now, though, will have 6 again. Treyers doesn't really know what he's trying to call.
Good effort there by Tom Overbury to get up and put pressure on, and they weren't able to capitalise.
Treyers looking for the long pass. This time again. The pass is just not falling for Galaxy at the moment. Eric Williams almost again.
I guess that's almost the difference. Is you would think for PFT that pass would have stuck because they were so excellent at it. But there you go. I think it's a penalty here to again. It seems to be slipping away from Galaxy a little bit here. Penalty there allows PFT to sub and then to drive up hard and put pressure on. The type of rest they want. So we'll see. But
here come PFT once again. You feel that another score would really put them in control of this match. They are a point ahead. Pass goes out to Rice. We'll take this one final time. It's an intercept, and so it's a turnover ball. It's forward pass, so they're going to get 6 again, which Treyers is going to start by taking up. Overbury
got caught at half there, so just threw a speculator, and it's sort of killed their momentum a little bit.
Treyers again. Like you say, you talked about it before, how Martin, how they want to try and slow this game down a little bit now, because obviously the sub boxes are going to come into crucial, especially when you've got this much time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, from a sub-box position, that's what they want to do. They're conserving energy, they want to be jogging around. Also, from a player perspective as well, Louis is sort of their key strike player, and when he was playing for Wales, a lot of the time they're doing slow ball attack for the Welsh mixed open teams. So they want to get to the line and do line attack. It's not about speed and dynamism before the touch. It's sort of all that kind of post-touch action, which is very, very good at. So that's sort of their game style, and also suits how many players they've got as well, whereas PFT are a little bit more dynamic in the way they want to get up the field quickly.
So here come Galaxy again. Trying to level this game up. 4-3, they trail. They've been ahead once in this fixture. Thought about the step there. Tried to do the step there. Did Stefan Fletcher?
I did. I could hear our team in the corner of on the last time we were on the live stream. One of our players doing quite a funny sidestep, and Marnie thought it was quite amusing. I think there was a comment about Marcus Smith, and not
very good.
Quite similar was that one. Wasn't really going anywhere, I didn't think.
Well, here comes the Galaxy once more, and that one's going to be, I think, a penalty for offside.
Yes, it looks like it.
I think Mel Day is just explaining that one.
Oh, sub as well. I mean, was something said?
Oh wow, going off to, it looks like there's a sub box. 6, and that is Jordan Cross again.
The penalty.
And I think that might be the second one around the 7, so they've got to be careful. 2.5 minutes left or so. Looking to try and tie this one up. There's the score. There is the score. It's Stefan Fletcher.
A nice little ball, quite similar to the one that PFT scored in the first half, where that kind of the strike runner comes in and then drops a little ball off to their right. Does that bring us level, does it now?
It does.
It's funny, it felt like it was a lot more than one, but suddenly straight back in it again.
PFT 4, Galaxy 4, Manchester versus London. A battle now. 2 minutes to go to be crowned the cup winners in the second round of the Men's Development National Touch Series for 2022. Ball gets through the middle again. Nice touch on there from, I think that might have been Eric Williams again.
Trying to set up their doggies playing. Whether the ball carrier thought there was space or it just slowed up a little bit.
Spencer, there's the touch. Did Treyers get there? It doesn't matter, it's a penalty.
Offside. Oh, okay.
Well, did they not play through? That's a big call from the referee there. I thought that they played that through.
Maybe. I mean, potentially depends if they're calling offside. If they said Louis made the touch and he was offside, maybe they'd play through. I don't know. Hard to tell from here. I'm sure they got it right.
Definitely. There's the pass. Surely one more. Garner drops it. Wasn't the most sympathetic pass from Hugh Spencer.
I was going to say that'd be very hard to put that one on the winger, I think. If he caught it, it would have been a very, very good catch. So
totally. But now, chance for Galaxy to try and step through. Close there for Brooke Wright. Treyers, who's been influential so far, trying to use his influence one final time as we hit the final 45 seconds. Are we going to extra time? We seem to do that quite a lot in finals this year. Treyers back inside to Josh Henderson, who's there. Treyers is trying to step through, now looking for support. Can he find anyone? Trying to play it out the back, and there was nobody there. Now what are the referees going to give? Are they trying to give a penalty? No, it's going to be ball down, and with 15 seconds to go, it looks like we could be heading to extra time again.
Absolutely, that was a really key moment. I was thinking they might have just timed it right. There goes the hoop, timed it right, and that was going to be the last score. Whether they're going to enjoy a drop off, and once they've been playing like a drop off for the whole time they've been on the field.
Bowyer gets the touch, and it is 4 apiece. So it is full time.
Just what everyone wants after a long day is a drop off, but it's very exciting for us.
Well, it might see where we go, because we are going to be going and see where we go. 3 on 3.
We're going straight to 3 on 3, are we?
I think so. I think we're going to 3 on 3 to decide.
Oh no, we got 4 on 4.
Is it 4 on 4? It is. It's 4 on 4.
4 on 4 for 2 minutes, I believe, and then after that it goes. So you play 2 minutes through. Doesn't matter who scores, and if there's a winner at the end of that, and then after that it's sudden death.
So we're into extra time. Sudden death. 2 minutes, as you say. Now for Treyers, looking for the step. There's a touch on there from Jordan Cross.
Come on.
2 minutes of extra time, looking to try and see if we can find a winner. Here is Treyers out the back.
Long
Great
ball.
pass. I think it might have gone forward anyway, but it was dropped. Loss of control there for Robertson.
So
now it's time for PFT to see if they can try and drive forward.
We'll see what tactics they do. Do they practice drop-offs in training? What's there? Probably drive straight at people, I can imagine, and that would be the policy, but we'll see. Get a roll on here.
Here's the chance. Roll on, as you say. Lovely step. He's completely missed him. Chance back inside. And there's
fantastic.
a touch on. Josh Bendel thought he was through, but Hugh Spencer is the one that gets tagged. Rice, chance out the back door. Think there might have been a touchdown.
Hand in, so 6 more.
Indeed.
Interested, they're going to some quickie plays here.
Bendel out to Rice. You've got Overbury there. Now Bendel looking to see where he's going to go. Will Rice go in for the score? He will. Mike Rice may have just won.
So how long? 30 seconds to go, is it?
One final chance maybe for Galaxy to take us into sudden death again. But it might be the touchdown there from Mike Rice that might have just won a second straight Men's Development Cup for a touch. Now, final touch. Chance here for Treyas. It's got to go wide. Oh my goodness, what a chance. And he's picked the wrong line. That's not for the first time that that's happened today. But Marcus Keeley-side McDonald's just picked the wrong line.
I mean, what a way to end the game.
We are in shock here in the box. I cannot believe what I've just seen.
Oh dear.
In the final.
I mean, at least nobody was watching, eh?
Wow. Marcus Keeley-side McDonald thought he just sent us to sudden death. If it had gone 7 metres further, he would have done. But for the second straight cup competition, it's going to be PFT that win. And this time, in extra time, in the most dramatic of circumstances, Martin Bunn.
Absolutely, a terrific performance by them, blow for blow. I think by not being sure at half time was probably right, and we got to that drop off, and then a moment a difficult moment for that player. I'm sure we'll come back from it, but a wonderful, wonderful final. And PFT, a club who are only quite recently in existence, are doing terrifically well, playing some really good touch. They'll have at least one player I'm aware of at the Euros as well, so really, really well done for them, building on that, the strength in the Northwest, where I started playing my touch in the Northwest as well, so it's terrific to see, and worthy winners.
Martin, it's been a pleasure sharing the combots with you for that incredible final. We thought we were going to extra time, we thought we were going to sudden death, but unfortunately for Marcus Keeley-side McDonald, it was the wrong line and he dropped it. And unfortunately for London Galaxy, it means that PFT have won a second straight Men's Development Cup in the National Touch Series. We need to get our breath back because we've got Oxford against Wigan Warriors to come up next in our final game of the day. As you say, Martin, thank you very much for joining us here on Comms.
It's been a pleasure, thank you.
We'll see you in a few moments.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's where we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Well, we've just got our breath back from what was an unbelievable Men's Cup final. I'm delighted to say that just about getting his breath back at the minute is Jordan Cross, captain of the PFT. Jordan, just try and talk me through that. What was going through your mind then when the ball gets on the outside and you think you've done it, you finally think you've won that second tournament, and someone gets there and you think we're going to have to go to sudden death?
Yeah.
What happened in that final few moments for you?
It was like we made the score, there's less than 30 seconds left, and Galaxy, fair play to them, they pushed us hard all game. They've been in the lead, we've been in the lead, we've finally taken the lead, and I was actually on the pitch and they passed it out on the very last play of the game. Couldn't believe it. I was actually the one chasing out, and just unluckily for the Galaxy play, put it on the wrong line, and we've all done it, and he's going to feel bad enough for it, so I didn't need anyone else to rub it in for him. But it's just
what a game.
Match,
I was about to say, what a fantastic game. Appreciate we've got the women's final starting in just a second, so we will come on to that in a minute, but what a fantastic game that was for you. I mean, it was just brilliant from end to end, and it was fantastic to see two great teams going head to head.
Yeah, thank you. PFT, we've worked really hard over winter. We're a relatively new club, and as a coach, as one of the coaches, it's really amazing to see the hard work pay off. We've won, we didn't go into these comps expecting to win, and just to see the boys' efforts pay off with 2 cup wins is amazing. And credit to Galaxy, they pushed us all the way, and today's been a really difficult day. We've been pushed in every match, and it's a credit to the competition. We've not had an easy match.
Yeah, I was going to say, finally, 2 from 2 now in the Development National Touch Series, 2 cup wins. That must just be fantastic for you. And in particular, now you must be thinking, maybe if we get another third one, maybe we can push on to go to elite next year.
Yeah, well, that's the dreams. That's what we're aiming for, to push for elite. And
we've won 2 from 2, and let's make it 3 from 3. Let's win the whole series on a high, and that's what we'll be aiming for in Oxford in 2 weeks' time.
We'll see you there.
Yeah,
Thank you very,
no
very
worries.
much.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the beers, no doubt.
I know, I need a rest now.
Take it easy, Jordan. So Jordan Cross will leave us in the commentary box. Thank you very, very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. As we get going with a Women's Cup final that should have it all. Oxford against Wigan Warriors. Oxford looking to go one better themselves this time around. Oxford hoping for their redemption from what happened 2 weeks ago in Oxford themselves against Revolution, where they lost in an extra time final. Wigan Warriors looking to try and improve themselves again. They've always been there or thereabouts. They won the plate final last time out. Will they be the cup champions this time out? That is the crucial question. We have now 19 minutes to find out what happens. We'll give you the other scores from across the leagues and across the pitches in just a moment or two. But it's going to be a turnover, and it will be Oxford who will concede that ball to the Wigan Warriors. Minute and a half gone, still 0-0. Yes, that ball goes dead, and that will be another drop ball, and this time it will be Oxford to take it over. As Mel Day joins us up here once more in the commentary box. Lovely to have you back.
Thank you, thank you.
What a final that was, eh?
I mean, you never want to see a final end like that. I heard that they thought the winger would have gotten him anyway if he'd gone for the scoreline.
Let me tell you, I've just been speaking to that winger. He certainly said he wasn't. but it was unbelievable. What a final!
A great game. Like, for them to push it to a drop off so late in the game as well was just so impressive. So
it really was.
And everything's a team effort. So yeah, fantastic game.
Let's hope for the same again in this Oxford against Wigan Warriors touch final. As that wind is just nipping around now, Burton, and it's nice to actually have after being out in the sun all day, I'm sure, Mel.
Yeah, it's been a furnace today, and I think I've refed Wigan 3 times today, and the last time we were on the field together, it was, the heat was quite intense, but it's good to see them in the final. They've played really, really well today, I thought. Excellent pace as they're demonstrating right now.
Absolutely right. Here's Annie Ainscough, who we saw earlier on the stream, and Annie Ainscough has just gone down the left-hand side and has just got the opening try of this cup final. Wigan take the lead.
She deserves to celebrate that one. Just absolutely gassed the players on the outside.
Well, we saw Wigan on the stream earlier on today, and Wigan get themselves going again with the victory. In that sense, anyway, at least it's 1-0 early doors. Around about 4 or 5 minutes gone of this match, and the ball goes and drops, but unfortunately, not the case.
Yeah, Wigan have been so strong there. They play really physical touch, and they've just got speed and great ball skills. They unfortunately had a couple of their key players have to leave early today. But as you can see, they're not letting that stop them, and obviously they're playing one of the finalists from last round. So we'll see whether Oxford can turn it on again.
Indeed. Now looking to see if they can get themselves a second try over on the outside. Not there as yet, and that's the 6, and that'll be the turnover for Oxford. We haven't really seen Oxford on this stream today. We've seen Wigan a couple of times, so will it be third time the charm potentially for Wigan? Plate winners last time. Will there be cup winners this time, or will it be Oxford that could turn this game around and go from second placed in Oxford to first to the best in Burton?
And you can see on the field now the 25 Marnie Wells in England's stalwart, 35
chance through
player.
the middle. Oh, those got touched on.
Marnie just creates space and opportunities no matter where she is. She's just such an extraordinary player, and I know, having played beside her for so long, she's absolutely incredible, and she brings so much to this Oxford team, and this is really what development NTS is all about. Really experienced players like Marnie being given the opportunity to develop younger, more inexperienced players, and it's fantastic to see. It's been a great day.
It has. Final round of fixtures going on at this moment in time. Women's Cup final happening. Don't forget that tomorrow it is time for the Elite to step up. The Elite Men's and Women's National Touch Series Round 2 will begin at 10 o'clock UK time tomorrow morning. Join us here on the England Touch Rugby stream for it, as Ali Ainscough again. She has been everywhere already in this game. She's been everywhere all day. Feels like she's had 7 of her on the field.
She's running like this is her first game as well, which is quite incredible after, I think this must be their 6th game today. We've got Megan Clayton getting up in D for Wigan. She's a senior mixed player, incredible player, so strong in defence. And with the ball now, we've got Claire Davis, one of the England 35s players.
Oh, chance there. That time, just go back to get to the mark there, to Leslie McCallion.
And Leslie McCallion with the ball. She's one of the founders of Eurostars, one of the European touring teams, and she's just incredible. Puts together amazing touring teams.
Shoot goes Claire Davis. You were picking her up there, Mel, as she just goes through to level this game at 1 apiece.
Oh, they've got some insane players. Claire Davis, she's an England 35s player, got such pace. She's got a great dive, which she didn't have to utilise then. She's probably quite happy about that because the fields are quite baked after baking in the sun all day. And here we have tackle from Wigan.
So, chance here then for Wigan once more. There is Mia Ainscough. Her sister Annie has been right behind her most of the day at half. Now, Said Rihari. Ainscough again. Rihari gets that ball back. There's the ball on the available on the outside. Good pass. It's going to be the score. Think that's Courtney Horrocks over on that far side. And no sooner are Oxford level or Wigan back in front.
Great finish as well. You can see this ball, long ball up really high. That winger is facing directly into the sun. That sun would have been right behind that ball. So for her to catch that ball and finish it, just incredible.
Big moment. 2-1. Half time, 2 minutes or so away. 10 minutes flies by in these games. It's been such a great day. In the baking heat of Burton.
Thank goodness for the 10-minute halves. It's going off in the grandstand. You can see quite a few people starting off with some frothies.
Yeah, I tell you what, I tell you who else you can see starting off. That's Marnie Wills. Again, another one you bigged up just then, Mel, and another one that's just gone through and scored, and we are level at 2-2.
So we can see a 32 short, and Marnie just hitting that hole. Just incredible. And she's only 4 or 5 months back from having her second baby. So it's great to see her. Hasn't impacted her playing skills or speed at all.
Definitely not. But you can see just how quick this Wigan side are trying to get into it. Ainscough, who has been brilliant over the outside. She has got pace. She has got pace for days. Annie Ainscough has been brilliant all day, and now she goes and scores yet another try.
Just insane. Look at her go. She's run past 2 players, hasn't needed to utilise the wing, just gone in herself.
She has got pace. Max Verstappen would be happy to have her pace. Tell you that for nout. As now here they come again, Oxford. Every time they feel they're getting back into this game, Wigan find a way to score. But it looks like this could be a try-fest, which is what we wanted.
We love a lot of meat pies on a Saturday.
I can't wait to have one myself when we get back home. Chance here, there's the outlet. Oh, it's dropped anyway. I think it might have been forward. It was. As Nika Fisher just couldn't quite corral that. But we are going to be close to half-time. And it's going to be 3-2.
You know what, the control of both teams in these drives, they're not really putting down a lot of balls. They're really making it up to the opposition sideline. Here we can see a quick break. They're trying to make something happen before
Half time.
No.
No, not at all. But 3-2 it is then at the break of the final game of the Cup competition in the women's fixtures. As we said before, PFT beating London Galaxy 5-4 in an absolutely outstanding final in the Men's Cup competition just gone. Chester Cheetahs finishing 5th. Once again, Bristol Jets finishing 4th in this development touch series. They won 5-3. The women's plate final saw London Eagles beat Chester Cheetahs by 5-0. And in the 7th and 8th playoff, so that one means that London Eagles finish 5th, Chester Cheetahs will finish 6th. In the women's 7th and 8th playoff, Cheltenham Tigers, who we saw very early doors in this morning at 10 o'clock, beating Exeter Eagle Owls by 1-0. Cheltenham Tigers beat Nottingham Hoods to finish 13th in the men's competition 7-2, and Crewe and Nantwich beating Wigan Warriors 6-4, which means that Crewe and Nantwich will finish 15th, Wigan will finish 16th. So these are the standings then in that one. So PFT get another 32 points to add to their standings. London Galaxy, Chester Cheetahs, Bristol Jets 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Plate winners are Revolution, 16 points for them. And a really, really good day as we head up towards the Elite National Touch Series tomorrow. 10 o'clock start for us here on the England Touch Rugby YouTube channel. We hope that you can join us for that.
Yeah, PFT men's, that's their second final in...
second win.
2 rounds. It's second win, actually, yeah.
Second win. Huge.
They must be stoked. They've just got such an incredible team across the board. And, you know, the Galaxy team, they were very light on numbers, but very heavy on experience in their mid. So really awesome for PFT to get up for the win. I speak with a frothy in my hand.
Yeah.
It's always good to commentate with a beer.
Australians having... Australian or New Zealand, I must ask, Mel.
Australian.
Thank God for that. I was going to say, an Aussie having a beer, it doesn't get much better than that, does it?
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to Galaxy Men's for, for the pint. So, I'm excited about this.
Yes, this second
now.
half is going to be extremely good.
Predictions?
Well, do you know what? That's my job normally. It's normally to ask you what you think the predictions would be. But I think this is... I've got to say, I think Wigan at the moment, I think Annie Ainscough has been brilliant all day. And I think that if she continues like this, it's going to be difficult for Oxford to stop her. What about yourself?
Yeah, I think it is going to be difficult for them to stop it. But I think if anyone can, Oxford can. It really seems like a game of youth versus experience. Like, Oxford have so many good quality women who have been, you know, on the touch scene for quite a while. Wigan, quite a few young players coming up, and it's great to see the competition between two. Here comes Marnie again on a short.
It's going to be a touch on there. There's Laura Anderson tries to go through, couldn't quite do so, but here is Marnie Wills as she gets the outside pass. That looks like it's going to be a touch again, and it is. It'll be 6. And good defensive play there from Lizzie Davis over on that near side.
Yeah, we can see number 8, Molly Jones with the ball for Wigan. Here she goes now driving. She's been incredible today. She's just got such, intense drives and everything like that. She's been one of their key players.
Speaking of the key players, there is Mia Ainscough.
Megan Clayton.
I'm about to say, there is the key player for Wigan today. And that'll be a sick touch as Annie Ainscough gives it up into the opening stages, into the second minute of the second half.
Yeah, Oxford driving towards their box, getting some fresh legs on. Everyone's getting a bit tired.
And why wouldn't you be? It's 5:30 and the sun has not stopped blazing down on Burton. But can we get another finish like we had before? More drama. Is it possible? 5th touch. Now the pass needs to go. The pass, I think, needed to go there for Hester Williams. But another good key defensive stop there for Wigan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Oxford aren't going to beat Wigan on the outsides or anything like that. They've got to do it through the middle with 32 shorts and things like that, scooper plays, trying to target the offside player, because Wigan just seem like they've got far too much pace on their outsides.
There's Molly Jones. There's Lindsay Davis. As you say, Megan Clayton as well, who's been really important for Wigan. Olivia Harborough, nice pass out the tap there. Here is Molly. Now to Lizzie Davis. It's lovely, by the way, to see. I know we've got the game to do, but it's lovely to see everybody still here and still everybody enjoying a spear or something alcoholic or something, a drink in hand.
Yeah, there's a good crowd here in the grandstand. Amazing facilities in Burton, I've got to say. The fields, grandstand, the bar, absolutely incredible.
Let's hope for our sakes that there is some water that goes on the fields tonight, overnight. Could do with a bit of rain.
I think we're expecting a bit of rain.
Let's hope not for tomorrow morning. That's the one thing I don't want. I'm not sure anybody does.
No.
Here's Ainscough again.
Here we go, 32 short play.
Yeah, by number 32, Olivia Harborough, but cannot find a way through. So a chance here for Harborough. Harborough, there's Ainscough, chance for Davis on the outside.
Good recycling of the ball by the winger, back in.
Ainscough again. Quite surprised they're not trying to take the touch on now. They do. And now here's Harborough. Chance here, I think. They didn't get a touch. I think they didn't get that down. There was a touch on.
Excellent defence there. You're right. I think they were just running a bit too laterally there, Wigan, instead of going in very direct, making the touch, because they do have girls that can make very, very good strike dumps here.
Just like Molly Jones. Not that time. The Wigan players trying to give their team some support. The Wigan men's team looking for their women to come up with a plate victory and now a cup victory. Back inside to Harborough. There is an advantage being played
And Oxford have to be careful here. That's their second penalty on the line. If they cop another penalty here, they're going to have a player excluded.
Here is Jones. Jones looks for the pass. Davis. There was a touch on there, though. That time, Laura Mitchell makes the play. And you've got to think, with about 5 minutes to go, this could be the game right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Here they go laterally again.
Ainscough tries to play that one back in. It's Courtney Horrocks who scored the try that has put Wigan ahead by 3 tries to 2. Ainscough, now there's the pass on. This should be a try, and it is.
What a play. Yeah, number 11, I want to say Sade from Wigan. I refereed her earlier, and her long balls, as she's just demonstrated there, are just absolute perfection, especially on that left to right. She's an incredibly, incredibly strong player.
There might be Anna Dennis that might have scored over on that far side for Wigan. Whoever it is, though, it means that once again Wigan now have a 2-score advantage, and they are now within touching distance of turning a plate win into a cup win. Upgrading.
And it makes such a difference when you've got the legs, when you've got girls who can, power through and attack by running outside lines, and then you've got a player like Sade.
Davis, chance here, there's a touch. There was a touch on Laura Anderson, and that's the sick touch as well. Maybe the pass was on outside.
Very unlucky, but good driving to get all the way back down to their line. And here goes Wigan trying to make some yards. That second touch, a little bit stilted on this rucking, but here comes Molly on the field. We've got Joanna Edgerton coming in there at wing.
Yeah, that was who. I
think she might have scored the
yeah, she did,
last try. She's an incredible player. goes out with Jordan Melling, which I'm very jealous about.
Can't wait to see him tomorrow, no doubt, in the Men's National Touch Series Elite competition. Remember last time that I was on a stream down at Oxford, a 70-metre intercept from try line to try line for Jordan Melling.
He's incredible, and he's in the coaching box today, and it's great to see elite players like Jordan come in here and coach the development sides. He brings such experience and knowledge and passion. It's really incredible.
That's the 5th.
Great defence by Wigan here. Excellent midfield D.
Rihari has done really well. They're offside, and now there's going to get a penalty. So this is the chance. Oxford have to score here, you feel, with just over 2 minutes to play.
I definitely think this is a must score for Oxford, but as you can see, they've got their strike player on the field, Manny Wills, just creating something from nothing all of the time.
Here's the opportunity then for Oxford. They have to score here. They have to strike now. Here is Wills. Charles out the back. Pass. Need to go again. And I think there was a touchdown. There was. It's ball down. And is that the moment that Wigan win the cup in this National Touch Series Development Round 2?
I think it might be. And they deserve it too. They've played exceptionally well all day. You can see Joanna Edgerton. I think she hasn't subbed the whole game. Just incredibly strong in that wing role.
Edgerton, once again.
Wigan just absorbing these touches. I think the pressure's off for them.
So, opportunity again now to Harborough. And it's a sick touch. So they've got 80 seconds on our clock, but remember the central timing, so it might not be all hooked up. But what we do know is they've got seconds to try and stop themselves from finishing second again. Look at the speed of Wigan's line.
Their shooting, everything's just been incredible today. Here we can see Oxford.
4 touch chance
one
here.
More touch.
They do. Now, quick ball needs to go. Needs to go out the back, and there's a score. It is a try. Oxford may not be done yet, but they have to get going quickly. It's Amanda Grenville-Jones with the try.
I suspect Wigan will know the time on the clock. We can see them walking out for the tap, being quite relaxed about the tap off, but they've got some urgency now. You can see the refs hurrying them up, and yeah, Oxford will just need to really try and force an error early in this touch count.
Doesn't look like they're going to. Here's Ainscough, Rahari trying to go direct through the middle. Ball goes dead. So they do have the opportunity to try and send us to extra time. They've got one play to do it. The siren's gone. That should be that. And it is that. Plate competition winners round 1. Cup competition winners round 2. There are no stopping the Wigan Warriors women. It's heartbreak for Oxford again. A second place in the cup. But for Wigan Warriors, Mel Day, it's a huge, huge step. Plate winners in round 1, and now in Burton, they're the best in Burton.
I think they did play incredibly well today. You can see the emotion on the field. It means so much to these girls and to the wider team. Wigan is a club that really develops players, and to see their women step up in such a big way from round 1 to win this, they absolutely deserve it. And credit to Oxford, going down by 1 against a team with these speed and skills, just incredible again.
Wigan Warriors were warriors out there on the field today. They lived up to their name. And it looks like everyone has finished around as well. We will try and get you all the remaining scores before we leave the air. But Mel Day, it has genuinely been a pleasure. Thank you as always for coming up to the box. We will see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully Galaxy Women will get up for the big W tomorrow.
And enjoy the froth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mel, thank you as always. Always a pleasure. We will stay here and watch these pictures as Wigan celebrate their win, and hopefully in a few moments' time we will get some final scores for you. We aim to get someone up here from Wigan to come up and join us. But what a day we have had. If you are, we might need some reminding. It was PFT that beat London Galaxy in the first men's cup final earlier on. The men's plate final saw Revolution take on Thames Valley Vikings, and Revolution win that one in the men's competition. Hopefully we'll be able to give you the results of the women's bowl round robin before we do leave the air. But this is an excellent show of sportsmanship from both teams, who know just how hard they've had to work to get to this final in this heat. It's been blazing in Burton, both on and off the field. We might be able to show you the highlights while we wait up for our interview from Wigan. But they are the winners of the cup. Warriors by name, warriors by nature. And they are the cup winners after winning the plate. We'll hopefully hear from them in a few moments' time, so do stay with us. But what a day of action we have had here on the stream. We're back again tomorrow. If you are going to leave us, we are back tomorrow from 10 a.m. in the morning. It's the round 2 of the elite men's and women's national touch series. But Burton, we asked for brilliance at the start of the day in Burton. We absolutely got it. PFT back-to-back winners in the men's cup. But here in Burton today in the women's cup, it's Wigan Warriors that deliver against Oxford again, 4-3. As we say, we are hoping to hear from someone in just a second. And in fact, it looks like Annie Ainscough and Mia Ainscough might be coming up to join us up here in the commentary position. I know Annie Ainscough is with us here alongside Mia. We'll talk to you in a second as well, but Annie, if you don't mind just popping the headset on and talking us through a quite remarkable day. Have you got any pace left? Is the honest answer, first question.
Honestly, I didn't think I had any before this end game, but I mean, the live stream just powered me on, I guess.
I mean, first of all, we saw you a couple of times throughout the day. Firstly, congratulations on the win. An amazing achievement coming from plate winners to now cup winners. But you in particular, we've got to say, on the games that we saw, you just absolutely burned through everybody today, it must be said. What was it that got you through a really particularly tough day out there? Because it was very, very not the most ideal conditions to probably play touch rugby.
Oh, honestly, I don't know. I don't think I've ever played in conditions like this before, but I don't know. I just think the team spirit, it was getting a little bit shaky at the start, but I mean, just playing on the live stream, for the cup final, it was absolutely insane. I love my team. It's just amazing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, what was it that got you through that? Because there was the try in particular down there on the right hand side where you managed to burn past a couple of people. I mean, like you said, you didn't know if you had any pace left. There was some definite pace on show there.
Oh, honestly, I don't even know. I just saw the gap and I guess I went for it. My dad's been teaching me, so I've just kind of taken what he told me.
I mean, he's not a bad habit to have as a teacher. Let's be honest about that.
True.
Moving on, though, looking ahead to Oxford, obviously, same again. I mean, you can't really go any higher because you've won the plate and the cup.
True.
But back-to-back cups potentially.
Yeah, hopefully that is definitely the aim. I'm excited to bring on the next one.
Annie, thank you very, very much indeed for joining us. Mia, if you're going to stay with us as well, 2 interviews for you. Mia, just be talking there as well. Just congratulations. It's an amazing achievement. Plate winners this time, cup winners. Plate winners last time, cup winners this time. talk us through it. That must have been one hell of a day for you.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ask for any more. It's been tough, but it's so nice to see. We've got a lot of younger ones on the team, and the encouragement throughout the day has been amazing. And just the progression that we've seen since, especially the last one. Obviously, we were in the plate. We won the final of that, and then to get through to the cup was even a massive achievement today. And then to win was just amazing. But honestly, the team, credit to the team spirit. They've just powered us through the day. Honestly,
I'm about to say, is that what do you think that the difference of that now has been the case of why you won the plate maybe last time, and now you've won the cup? Is that team spirit? Is that knowing your team? Is that understanding more together? The fact that you guys can play together really, really well, clearly, and that means now you're cup champions for the round 2.
Yeah, definitely. It's. I think the confidence has just been built throughout the last tournament and this one. Just playing together and just trusting each other. I think that's a big thing. It's obviously shaky when you're with new people, but to have built on that is just. It's amazing to see the progression.
Absolutely, and like I say, I asked Annie the same question, last the same as you. What next for you in terms of round 3? Because you've now got an opportunity, no doubt, to go and try and win this series overall. Back-to-back cup winners potentially.
Well, that's definitely the ideal, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, we can't ask for any more. We're just all enjoying it, and yeah, the win is the aim. But as long as we're having fun, I'm quite happy, to be honest.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you're having fun. There must be fun playing together as well alongside Annie.
Yeah, and we've learned so much, so that's what the development series is all about, isn't it?
Correct, absolutely. Mia Ainscough and Annie Ainscough, thank you so much for joining us up here in the box.
Thanks for having us.
It's always been a pleasure to watch you throughout the day, and it's always been a pleasure to have you alongside us here on the stream. So before we go, just want a quick reminder about a couple of other games that we've got coming up for us. The Revolution, they were the winners of the cup last time. They beat Thames Valley Vikings in the 3rd place playoff by 2 tries to 1. The men's 5th and 6th playoff finished with London Eagles beating London Vipers 4-2. The men's 7th, 8th playoff saw Oxford beat Cambridge by 4 tries to 3. And the Women's Bowl round robin, Nottingham Hoods beat Yorkshire Thorns 4-1, and Bristol Jets beating London Vipers 2-0. So Nottingham Hoods win the bowl with 8 points. Then it was Bristol Jets on 6 points to pick up overall. Yorkshire Thorns will pick up 4 points, and London Vipers will pick up 2 points. But what a day we have had here at the Development Men's and Women's National Touch Series. It's been fantastic, it's been frenetic. As I said before, we asked for brilliance in Burton, we certainly got it. PFT win the Men's Cup, it's Wigan Warriors that win the Women's Cup. Surely we can't have another day like this tomorrow. We'll try and deliver it for you. Join us 10 o'clock in the morning UK time for the Elite Men's and Women's National Touch Series. But from all of us in Burton, it's been brilliant. It's also been blooming hot. We'll see you then tomorrow. Take it easy. Bye bye.